Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And how about them Cougs? Boy, I was wrong. I know that.
I wasn't wrong. You can take the bullet.
You were
on
wrong.
that
You said they would score under 20 in the first half.
No, mine was 48 for the game because it was easier. You have more points.
Mine
was line for the first half. I didn't play line. I thought line for the game was too much. You do line for first half, but then under 48 because it gives you a greater chance than 20 in the first half.
Well, right. 20 in the first half was too low. If it's 48 for the game, I don't know how it was 20 in the first half.
That low though. I mean, they only got 24. But yeah,
well,
they didn't get to 48.
And they were so stifling. I mean, it's hard to hold a team under 20 in the first half.
Oh my God.
Goodness gracious. Even SIEU, whatever the hell.
Yeah, and yet they only got 44 for the game?
40.
Oh, 40 for the game.
40
yeah.
for the game.
Yeah, so they scored 16 in the second half.
Yeah, they were actually, when it's supposed to win. I guess the second team coming in with the block by Miller go running down the floor. I mean, it was just an ass whooping. I'm not crazy about it. I wanted to see Kelvin Sampson angry at him, and then I think they focused more.
Oh, God, he's probably
I don't
pissed.
think they're going to have a problem focusing against Gonzaga.
No, I'm glad that they did what they did. It's because 5-Star had it, and all of our listeners had it. So we're good with that. 5-Star unloaded on that first half. You're welcome. 5-Star said you're welcome.
Yeah. No. 5-Star. Well, 5-Star had a rough Clemson game. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's right. We'll get to that. I tell you what, impressive what Memphis did, knowing their coach is leaving. I thought, the whole week I've liked the whole week McNeese.
Right.
That was the Will Wade, all of the selection committees. Jay Billis is like, dude, McNeese has a real chance in this one. So I thought 7.5 McNeese, and then you find out Will Wade's leaving. You're like, well, how can you like a team when the players are going to know their coach is leaving them? Like you can't like that. And then I forgot that they've got that little Mexican kid that walks out with a boombox around. No, he's not Hispanic. I think he's not Hispanic. I think he is.
Whoa. Wow. Little
Middle Eastern.
Kid.
Yeah, I kind of.
Did you hear that?
I think about it. But he has this boombox. Have you seen him?
The boombox kid?
Yeah,
no.
the one, the manager who comes out with a giant radio around his neck.
He's got an NIL deal.
Yeah. Oh no, he's got his own T-shirts. The players love him so much they call him the Aura. He's their entire Aura. There he is. He's on ESPN right now. Amir Khan, not Hispanic. And he comes out with his giant radio, and the players get so hyped up. It's like they don't care about Will Wade as long as Amir Khan doesn't leave. They're fine.
Right.
And this is a good clip.
It doesn't matter about Will Wade.
Yeah, they don't care about Will Wade.
They're
like, Will Wade, whatever. Look, Will won, and no one's celebrating with him. They all run to Amir Khan. It's crazy. It's like the little things you get your excitement from. But man, it was. We can get to that in a little bit. But the Cougs win. The Cougs do it pretty handily. They were 28. They were the biggest favorite of the whole thing, and they show why.
Yeah.
Although I did see something. The over/under for biggest margin of victory in the tournament is 41.5. I don't think we're going to get there. If Houston doesn't get there, I'm not sure we're going to get there.
You never know.
Although John Chill was right. Like he said, Houston doesn't score a ton of points. They're not a huge offensive team, so that's what made him a little nervous about the point spread. You do need a team that can really score a lot. But, man, once you get to the second round, well, you still have the first round today.
Yeah. No. Here's the deal. So some my friends, and I was in it before, as a matter of fact, I helped start it. My friends have an NCAA tournament auction, and
Calcutta.
They do a bad beat as well, which has jacked up the whole thing. It's awesome.
What is it?
Awesome. We'll see it. You know, the lesser teams, the SIUE, the SIEU, whatever they are, SIUE, Edwardsville, they won't sell, right? Who the hell's going to buy SIUE?
No, right.
Except 20% of all the money in the pool goes to the bad beat. So if you get beat, if that 38-point loss right now is winning the bad beat pool.
Oh, the largest margin of victory. Margin
largest
of loss.
margin of defeat.
Margin of loss, huh? 20% of the pool?
20%
What
of
are we
the pool
doing?
goes.
At most, you should get 5%.
Yeah, no, it is. It jacks everything up. And one year, Oklahoma's in the Final Four, and they lose by 40. So you got all of that money that got them to the Final Four.
Wow.
Plus, you got the bad beat. They lost by 40.
I could see somebody trying to buy like all the 16 seeds.
Yeah. No. The 16 seeds go for a lot of money. Yeah. It is jacked up. When normally the 16 seed won't get, $5, it gets a bunch because you want that bad beat money.
Yeah.
It's fun. It makes the whole thing.
So Houston won. They won handily. They were dominant from start to finish, basically. We didn't learn anything from that game. However, what we did learn, or what we do know now, is that Gonzaga's ready to play now. They beat the brakes off Georgia. And so Houston has Gonzaga next, and that is not it looks like that's going to be a pretty good matchup for them. It's going to be a pretty good matchup. You got Mark Few, who's an excellent coach, taking on Kelvin Sampson, who's an excellent coach. They're two extremely well-coached teams. They're two teams, of course, Gonzaga has had success longer than Houston has. They've been a factor now it's wild. They've been a factor since my first marriage.
Longer, since the Cougs had the 80s.
No.
Yeah.
They've had them consecutively, John. Longer. Okay, it's a longer run. We're talking basically 99. We're talking basically 99 to now. This has been like a 25-year run for Gonzaga. It's incredible. It's incredible. I remember it was Richie Fromm. Richie Fromm probably has a grandchild by now. But I remember those Matt Santangelo and Richie Fromm were the two guys
I don't know what kind of action Richie Fromm was getting in 99, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, Richie Fromm and Matt Santangelo were ballers, man. They were good. I think they took out St. John's and that was the original Gonzaga team that came out of nowhere. And then it got better and better, and Dan Monson moved on. I think he went to Minnesota, if I remember correctly. And then Mark Few took over, and then Few just stayed there and has been in national championship games. This has been an unbelievable. If you think about it, they've had a run as long as their run as long as it. You got Duke and North Carolina. North Carolina's run started
longer than Brady's.
North Carolina actually has had more breaks in their action than Gonzaga has had in theirs. Gonzaga doesn't really fall off. There's just levels of tournament ability that they run into. So they
own that conference, and it's a lot harder to own the ACC than it is to own.
Well, there's no question,
but
it's not like they slap out in the first or second round. Usually, they're pretty damn good. And this is, Gonzaga is literally, up there as one of the over the last 25 years, one of the true consistent powers of college basketball. So
they're blue blood.
It's amazing.
No question.
Yeah, it's really amazing. Like, we got people listening right now who their whole entire life have watched college basketball. Gonzaga has been a major factor. Yeah. And now they take on University of Houston, who has been a 1 seed for 3 straight years. And it's going to be a good battle. I'm very excited about this, but I'm also a little nervous for Houston. So it's going to take a good shooting matchup. It's just they're two well-coached teams. That's what it gets down to. And who can impose their will, or who. This may come down to a lot of coaching, John. I know it's defense and hustle and all that stuff. This may come down to some coaching strategy type stuff that could end up having a big impact on this game. Taking out Nembhard, taking out LJ Cryer. What can we do to limit? And then in that regard, Houston this is the advantage you've talked about, is having multiple guys you can go to.
Okay, so you take out LJ, then Milos.
Yeah,
take out Milos, then Sharp.
Yeah, that's what you
got
to.
How about the way Javier Francis played yesterday?
Yeah, he played great.
Listen, he does not have a shot. Javier Francis is in there, and he's a hustle guy. He's a rebound guy. He's a defense guy. Man, him hitting early shots and scoring 13 points was a huge plus for this team.
Yeah, it is.
Arsenault played pretty well, and you don't. Oh, he's not. There's not always a consistent not effort, but there's not always a consistent result from him. You didn't even need Malik Wilson yesterday. It was that was that well it was
It was
as
easy. It was a
usual.
layup.
Yeah. Right. But listen, Milo Suzan is turning into he's turning into a draft pick.
All of these things will be answered in the next round. Like none of this really comes true in the first round. Everything you say has to happen in the second round. Milos has to have a big game. Emmanuel Sharp needs to shoot it from distance. He had what 1-3 in the first half, 2 threes. I can't remember in the first half. He didn't really do a whole lot in the second half. A lot of the starters didn't have to play as much in the second. But
I mean, high score was 16 points.
Yeah.
I mean, you didn't need it.
No. This is one where you don't tax your starters. There's no reason.
No.
For what? To have somebody in the second half and have everyone complain when somebody twists his ankle? When a guy twists his ankle and then have everyone, what are you doing? What are you doing, Kelvin Sampson? Somebody gets hurt in the second half, a starter, everyone's up.
Well, that's it. That's right. And they're right.
True.
Yeah. What are you doing? Why is our man on the court?
There's no reason to even play him because everyone's just going to be mad if a guy twists his ankle, which happens in basketball. But it's just you don't want to jinx anything now. This really might be Houston's best chance when you look at how the bracket sets up once they get past, if they get past Gonzaga. But Tennessee is going to be a really tough battle if they make it. Like Houston will be if they get to the Final Four, they will have been battle tested.
7:40 is the time for that game. They put that UCLA and Tennessee. They put the Cougs and Gonzaga in primetime, which is but they still put them on TNT. But they're in primetime, and that's going to be a good one. I mean, this is fun. There ain't no easy outs from here on.
No.
There ain't no easy outs. When you get Gonzaga in the second round of the tournament, there ain't going to be nothing easy. You could quite possibly. I mean, you got to get through Gonzaga and quite possibly Tennessee. I mean, this ain't. There's nothing easy going to be about this one. So this is fun. This is a lot of fun here. How about McNeese and taking on Purdue? That'll be the early game, 11-10 on Saturday. Arkansas, did you watch any of that?
I did.
The two teams combined for 91 in the first half, and then, like with 3 minutes left, Arkansas had scored 17 in the second half.
I know it was the first half.
Able to come. How did Kansas just choke that away?
But John, wasn't
they had
that
a lead with about 3 minutes to go, and they could not close out Arkansas.
But isn't this kind of this game to me was the epitome of both teams all year long. You started out, you were wildly inconsistent under Calipari at Arkansas. You remember early on, the Arkansas fans were pissed at Calipari. It did not get off to a good start. And then he's a great coach. And so it kind of molded into shape the season that they're having. And they're an SEC team, and they rose to the occasion as the season went on. They're an erratic team. They're an erratic shooting team, but they're a big-time hustle team. They're long. They're built to be disruptive. With Kansas, I thought Arkansas plus the points and in the bracket was the easiest idea of all because Kansas has been crazy inconsistent. Like, not only inconsistent, they've been bad at times this year. And it's not a good Bill Self team. So for me, like when you have a team that's been that bad, why are they laying? And this is from more of a handicapping standpoint, but do you want to lay more than 2 points with a team like Kansas this year? And if you're going to pick an upset in the bracket, it's not a huge upset. Boy, Arkansas felt, an SEC team that has the type of length and the type of disruption that they have felt like a good one. So they move on, but they're too up and down to, I think, go very far in this one. But they can't give you problems for a half. Like they can be a real pain in the ass for a half.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And McNeese and Purdue.
I mean, McNeese is not to be trifled with right now. That's a dangerous game for Purdue.
No, absolutely. But I wouldn't mind if McNeese, if they got through, if you want to know the truth.
And how about the Johnnies taking on Arkansas? Like St. John's got off to a really slow start, and then they just obliterated Monmouth in the second half. I like St. John's to go deep. I think St. John's has got a good shot. My son goes, Dad, who's that coach for St. John's right now? He's like, they say he's been to the tournament, Final Four 6 times, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, wait, who's at St. John's? Like, oh, God, that's right. I said, Mason, he is a phenomenal coach. He's the guy who started Kentucky basically down the road of what we know. Well, and although Kentucky's not been the same powerhouse over the last several years, it's been a little bit up and down, but man, what Pitino has done at Louisville, what Pitino has done at Kentucky, like that, we don't even talk about what he did at, he wouldn't even know anything about what he did with Billy Donovan. How crazy is that with Billy Donovan and those guys at Rhode Island? Like, yeah, Mason, he's one of the great coaches of all time in college basketball.
Yeah, come on, Mason.
And now look at him. There he is, 2-seeded at the Johnny's.
Bob Cousy, but you don't know Rick Pitino? Come on. No. Pick it up, Mason. Mm-hmm. Pick it way up. All right, 713-780-3776. What y'all think about that? We got some football to talk. We got some Rockets to talk as well. 713-780-3777. Basically a holiday show. It's Friday. No one cares. It's the tournament. We're all drinking all day, watching the games, having a big time, puking on ourselves. Let's go. It's a long day of great, great basketball. If you want to get in, let's go. 713-780-3776. If you are going to, how many times did you get up? You're up now, right? How many times did you have to get up in the middle of the night last night to go to the bathroom? How many times do you have to go during the day? If you can't start, you can't stop. I mean, you have got, if you're going a bunch in the middle of the night, there's a chance that you've got an enlarged prostate. So see Doc Manavis and let her see. First of all, you're going to get tested whether or not it's cancerous. If it's not cancerous, it's the easiest process that you'll find any medical procedure, period. It's just an IV. That's all it is, okay? So if you go to a doctor and he says, well, you got an enlarged prostate, that's a problem. We're going to have to have surgery. You tell him there is no way I'm having surgery for an enlarged prostate. It's all an IV. That's all it is, okay? Do not. I wish I'd have known about this. My cousin had surgery for an enlarged prostate, and it was like one of the most excruciatingly painful things he ever did in his life. And I wish Doc Manavis was there for him. But I didn't know her. I didn't know about the procedure. Now I do. Why would you do anything else? 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
Stop in at Taqueria Serrano's on the way into work. Stop in. I don't care if you sit down, you pull up. If you're like me, you bring your headphones in, you got your phone propped up and you're watching a show. Maybe you're watching something with Severance. Maybe you're just listening to us. Pull up your app and listen to us while you're at Taqueria Serrano's. Actually, that's what you should do. Pull up the ESPN 97.5 app, listen to us, and then enjoy your breakfast. They have a great breakfast at Taqueria Serrano's. If you don't get to go during the weekdays, if you're too busy or you got too long a trip into work, then do it on Saturday or Sunday in the morning. But before you get your day started, make sure you grab some breakfast tacos. I highly recommend the chorizo with potato. I get chorizo and potato and egg, obviously. But there's all kinds of different breakfast tacos for you to use. There's all to eat. There's all kinds of really, really good hearty breakfasts as well. And yes, they have lunch and they have dinner, but I just want to concentrate on getting your day started the right way with an authentic Mexican breakfast that you are going to absolutely love. They do it as well as anybody out there. Taqueria Serrano's locations all over Houston. You can get it to go. You can stop in and check them out for yourself, but make sure that you enjoy your breakfast at Taqueria Serrano's.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros win 11-0 yesterday. They are less than a week away from opening day. I was this old when I found out that the Mets are starting Clay Holmes in game 1 against Framber Valdez. And Clay Holmes, you know how many starts Clay Holmes has made since 2019?
No. 11?
0.
None?
0. He had 4 starts as a Pirate in his rookie year, and he hasn't started a game since, and he's the Mets opening day starter.
What's that about?
I don't know. They're turning him into a starter, and they guess they want him to go heads up against Framber.
Man, they are turning him out.
That's a great
That's
way to
awesome.
start your day.
I think that's how you use
I don't
that.
get it, but okay. Thanks. Thank you. Clay Holmes, you can pretty much bet he will last an inning and a third or two innings because he's a reliever.
Who's our opening day left fielder?
Our opening day left fielder is Jose Altuve.
Good. It's about time.
Well,
By the time we got a real
since
outfielder
he's
in
never
there.
started a major league game.
I'm tired of Framber butchering everything in left field. Let's get a.
We don't
Has
need
Altuve ever won a Gold Glove?
Framber throws ground balls.
Has Altuve ever gotten a Gold Glove at second?
Yes.
He has, right?
Yeah, he's won a Gold Glove.
Are you sure?
Second. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. If so, we have a Gold Glover out in left field.
Well, hold on. Well, we got a Gold Glover.
Yeah, he won in 2015.
Yeah.
Now
Dupont
he's such a
plays left
defensive
field,
liability that you put him in the outfield.
Well,
I mean, he went from Gold Glover to like, we can't have this slap nuts at second base. He's an embarrassment at second. Who would ever? He's got no range. He can't make a throw to first. He is an absolute atrocity. How many games has Jose Altuve cost this team at second base with his defense? So I can't count.
Now,
runs allowed, runs created because of his mistakes. Huge.
Well, he did now. Let's not forget when he couldn't throw the ball to first base in the postseason.
That was 2000 bubble. No one cares. Dodgers bubble championship. Nobody cared. Lakers bubble championship. Nobody cared.
Nobody cares.
2000 didn't even exist.
I'll give you that one. But here's somebody that we're not talking about is Zach DeZenzo. Dude is up over 1,300 with his OPS this preseason. He's a possibility to be somewhere. I don't know where, but somewhere.
When does the final roster come out?
The final roster comes out before the season, the next Thursday.
Yeah, it's just right before, right?
Right, yeah. Yep. So, I mean, he's Zach DeCenzo's got a real shot at being on this opening day.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if he's not, frankly.
Yep. The Rockets play tonight at Miami. Those slappies. You got slappies tonight against Miami, going for your 9th straight win. Rockets looking good, and so we need to keep this thing going, keep this going on, and then they're back home on Sunday. So we got some good basketball this weekend to watch. We got some good basketball to watch this weekend. But it starts with the Cougs. 713-780-3776. Is this city, do you feel like the city is excited about this team?
I don't know. Let's find out. If you guys are excited about University of Houston or the tournament in general, but I'd really like to find out with U of H. Give us a shout. It feels like, there was a time where people could be excited about University of Houston. Well, certainly when I was a kid, everyone was excited about U of H. It didn't matter if your parents were Longhorns or Aggies or Baylor Bears or SMU or whatever. Everyone was excited for University of Houston. Anyone who lived in Houston. It was the only time I've ever seen that. I don't know that there's ever been a time. It did feel like there was some across the board excitement for Vince Young. And I guess the Longhorns, no one's really going to be excited for the Longhorns if you didn't go to Texas. But I'm telling you, there was real excitement about Vince Young, certainly as it pertained to Houston Texans potential. But I more people were excited about watching Vince Young that were non-Texas fans than anybody I've seen in recent years. It was, I was one.
Yeah,
I was too. But I don't have a, I don't have a, like, I don't have an Aggie background, or, I don't have a background of another school that's hardly an anti-Texas. Like, for me, I've always been a mercenary anyway. But I know Aggie fans who were excited about watching Vince Young, and they were kind of hoping. Honestly, if I'm not misremembering this, they wanted Texas to beat USC, and that would never be the case now, ever. But
I don't remember Aggies really rooting for Vince, but okay.
Yeah, like I said, maybe I am misremembering. I don't remember them being anti-Texas, and maybe it was more of a Vince Young.
I think they were sick of the Vince versus Reggie.
Well, the Texans had the first pick of the draft, so it may have been more. It may have been more they were excited for Vince Young because they were Aggies and Texans fans, and they wanted the Texans to get Vince Young. It probably was more of that. But now I don't know if non-Cougars are cheering for Hughes. I think they are, right? They're not in the SEC. This is SEC country now, I guess. I guess they call us SEC country. Really, it's Big 12 country because Houston is in Big 12. And we're in Houston.
Well, I mean, if you're an Aggie, I don't know that you're rooting. If you're a Longhorn,
you're not rooting against Houston, are you?
I don't know. I don't know that you're rooting for them.
You may not be rooting for them.
This isn't like Phi Slamma Jamma, which took the country by.
Yeah.
That one.
It was a cool nickname too.
Yeah. Well, but they were high flying and just wow. All
right. See, no calls.
Wow.
No calls.
No one cares. No one cares.
About.
Here's the thing, though.
I hope Kelvin Sampson comes right to your business, to your place of business, your work, or even to your household, and gives you a good just chews on your ass for about 10 minutes.
Here's the thing. I think basketball is dead in this city from the Rockets lull from a couple of years ago.
I hate thinking that's the case, but you may be right.
I think it is.
Yeah, they're slow to. I went down to Burger Chan.
I think it got political. I think, a lot of stuff, and I don't want to get into all the politics stuff, but a lot of it got political, and a lot of it got, and the Rockets were just have been non-existent in the postseason for how many years now. And I just think that people just went away from basketball.
Well, some people just got, look, a lot of people were dead with the Houston Oilers after they had they came up short so many times, eventually they moved away. We know what happened there, but remember, John, they like choked 3 years in a row, and everyone's like, man, I'm done with this team. They couldn't even muster the energy to fight for Houston, to fight for the Oilers to stay in Houston. They were just done with that team. I feel like the Rockets, to an extent, got to that same point. They just kept getting up there, falling short. And then once that version of the Rockets was over, it was really over. Like, it was really bad. And I think a lot of people just completely, who are not hardcore P1 Rocket fans, just kind of fell off the map, but they're slow to come back. Carol down at one of the owners of Burger Chan, I went down there and got a chicken sandwich the other day, and she's like, hey, so I guess the Rockets are pretty good now, aren't they? That's what I heard. And I said, they are. I said, she goes, I may have to start watching them again. I said, you should. The Rockets they play hard. They're a fun team to watch. The Rockets are, if you're not watching them, like, I don't know what else they can. I guess they have to win really high so you can jump on the bandwagon, like with the Astros. Astros had a bunch of people jump on a wagon, and that's fine. I mean, but you should pick your team up in the season. You shouldn't have to wait till the postseason to pick your team up. You should at least jump in after the All-Star break. Like, this team might be pretty good this year. John and Lance said they're worth watching. Let me check them out. And then,
That's
maybe you just hate this version. Some of it, John, is people just don't like this version of basketball.
Yeah, well,
the threes, like, you're not always crazy about it.
I'm not a fan.
There's a lot of people who may say, look, Lance, has nothing to do with, the politics. It has nothing to do with Jordan being gone. It has nothing. I just hate the way basketball looks now. It's just a bunch of threes and a bunch, it's not the way that I grew up playing basketball. Well, I don't know what to tell you then. I mean, I don't, I mean, this is how basketball is played now. I don't know, but all I can tell you is that when the Rockets are on the court, they hustle, they play hard. There's plenty of dunks. There's plenty of mid-range shots. Like, you really should give them a look. And if you don't, then you're dead to me.
Well,
I hate to do it like that, but I got to start getting people watching this team.
Okay, but they don't. Maybe people don't mind being dead to you, though.
That's true.
Maybe you know what I'm saying. So, you know what? I'm not dead to golf. I love me some golf, and I really, I'm going to be out there April 24th for the opening round of the Chevron Championship. I was able to I got a close-up look. I was a starter out there a couple of years ago, and I got to tell you, and last year we were back there again, and we watched some golf. They're fantastic. The Chevron Championship is just great. It is a great competition. It's great players. It is a lot of fun. You're a daughter dad or a girl dad, whatever they call them. If you're a girl dad, you need to bring your girl out there and let her see these wonderful stars. They are stars, and they are great at what they do. And you know what? It is a spectacular place to watch. The club at Carlton Woods, the Nicholas course is beautiful. Everything about it is all. I'm telling you, I love the competition. I think they play a great brand of golf. Okay, it ain't like the guys where it's 380-yard drives and they got a wedge, a sand wedge in their hand on their second shot every time. There's 7 irons, there's 4 irons, there's all kinds of great play. Love it. 34 days to go. Let's go. Get your tickets at thechevronchampionship.com, thechevronchampionship.com.
Hey, guys, time for me to tell you about my good friends over at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. I don't have to tell you. I get to tell you about it. It's an honor to talk about Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. You know why? Because Craig DeSurf is borderline a saint. Now, he's got a little edge to him. I will tell you that, and that's the way I kind of like it. You just never know what you're going to get from a Craig DeSurf, but in a good way, not in a bad way. Like Craig is, he's kind of, you'd like him. You'd like hanging out with Craig. He's a really good dude. Great energy, very upbeat, positive. People like working for him because, you know, it's just he makes it easy. It's easy when you believe in your product. It's even easier when you know that you don't have to hustle people and you don't have to do that high pressure stuff. He wouldn't have it any other way. That's simply not allowed at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC out in Angleton. He's going to make sure that the car buyer gets the experience that they deserve, which is being excited about a new car, a new purchase, or a new lease. It's an excitement about that new car smell. You want to have the trade-in value that helps you make it a reality. Have all the dealer incentives that you can find, like 0% APR financing for 60 months on the Chevy Blazer EV model or the 2024 Equinox EV model, plus $7,500 clean vehicle federal tax credit for these EV vehicles. That's just one example of what they're doing at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Make sure that you head on out there. That drive out to Angleton will be worth several thousands of dollars of savings in your pocket. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Stop in today.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Hi, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. How Major League Baseball's top 100 position players stack up? There's tiers, and the best of the best, 6 players. Mookie Betts, Gunnar Henderson, Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, Juan Soto, and Bobby Witt. Those are the best of the best. In the next category is Yordan Alvarez. Yordan Alvarez is with Ronald Acuna, Ellie De La Cruz, Freddie Freeman, Vlad Guerrero, Fernando Tatis Jr., and Kyle Tucker. Jose Ramirez. I mean, these are really, really Bryce Harper, Francisco Lindor. Those are really, really, really good players. Is Yordan, I guess he's in the second tier. I guess. I don't know. That's interesting. All-stars, tier 3 all-stars. Those were MVP candidates. Yordan is an MVP candidate. I don't believe Kyle Tucker is, but okay. All-stars. Alex Bregman's in this group. The Matt Chapman's, Manny Machado, Mike Trout, Trey Turner, Austin Riley, good players, really good players.
Yeah.
And you notice that I haven't mentioned Jose Altuve yet. They've got him in the tier 4, in the 4th tier now. Is Jose Altuve a tier 4 guy now? He's with the Pete Alonso,
in left
Carlos
field,
Correa, Teoscar Hernandez, JT Realmuto, Christian Walker's in this group.
Okay, he's not in the same group with Christian Walker.
He's in the same group.
No, I mean, last year last year, his numbers last year. Now, some of this may be projection of his age, I guess, and time spent in baseball. This year, his projections, this is what they have as projections on Baseball Reference. They project him to hit 287 with an OPS of 823, still a good OPS. 21 home runs, which would be one more than last year. 59 RBIs, slightly less, 18 stolen bases, 102 strikeouts to 50 walks. Like, it'd still be a good season. I guess those numbers, I don't know. I feel like he still feels okay. So last year his OPS did drop by 110 points.
What was his OPS last year?
790. And the year before it was 915. The year before
so why
that,
isn't he in the same category as Christian Walker?
He is, I guess. You know, Jose Altuve's OPS has been 900 or more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times over the last 9 years. 900 or more. Yeah. 900 or more. And even after the last, if you want to go, it's like, you guys cheated in 17, you hit a bunch of balls and you hit the trash cans. Okay. Then in 2019, I know that was his year that he used that magic buzzer for everything.
Yeah.
It was 903. Then 2020, he was 629 OPS, which we know that was the disaster after the cheating scandal erupted. Then 839 OPS, 921, 915, 790. But, you know, he is 34 years old, and OPS is 790. His strikeout total for the first time in his career, he had 100. And, John, you know, boy, when you look at this and we start, and we're a little bit more attuned to this since we were looking at all the, you know, the not Montero, but the Abreu numbers and how he was sliding off.
Yeah.
The scary thing here, John, is that he had 91 strikeouts and 678 plate appearances in 21. In 22, he had 87 strikeouts and 604 plate appearances. He had 119 last year in 682. His strikeout rate is going up a little bit. Now, it seemed like last year he was flailing at pitches it really got bad. Like, I don't know what's happened to his plate discipline has always been hit or miss, but there are times he's laid off pitches. It seems like last year he just was full on Biggio at the slider. Like, you knew he was swinging.
One of the first things that Joe Espada addressed this preseason, I saw an interview with him, and I think it was the first day of spring training, is we're going to have a different approach at the plate.
Okay,
we're going to take pitches. We're going to make pitchers work. And it might have been directed at Jose Altuve, because Jose Altuve was flailing at a lot of pitches. It's just I don't want to see Jose Altuve age. I don't want to see Jose Altuve.
Can I tell you something that's strange? And I'm not sure what I guess because it even happened before the pitch clock. So Altuve was, at one point he led the league in stolen bases 2 years in a row, 56 in 2014, but no one would know because they were terrible. In 2015, he had 38 stolen bases. 30, he had another 32. Well, a strange thing happened. In 2019, he only had 6 stolen bases and 5 caught stealings. Now, it's not really strange. It is a strong analytical approach to baseball. You don't take chances with stolen bases.
Well, don't forget he had the bad wheel, too.
In 19?
Don't you remember when we were watching him try to run around?
Was that 19 or was that 21?
I don't remember.
See, I thought it was 21, but you may be right because he had 6 stolen bases and 5 caught stealings in 548 at bats. Now, Jeff Luhnow was still there, and Jeff Luhnow didn't believe it. You had that kind of danger, and you had a dangerous lineup. The idea was do not get thrown out on the base pass. Give these killers a chance to knock you in. So they didn't run as much. Then the next year after that, 2020, I don't even count. 2021, he had 5 stolen bases, 3 caught stealings. That's it, 5 stolen bases and 678 plate appearances. Then in 2022, now this coincides with Dusty, right? Well, Dusty had already been there, but Dusty was 2022. He had 18 stolen bases, 1 caught stealing, 14 stolen bases, 2 caught stealings. Last year, 22. It was his highest stolen base total since he was 27 years old in 2017. So while he looks like he may be aging, I think it's interesting that his efficiency on base is really been pretty good from a stolen base standpoint the last 3 years. So it is interesting.
Yeah, he does get thrown out at bases, though.
Well, 22 stolen bases, 7 caught stealings. Now,
no, I'm not talking about
an
that.
extra in trying to go from first. Yes.
Yeah, right.
He doesn't have great judgment of space, which is good for an outfielder, I think.
Well, I don't know if it's good for anybody, but it is something that we've lived with for Jose Altuve's life.
He's not a great base runner per se.
Yeah, right. We're not. No. Well, no. That's a problem. It's a problem. So 713-780-3776. Anyway, I thought I found that interesting. Jeremy Pena is amongst the 20-something guys, and just the Astros. I don't see anywhere where I just saw a story yesterday. The Astros are losing their grip on the division. We'll see. I think they're going to be I think they've got another division in them, and I think I got one more playoff push in them. I don't know. I don't know that this team is, going to be competing with the Dodgers anytime soon. But it is. I think you don't. Okay, you got a prediction? They going to make the playoffs this year?
No.
They don't make the playoffs this year.
Nope.
That's the dumbest thing you've ever said.
I don't have them winning 86
games.
games.
A lot of dumb things.
The Vegas over-under is 86.5. I just think it's.
But everybody in the division.
We sit and complain about this, that, and then you want me to just say, "Oh yeah, they're a playoff team for sure." How?
Playoff team for sure.
How often do we talk about you're terrified of the starting lineup, but you think it's going to be for sure playoffs? And not starting lineup, the starting
rotation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm terrified of Renel Blanco and
these things bother me, and I think there's consequences to them. I hope I'm wrong, but it feels like a very real.
Blanco wins the Cy Young.
I do too. I do too. I hope Fromber stays healthy. He usually is. I hope Hunter Brown is the same guy he is. I don't know if you win it with two good starters and everyone else.
Yeah. Well, I think Eric.
Did you see they shut down our boy Garcia also?
Yeah, of course. Well, what are you talking about? What about Lance McCullers being comeback player of the year?
That would be an incredible story.
That would be the best story ever.
And people are like, he's going to be Barista of the year and stuff like that. Like, let's cut the crap, guys. Quit calling him the coffee salesman. And is the coffee salesman also a pitcher? Stop it. You know who he is. He threw 24 straight curveballs against the Yankees.
Yeah.
All right, stop acting like you don't know who he is. Oh, this Barista of the year. No, comeback player of the year, not Barista of the year.
What is it?
Barista, yeah. Barrister is a
barrister is
lawyer.
An English lawyer.
Is an English lawyer. Yeah, he's a barista. The barista of the year.
If you're from Boston, you call him a barista.
Yeah, no, he's the guy. Okay, he could. All right, maybe he is barista of the year, but he's also going to be comeback player of the year.
Yeah. Okay, you could be both.
You can be both.
Shoot for the moon. Shoot.
I work two jobs.
Yeah.
He can do two jobs too. Like, why do people complain so much about he's always out there making coffee and all that stuff? So what? He also threw 24 curveballs against the Yankees. Enough.
Right.
And he was the starter. He started, John. People forget. Yeah. Charlie Morton. Do you remember who started the final game that the Astros won their first World Series? Lance McCullers. Did he hit three batters? Okay, who cares? He was sending messages. It wasn't just fastballs getting away from him.
With curveballs? You was hitting him with curveballs?
I don't know.
Sending a message?
I just know he was hitting them.
Yeah, but he threw those curveballs when it was just HD television. That's too long ago. What about he ain't done nothing since 4K became a thing?
Has he not pitched since 4K?
No, he has, but
okay.
But not 4K wasn't as widely available. He was doing that stuff on HD.
You had to pay a lot of money to see him throw 4K curveballs.
Yeah, it costs a lot. Now, anyone can get a 4K television.
Yeah, that's like when cell phones were giant bricks, right? And then
he's pitched since you've had brick cell phones.
Are you sure?
Flip phones made a comeback?
No.
As they should. Every kid my kid needs a phone. Get him a flip, man. Get them a flip. You don't have to worry about them getting addicted to a smartphone like all of us are. Get them a flip phone. They have to be able to get a hold of me. I know. I totally agree with you. Get them a flip phone. Make them earn every text message they send. You got to earn it like Jeff Van Gundy. And you've just typed the.
And then when the teacher takes it away from him, he won't punch the teacher in the face.
No chance.
Who cares? Here, take it.
Oh, flip phone, no problem. You don't beat the hell out of a teacher and go to jail because somebody took a flip phone. It's just a flip phone.
Your kids will purposely lose their flip phone. Oh,
my daughter's already broke that flip phone.
Sorry.
Guess what? They get another one then.
Yeah,
they'll keep testing you because they got all the patience.
My daughter somehow got broken. She goes, I don't even know how this happened. I said, I know how it happened. Got dropped. That's how it happened. My family just breaks everything. It takes them no time to cost me money. It takes them no time.
Yeah. All right. There's Lance's family rant this morning.
Yeah.
Let's break it here. 713-780-3776. I want to talk about HRP. I want to talk about your business. I want to talk about how good your business is. I want to talk about your business growing. I want to talk about, are you in a lull? Are you hit a rut? Are you doing things that are, taken away from you working on whatever widget that you sell? What is your widget? I don't know. Do you have a service company? Do you manufacture anything? Are you a restaurant? What is it that you do? I don't know. But you don't do payroll. You don't do HR. That's not your expertise. That's the expertise of HRP. You know what their business is? HR and payroll and taxes and being perfect and the Affordable Care Act and knowing everything that's going on. If you're looking for the best way to get that payroll to your people, stop doing it. You don't know it. You don't know. You don't know. Let HR&P do it for you, okay? Let HR&P take care of that part of it. They're going to do it cheaper than you can. They're going to do it cheaper than you can. They're going to take care of your HR, which is awfully important as well, and they're going to take care of your taxes. This is what HR&P does every day. Let them do it for you. Let your business grow. You worry about the things that you know, that HR&P worry about the things that they know. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
John Daspit is the lawyer who's going to fight hardest for you when it comes to an accident. It could be out on the roadway. It can be at the workplace. It can be a serious accident. It can be loss of life. You know, he has to do that. He's having to do that for those that Astroworld case where we had the concert that went crazy and a lot of people were injured. Some people lost their life. And John Daspit's the one that so many people turn to because he's got a reputation for being the best at what he does, which is fight for you. It takes a while to get some of these settlements because the other guys are trying to get through it as quickly as possible. These lawyers, to them, you're just a number. They want to get a settlement done. A lot of times they'll work hard with the insurance company just to work together. Do you want a lawyer working with the insurance company, colluding to get you a quick deal so they can get their check cut, their percentage, and get on to the next case? No. John Daspit and his lawyers, they're fighting for you. They're not working for the insurance company. Screw those guys. John Daspit says, we're going to fight for you. We're going to make sure that you get every penny coming to you for the time you're going to miss from work, for the amount on your bills that you're going to have to pay, these crazy medical bills, that are going to happen. If you don't have insurance, that's okay. John Daspit's going to get you the hookup so that you get your medical coverage and everything that you need, and the insurance company is going to pay for it, and they're going to take care of you from a pain and suffering standpoint. John Daspit's going to win big for you. It's because you did not ask for this injury, and yet he's going to step up and make sure that the other side does the right thing. And that's why you call John Daspit. 713-CALL-NOW. 713-CALL-NOW or go to DaspitLaw.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
There's something, it's for years this has bothered me, the Eliquis commercial. The Eliquis commercial says, you could get, explosive diarrhea, you could get headaches, you could lose your sight, and you could get paralysis, the inability to move.
Mm-hmm.
Why do they have to say you could get paralysis, the inability to move? Who doesn't know what paralysis is?
Well, we're a dumb country now, so I think there's probably a lot of people.
You don't think people know what paralysis is?
No, I think I would think,
honestly,
but I don't. Like literally, there's some really stupid people.
I'm sure they've looked into it, and that word is one that people
they
don't
had
know.
to. They're putting it in a TV commercial because this has clearly been an issue in the
because
past.
someone got paralysis, and then they were like, I didn't know what paralysis meant.
Well, I've got paralysis too. My skin itches. I've got this red, like a thing that won't go away. That's psoriasis.
Psoriasis?
That's psoriasis, you dummy. That's not paralysis. God, we should just put all the dumb people just put them in one state and just.
Well, somebody
I'm
got
tired of these dummies.
$100 million because they didn't know what paralysis meant. That's probably the case.
Yeah.
Somebody got $100 million in a lawsuit.
Yeah, you're
so
probably
they have to
right.
say
You're probably right.
The inability to move.
I kept using it because I thought it was a skin irritation.
What if they don't know what
$100 million.
You could get diarrhea. Oh, yeah. What is diarrhea? When you poop soup. I mean, honestly.
So
we are a dumb people.
Well, so we're a stupid people. But so I take Eliquis because I had atrial fibrillation, although I had it fixed. I haven't had an issue since then. I can tell you guys, for those of you, and more of you deal with it than I ever realized. I had no idea. My AFib stuff, the ablation, worked great. It has not been a problem for me. But there's been some other people where they had to do it a couple times for it to work, but it worked great for me. But you take Eliquis to thin your blood so you don't have a stroke while you're going through AFib, because you can go through. So I'll take the diarrhea, although I never had those issues, but I'll take the headaches and diarrhea over stroke.
In the commercial. I just made that up, the diarrhea part.
Well, it's probably in there. I mean,
no, but there have been commercials. You could get explosive diarrhea.
Yeah.
What?
Oh no,
I don't want that
for sure. Side effects of Eliquis.
This product could cause cancer. What?
Side effects of Eliquis. I guarantee that's going to, let's see, bleeding, dizziness, coughing blood. Hematura, bruise, nausea, melena, rash, headache, and 15 more.
Could give
vaginal bleeding,
lice.
Allergic reaction, nosebleed, spinal bleeding. Well, this is a blood thinner, so blood's going to be pretty high up there.
Did it say anal bleeding?
No, the other one, the choo-choo. Tiredness, confusion, constipation. I mean, I've got confusion, but maybe it's because I'm taking Eliquis. I don't know.
Eliquis.
Bleeding from the gums, fainting. I mean,
wow, there's a lot of things.
I've been fine. I haven't had any of those other than confusion, and I think that's just standard for me. I don't think that's Eliquis.
No, I don't think. If you take Eliquis, don't take Eliquis, you'll be confused.
Yeah.
Especially with directions.
Yeah. It's worse. I mean, I don't know. I'll just keep taking it. If it's worst thing happens to me is I get confused and I leave, iPads in a plane or something. I've been doing that. That's no big deal.
How come they don't say confusion? Confusion.
Yeah, you never hear confusion. Because they get clowned by Saturday Night Live, probably.
Well, you suffered from some confusion yesterday. You didn't know your phone was.
Yeah, so that's a great example. I couldn't find my phone, and it turns out I'd brought it with me. It's just underneath a piece of paper.
He was checking in places no one ever would put a phone. We have that file cabinet in here. He opened it and looked in. Did I put my phone in here? Like, no. Why would you have ever? You don't ever open that file cabinet.
It was under a paper.
Yeah, that I had brought with me.
Check the papers first.
I brought it. I couldn't see it there. I was checking everywhere. And then I lost it at the mall too. It fell out of my pocket yesterday. And I bet you won't be surprised to learn that I once left $400 inside of an ATM. I was on a phone and I was distracted, and I was a drive-through ATM and boop, beep, beep, boop, 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 boop. And then $400 and it goes, and it kicks out the $400 and I'm on the phone. And I don't know. I just got distracted and I drove off. And by the time I realized it, and I was probably a half mile down the road, like, oh my God, I turned around real fast, gone.
Well,
some loser stole my money instead of putting it on top.
Are they the loser?
Are they the loser? How about that guy?
Yes, they're the loser. They're thieves. I wish it was a sting so I could have had them arrested.
No, he wasn't a thief. Here's the deal. Do you ever go through a drive-through Jack in the Box and you go, hey, listen, buy that guy. I got that guy's tab right behind me.
No.
Right? So this guy in line at the ATM drives up and he goes, oh, my God, that guy just gave me $400.
I'm going to have to do that to somebody, too, one day.
You really do put that person in the bad position. You think they should just take the money, leave it on top of the ATM?
They are
stealing. But you think they should see the money and leave it on top of
Yes,
the
and then you
ATM.
write a note, say whoever's this is.
Who's carrying a pen and
Yeah.
a scratch
by the
You put
way-
a rock on top of it so it won't blow away.
A rock.
Oh yeah, well, have
Yeah.
you ever? Oh yeah, well, where you're getting a rock?
Yeah.
There's
Who has a
rocks all
rock?
over the place.
Okay,
You put a rock, or maybe just like an old. You got a Subway cup that has some Coke in it, or a spit cup. Just put it on top of it and just leave it there. I wish it was a sting, so these people could have gone to jail for a very long time and maybe been deported to a super
they wouldn't
prison.
go to jail. You left the
A
money for
super
them.
prison. We're deporting them to super prisons.
All right,
They're
just get
stealing
Jason
my
in
money
here.
out of the
Jason,
ATM.
Jason could not bear
Jason didn't want to be
waiting
in
for the
this segment.
conversation to
Jason
get on.
did not want to be in this
No,
segment.
but we do
Okay.
have Mark and Peter we can get to after we go to break.
Oh, it's
After
a
we go to
biblical
break,
show.
Let's go.
It's a
After we
biblical
talk
show.
about-
Mark and Peter. We just need a Paul and a John to call in.
Well, we got a
and a
John.
Jesus.
We already got a John.
What about a Jesus?
We got a Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. That's all we need.
And a
That's all we
Jesus.
need.
And a Jesus.
Yeah. Oh.
And a Mary.
Jesus.
Maybe a Mary. This is
Which Mary? Which kind of Mary? Magdalene or?
either.
Oh, okay.
Either. They're both good. They're both good Marys. Okay.
I hope people call in as those people now.
Time to talk about Robin. Robin, that's not a biblical name. Just not. I'm sorry. I don't remember ever seeing Robin in the Bible. Okay. But here's the deal. I do remember seeing her at Houston Powder Coaters. I do remember her seeing her save people's metal. I remember seeing her. If you've got patio furniture, you know how many patio furnitures. Robin is like a superhero in the patio furniture world because she saves patio furniture all the time, right? I mean, honestly, patio furniture is like, thank God for Robin. There's a big light, and not Batman. It's Robin that's up there. Okay, save our patio furniture, Robin, and then the Robin light goes off in Gotham, and all the people send their patio furniture to Robin, and she saves it. And you could be one of those people, and you know what? Your patio furniture will thank you for it. I don't know what kind of shape your patio furniture is in, but if it's shoddy, shungad, if it's no good, if you're like, we got to throw this out. No, you don't. You don't have to throw it out. Robin can save it because she's the patio furniture superhero. So Robin will do this for you. She'll give you to her phone number. You can text her pictures of your patio furniture and tell you whether or not to save it. Or listen, you're gonna have to put it to rest. Here's the deal. They're the best. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Free pickup and delivery. Save your patio furniture with Robin at HoustonPowderCoaters.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Mark, call back in. Jason, call back in. We're getting calls in right now. 713-780-3776. Let's go right to Peter. Hey, Peter, what's going on?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all doing today?
Good.
I just wanted to get in on this, the side effects thing. I think it's hilarious, and if you listen to them, it just makes you wonder why anybody takes any of this stuff. But some of them say, like, for depression, some of the side effects are depression and thoughts of suicide.
I can't
it's like,
believe
all
that.
right, thanks.
I thought the same thing. I knew where you're going because it's always crazy to me. Like, this seems like if you're taking medicine for nausea, side effect is vomiting. Like,
Right.
I feel like that's a great side effect for depression medicine.
Right.
Don't forget that we once sued Red Bull for not actually giving you wings.
Yeah.
Yes.
They didn't win though, right?
No, I don't know how that
Yeah,
worked
you just
out.
don't know because this is our country, so you don't know if that person could have won potentially.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
Red Bull Wings lawsuit 2024? No, of course, John. They settled a class action lawsuit for $13 million, accusing them of false advertising with their slogan, claiming the drink didn't deliver the promised superior energy boost.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
Well, for energy,
superior
not for
energy,
wings.
not wings.
Well, how are you able to make
How
the
do you
claim?
measure?
He
that?
argued that the slogan, which seemingly metaphorical, implied a significant and measurable enhancement in energy and performance Red Bull just couldn't deliver.
So Red Bull does not work?
Well, they paid
It doesn't?
$13 million.
Wow. I'm gonna not drink it any. Well,
So
I
they
never
made.
drink.
So it's funny because we will take. That's clickbait then. That they sued because this whole time all I've thought is that somebody actually said we didn't actually sprout wings.
Yeah. I
Okay.
don't know.
But here's what you got: $10 to anyone who purchased a Red Bull product in the last decade. Here's your $10 back, loser. That's what they said.
That's what you got. And the lawyers got a third of the 13.
But no
They
proof
got-
of purchase was required to claim the settlement. You could have
How
got
about
it,
that
John.
law firm got 4 points for that stupid, and then you're going to distribute $3 to everybody.
And everyone else they got $10 back, and then they got 2 Red Bull products featuring $15 combined until the money ran
They still do the
out.
wings. They still do the flying thing. I don't know.
No, they don't do wings. They don't say wings.
No, they don't say it, but they still got the wings on commercials. I mean,
They do sprout wings, but they don't. I
Yeah.
guess they don't explicitly say that Red Bull will give you those wings.
It gives you wings, right? Oh, that's stupid. We're a stupid community. We're a stupid community right now. Time for Jason. Who is it? Jason? Jason's in here. Hey, Jason.
Oh, good morning, fellas. Every time I hear about that, before I get to what I wanted to call about, every time I hear about that Red Bull giving you wings, I think about that guy that decided to tape some homemade wings to his back and say, F you, Red Bull, and jump off the roof of his house and break both his legs.
Yeah.
I just never could understand. Never
Oh,
could
yeah.
understand that. As a kid, that was my favorite clip. I know I was a kid, and I know I shouldn't be watching that stuff, but, it happens.
Mhm.
Hey, look, I got a question for you guys. I went to school at McNeese State and graduated there, and I married a U of H fan. And is it possible that my house could be divided in 2 games if McNeese plays Houston?
Where did you go to school?
McNeese.
McNeese, his
McNeese?
spouse is.
Yes.
I went to
absolutely.
McNeese. They
It's possible.
upset our
absolutely,
Tuesday
and
yesterday.
And I'm praying for it.
You're praying for a house divided?
I'm praying
Yeah.
for their house to be divided and U of H to play McNeese State. Yes.
But
Yes,
you stay on your
Hey,
side.
fellas,
Don't
this is the
you?
first time. This is the first time I'll ever get bragging rights at my house, so I might enjoy it.
Yeah, I
It
wouldn't
is.
count on it, but you should 100% keep backing your team. Do not
Yeah.
back down to the wife's team ever. Like I'd
You
prefer.
have.
I'd like it if you cheered for Houston, but I've seen too many people back down because they wanted to. They didn't. Well, the house gets a little too. No, stay with your
It's too
team.
many people you've seen in the mirror.
Yeah.
No, I don't. My wife claims I'm anti-Longhorn. I'm not. I'm very, very pro.
Oh, this
Longhorn.
is why.
See,
This is why I love your guys' show. I'm sitting here watching my wife roll her eyes right now. This is amazing. Thank you, Bill.
Oh, she's listening?
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Good for
what
her.
she needs to know is that you can't back down from your McNeese State stuff. Now, your wife is going to win, and
Yes.
probably you
Yeah,
won't
she is.
score
She is.
52 points.
Yeah, it's going to be even worse if you do make it and then they beat your ass. Okay, so you better hope Purdue beats McNeese State, because you don't want to go heads up and your wife to go, oh, look how I slapped you around. You don't want that. You don't want that in your life.
No,
You'd rather
you're
just
right,
go.
fellas. Hey, I
we're
love
not as
listening to y'all. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
All right, buddy.
You can't score if you don't shoot. So you'd rather be in the game than not in the game.
Well, of course, you'd rather be in the game, but not really. You want your wife to have the law over you like that? No.
Yeah, well,
No.
then win the game. Then play better defense against Houston.
Well, have better players than University of Houston? No, they don't. McNeese doesn't have better players.
They have
Best-
better players than Clemson.
Yeah,
At least
they
that
do
was
have
the
players.
prediction.
Yeah, you don't have to have the best players. You just have to play the best game.
And you're talking about house divided. Well, the Astros were in full support of the Cougs yesterday. They gave out shirts to their players to wear, except for one Brian King, who wore the shirt, but he's a McNeese State grad, so he's taped McNeese State Cowboys across the Cougar shirt. So I don't know. It was much like what's going on in that house. He goes, look, I'll put on the shirt, but I'm a McNeese State Cowboy. So he did that. So yeah, Jeremy Pena had a nice message for the Cougs. So the Astros in
nice.
full support. Yeah.
Nice. Man,
By the way,
I
speaking
I
of
love this.
speaking of the Astros wearing stuff, that's really cool that they did that for Houston. Have you seen the new City Connect uniforms?
yeah, what do you think?
I like them.
All right,
I'm kind of done with the
Space City.
yeah.
You don't like?
I've
like the
just
Space
seen a lot
City.
of
I like the
losses in
blue.
those,
I
seems
like
like.
the blue. This is all right. All right. I mean, it
I
incorporates
like it.
all
Something
of
new.
the.
It's a little light. It's a lighter color, obviously.
Yeah, it incorporates a lot of the old stuff. Yeah.
I didn't give it a close study. Maybe I need to look at it a little bit closer, but on first glance, I liked it fine.
Yeah, it's just gonna.
But I was
sell a
kind of the
bunch.
blue on blue was a little much for me. I didn't love that.
I thought I liked.
That's one of my
I liked
least
the look.
favorite, actually.
I like the look. I liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know people are upset. This is the war. Who cares? I mean, honestly, then don't buy it. I mean, but there's kids that are going to buy it and they're going to like it, and that's fine. Well, who cares? Everybody. This is
People will go out there at the ballpark. They'll see them. I don't know if they have a specific day. Will it be Mondays again for those? And then they'll see the guys in them, and they go, "Hey, I've got a traditional white uniform with Altuve. I've got a road one. I even got a City Connect old one. Let me get another one." That's how it works.
Yeah.
The guys will wear them, and people like, I'm at the ballpark. Let me make my purchase.
That's
I'm
right.
gonna get me a jersey from the team store.
Let me give the Jim Crane more money.
Yeah,
That's what
buy
I
that.
wanna do.
Yes, you're gonna buy a Fromber jersey. I mean,
Yeah.
it won't go towards keeping Fromber.
Man, well, this might if you buy enough jerseys.
How many? How many do you think it'll take?
Oh, I don't know.
100,000?
100,000.
I wouldn't promise that to people.
No, don't
That's
do
a-
that.
That's
This
a,
could
that's a
be-
promise you
is this
can't.
a-
You might get sued.
Yeah.
Is this a
You might
wing
get sued
thing?
like
Yeah.
Red Bull.
Yeah, the Astros won't do it because they know they'll get sued. So don't do it.
Right.
But we just don't know if you buy enough of those jerseys.
I think we
Maybe
know.
he does keep this.
I think
picture.
we know. I'm sure
No.
they
No.
that's a separate column in their
sure.
business. Jersey sales, and then what do we pay our star players? Different columns. They don't come together and
It'd be cool if they did.
It's
'Cause
unlikely.
people buy a lot of jerseys, Astros jerseys over the years.
I don't think they see it that way,
Yeah.
where one affects the other.
I love making this joke, but it's not really a joke. It kind of hurts. But if I'm being really fair about it, most of these guys I would have let walk. I mean, I wouldn't have given Carlos the money he wanted, not
No.
knowing that I had Jeremy Pena coming up. And yeah, you could argue Pena. I think Pena did help you win your second World Series. He was an enormous part of that. But George Springer was a for sure walk. Garrett Cole, you had no chance with. Garrett Cole couldn't wait to get out of Houston. Screw that guy.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that. To be honest.
No, I know
Yeah.
Garrett. And then, but who are the guys you really like? I get a little upset about this from a theoretical and practice because I know that this is just the way Jim operates. But in fairness, a lot of these I probably would have done the same thing. Kyle Tucker, to me, you had to trade, and they traded him. Finally, they dealt somebody, and they didn't fool themselves with believing we need to keep the window open. No, you need to go get a Cam Smith. That's what you need to do.
Yep.
And they did that.
Yep.
They let Bregman walk. Bregman's the one guy I would have liked to hold on to.
You need to go to Zadok Jewelers is what you need to do. That's what you need to do.
You could have bought Alex Bregman something from Zadok Jewelers, and maybe he stays.
Yes.
Maybe he stays.
Yes.
You throw that in along with a low ball offer, and maybe he stays. That's how good Zadok is. I'm serious. You can give a low ball offer to a professional athlete, and if you also include a luxury watch with it, they're staying. And Zadok has all the luxury watches. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. When I say all the luxury watches, I mean like every brand imaginable, every brand. And you can find unique timepieces because they're a boutique location for many of these top brands from around the world. And you're going to find a watch that really is going to be something you're very proud of, something you want to show off. Maybe you have multiple watches. This is what you collect, right? Some people collect other things. Usually they're shoe people, they're car people. You're a watch person. There's a lot of those in Houston. They buy, they sell, and they trade watches at my friends over at Zadok Jewelers. So if you're looking for watches, you probably already know about Zadok Jewelers if you're one of those watch collectors. But if you don't, or if you want to buy your first luxury watch, I promise you, from a price standpoint, from a selection standpoint, from a sales experience and their knowledge of it, they're the tops. They also have master craftsmen right there and technicians in there that are certified with every timepiece that is available to mankind. They can fix it for you. You'll be blown away when you stop in, just like I was. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's my good friends over at Zadok Jewelers.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get Will in here, and then I want to talk a little NFL. What do you say, Will?
Hey, guys. I took Gilbert some cupcakes yesterday. We had an awesome birthday celebration. Caught him in his mid-morning nap, which he loves to do, TV blasting. I woke him up. He housed a vanilla cupcake. I was like, hey, let me get a picture. By the time I got my camera out, he's on the last bite of his cupcake. So we had a good time. I asked him about who's this guy who works for the Astros, and he's just like, yeah, it works for the Astros. So that's still a mystery. I think he might have dreamed it or something.
Might have been a fever dream, yeah.
Yeah, or next time I go, I'm just going to say I'm the head of baseball operations for the Astros.
Ooh, I don't think you want to do that because
no, Gilbert will go.
You got to be careful now.
No,
hat,
you're not. No.
Shirt, hat, shirt.
Yeah, no. Gilbert will know that you're not.
Cupcakes. I gave him your best. We had we were about a month late on that birthday thing, but
did you meet his roommate, Will? Did you meet his roommate?
No, his roommate was just sleeping in bed. He's behind this kind of like partition.
Okay.
So, yeah. Just reporting on that. I sent you a couple of photos, Lance, and I posted some other photos and tried to tag you guys so you could see him posing with his cupcakes. But all is well in Gilbert land.
That's very nice of you. Very nice of you. We appreciate you, Will.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for taking care of Gilbert. Anybody else wants to? All right. He's at Sharp View. You want to bring him something? Go ahead. Get it. Okay. That is very, very nice. Very nice. The annual league meetings are coming up March 30th to April 2nd. There are a couple of things, and one of them I agree with. The Detroit Lions want the best record to be the higher seed, not division winners.
Yep.
And I agree with that. I think back to Marshawn Lynch grabbing his junk, scoring a touchdown against the Saints when they were 7-9 hosting a playoff game. I mean, that's just ridiculous. And we've seen, we're watching 10-7 teams hosting 14 and 3 teams. I mean, it's just it's ruined. It ruined the college football playoff this year, where you had conference winners being the higher seeds, and you got matchups that are just stupid because of it.
I mean, they want it just seeding, as you mentioned. I mean, just record. Go all the way down with just record.
Right.
I feel like it needs to be, if you have a losing record, maybe just put like, I don't think the NFL is ever going to go for that, but maybe if you put a guardrail in for a bad team, like.
Well, no. Your division winners get in.
No,
they should be hosting games.
Well, yeah, no, I get it. I still feel like the NFL is going to, they're not going to want to allow a team who wins the division not to have an advantage for winning the division. Because remember, every single team that votes could be that team one day.
Yeah, I get it, but it doesn't make sense. You're rewarding them because they're in a crappy division.
I know, but will they vote for it?
7-9 team hosted a playoff game.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah.
And it hasn't happened a lot, but I'm with you. But you could also put something in there where if you have a 500 record or worse, you don't get to host it. You fall down to the next seed, and the seed below you will move up. You could put something like that. I don't know if they're going to go wholesale best records, because then 2 teams from the same division could end up being 1 and 2, and that's a big advantage.
And isn't it difficult to do that and judge what's fair because schedules are so different? Like, okay, you have a great record, but did you play a crappy schedule to get that great record?
We kind of know when there's crappy divisions, though.
No.
If you win a division
But if you win a
8-9.
division, let's say you win a division, since we're using the extreme example of the 7-9 Seahawks, if you win a division at 10-7, but your division is filled with teams who will finish above 500, so those games are absolute wars. You don't get to host a playoff game for winning that division, and you have to go to a team who had a soft schedule.
Well, if you're 10-7, listen, if you're 10-7, if the whole division is 10-7, Dell,
I
everybody's
didn't say 10-7. I said
well, no. The winner is 10-7.
yes.
So, okay, he played a crappy schedule.
No, they played a hard schedule to get to 10-7.
Yeah, one of the top 3 schedules in the league.
Say it's an AFC division and they play a tough NFC on the other side because of their NFC game. So I don't know if the NFL would do it because of schedules are imbalanced.
Yeah, I don't think they ever would. But they could make changes to it. I just don't know that they would do just straight record because, as Dell mentioned, like some teams' records are super easy. And then, I mean, their schedule may on paper look tougher at the beginning of the year, but then a couple of injuries all of a sudden turns a tough schedule into a super easy one.
So if you're playing.
Yeah, I don't think you should just be rewarded for just because you win your division.
Well, that's fine.
We know who. I mean, you could tell what your were the Texans worthy of a home game this year? Meh,
but
not really.
But then you're saying you're waiting at the end of the year to tell us as far as they didn't look good enough, so they shouldn't get it. The NFL can't do that.
If you're 10-7, you didn't look good enough.
Well, that's not always the case. Like I said, I mean, in the Texans case,
for the most part, it is.
In the Texans case, a lot of times you're in a really tough division. The Texans weren't in a tough division. Now they did play a tougher schedule. They did play, Kansas City, the Ravens, the Bills.
You played a first place schedule, but so did Kansas City.
They played a tougher schedule.
They won all those games.
All schedules aren't made the same by the end of the year.
So, for example, the Chargers came to town, and the Chargers, were they 10-7? Was that their record?
Yeah, they were tied.
So, in this case, I guess are you giving it to the Texans? Or are you saying that if the Chargers played a tougher schedule, are you giving it to the Chargers because the schedule says the Chargers?
The tiebreaker would be winning your division. The tiebreaker would be
because in other leagues, tiebreaker is you get to a tiebreaker of the schedule is tougher, so we give them the advantage. It happens in other leagues.
Those two teams wouldn't have been playing each other. That wouldn't have been the case because they were both 10-7. They would have played teams that were with better records because.
Well, wait a minute.
They wouldn't have faced off against each other. Well, the only reason the Texans were the 4th seed because they won the division. That's the only reason they were the 4th seed. They wouldn't have been the 4th seed.
So you think the Texans should have gone to play that bad Steelers team at the end of the year?
Maybe. Well, wait. What were the Steelers?
Who was the 5 seed? The Chargers. The Chargers were the 5 seed, right?
Yeah.
And
the Texans were the 4, right?
They had the same record, I believe.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is why it won't happen.
Because there's too many variables.
It's just way too many variables.
You can't just go, the division means your 10-7 record means less than that other team's 10-7 record. If you want to do something that could get done, just say a team with the 500 record or worse doesn't get an automatic home game. The Chargers.
That's an easy.
And the Chargers were 11-6. And
so the Chargers should have hosted the
Texans.
Yeah, the Chargers should have hosted the Texans.
No, they're not doing that.
Well, again, what were the records of all the teams? I don't think those teams would have matched up.
Which teams?
What were the records of all the teams last year? The Texans and Chargers wouldn't have been up against each other.
Well,
because the Texans were 10-7, they would have been playing against the Bills or the Ravens.
The Chargers had the second easiest schedule in the NFL last year.
And the Texans,
when Bengals were third.
And when the Texans won 2 years ago, they had a really easy schedule. They had a 4th place schedule.
The Steelers had the second toughest schedule. And the Texans had 25th. But I'm sure that's just because the rest of the teams in their division are so sucky. But it is what it is.
Texans had 25th?
Yep.
And they were a first-place team.
You would think
they were the first-place team, and they had a 25th easy. They had the 25th schedule.
That's what it says. That's what Warren Sharp says. It's pretty easy to find out. You just go look at the records of your opponents. But, it also is an undue, like in real life, you'd probably use more of a median or you'd eliminate top 2, bottom 2, because there's just such an outrageously low, with Jacksonville and Tennessee. Those are 4 games. Granted, those are 4 games out of 16, but their losses count substantially more than the wins of Buffalo, for example. It's never, John, I get it. And on surface, I would say, oh, it sounds good. But then when you start really thinking about it, it gets a little trickier because not all schedules are made the same.
No,
not all
not
divisions
all of them
are
are
the same.
equal, but there's nothing you can do about that.
Well,
I mean,
but
you seed in college football by an election. I mean, it's just
and that's
it's
dumb.
Yeah, no one likes that either.
No one likes that either. No one's ever going to like any of it. So the NFL's not likely to do this. But hopefully they take a look at bad teams not being able to host. But the Texans wouldn't qualify for that. A 10-7 division game should not. Oh, well. I mean, it just happens. You'll have some years where, it's not. That wasn't an egregious. No one got screwed in that.
No, nobody got screwed.
No one got screwed with Texans.
Also, the Packers want to eliminate the tush push.
Well.
And that might happen. They need 24 votes out of the 32 owners.
Here's the problem with it. It seems too unfair because it always works. But here's the problem. Other teams try it and it's not as successful. So now you're punishing one team for being too good at it. If everyone had the same success rate, I could see it. Mm-hmm. But when other teams have lower success rate and one team is just really good at it, what do? Most coaches say just stop it. You got to stop it. Because I don't hear the coaches out there trying to eliminate it. You don't ever hear that. They believe that if you have an advantage, then stop the advantage. Now, if you want to say you cannot have two players behind, you can do some small things to limit it. You can say no pushing from behind, just turn it into a regular quarterback sneak, which would be a big change. You could say you can only have one player behind. You cannot have two players behind. That would maybe change it a little bit. I just know they get a tremendous amount of push from guard, center, guard, and their quarterback can squat 500 pounds.
Yeah.
Like you shouldn't punish somebody for offensive linemen who create push and for a quarterback who can squat more than some of your guards can. You shouldn't punish them for that.
The one that might pass, and the other one that might pass is regular season overtime rules.
Yeah, I think that will pass for sure.
That probably will pass. I don't think they're going to do anything to the kickoff. There's no talk about that.
Would you be disappointed? There's some things I think are goofy, and there's other things that I think make sense. I don't think it would be a terrible idea to turn it into a 2-point conversion.
Yes, there should be no ties. There should be no ties.
Yeah, well, you can't have ties. Yeah.
Decide the game. And if it's 2-point conversions, I go on the field, I got try a 2-point.
What if you started off with a 2-point conversion battle? That is the 2-point conversion is your shootout. It's not. There is no extra time.
That's your penalty kick. No.
Why not? I mean, you're worried about head injuries. You're worried about players playing extra football.
You play 10 minutes and then you go to 2-point conversions. Play the game just like soccer. You play you play soccer, and then you go to kick. Then you go to kicks. Play the game. If you can't decide it by then you go to 2-point conversions. I mean,
would be.
I would be okay with 10 minutes, but both teams get to touch the ball.
Dell, would you be okay with going straight to a 2-point conversion like college football does?
Well,
they don't.
They don't.
They still a bastardized version of football with their overtime rules.
Would you be averse to the overtime rules of college football?
Treat it like hockey. I mean, don't take a player off the field
you get the
like
ball
they
at the
do.
10-yard line and you have to score a touchdown.
Nah, just play hockey. They do it to get it over quickly, so they take players off the ice, less players in regulation until they get to the playoffs, and they treat it like regular hockey again. Yeah. But do it. Just play overtime, and if 10 minutes can't decide it, whatever length of time you want to pick, then you can go to your 2-pointer to get people out of there.
Yep.
So you guys will do your Tiger Golf League kickoffs, but you won't do a different type of overtime?
No, because ties aren't that prevalent. So
this is a different type of overtime. You actually do 2-point conversions after.
Yeah, and ties aren't so prevalent.
Extra football, it's dangerous.
Well, they're still playing extra football right now. It's not.
So it's Thursday night football, but you know what we're doing? Thursday night football.
That's because people need to see football on Thursday.
Sure.
Yeah.
In the event that they can't decide
is it in the Constitution?
In 70 minutes.
In the Constitution.
If you can't decide the result in 70 minutes of football, then go to your 2-point conversions.
Yeah, that's right. I agree. And I agree
should never
with
have
John.
a tie. Never.
I agree with John Clay Wolf giving away $25,000 a month. You want $25,000? Go to givemethevin.com. Find out how you can sign up. You get so many entries, like 250 entries. You can get into the giveaway. But if he buys your car, you get 1,000. How about that? So sell John Clay Wolf your car. you might get your money for your car plus 25. What? That's right. GiveMeTheVin.com. It's where you go to sell your car. GiveMeTheVin.com is the place to get your car selling on, okay? It takes literally minutes. Everything is minutes, but very few minutes for you to sign up, put in your VIN number or your license plate, and start the process of getting your car sold to GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com is the largest car buyer in America. America's number one, the biggest, the best. The dude does 2B a year. That's right. And, there's a reason. It's because people want to sell them. People want to sell John Clay Wolf their car. You know why? Because he gives you more for it. And if he can't give you more than CarMax, he's going to send you $100. Absolutely free. $100 for not being able to buy your car. So you're looking for the best way to sell your car, one way. GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. John is on hold. Let's get John in here. Hey, John. No, John? Hey, John. You're not there. All right. Let's move on.
You're not here.
Cougs win yesterday. We haven't talked about that in a while. The Cougs with a big 38-point win held them to 40. Looked great. Got Gonzaga now tomorrow. 7:40 tip-off. They put them on prime time because that is, I mean, when you look at all of the games tomorrow, that is the premier game. That is the premier game. McNeese and Purdue are going to kick it off at 11:10, the early game. Arkansas St. John's, nice. How about our Aggies and Michigan? That's a pretty good game.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good game. The Aggies looked pretty good yesterday. Everybody was saying that, yeah, a lot of people had Yale. A lot of people.
Many people thought it was a dangerous game.
Poorly rated people said that Yale was going to beat A&M.
No, A&M was start to finish. They did a good job.
Yep. They got and so UCLA Tennessee is at 8:40. Cougs and Gonzaga 7:40. And those are the late games. Those are the primetime games tomorrow night. So big stuff. Creighton and Auburn. I think Creighton looked pretty damn good too.
Yeah, Auburn's kind of scuffled here at the end of the year, and Auburn did not look great yesterday.
No.
Auburn has not played. They are not playing their best basketball right now.
What about Drake getting through and playing Texas Tech tomorrow?
Yeah, they handle Missouri. That could be a tough one for Texas Tech after, what we saw in the Big 12 tournament. But I hate to rule them out based on one game. I mean, Tech has been a good team all year long. But yeah, I think that one's going to be one. I haven't seen what the line is. I'm thinking it's going to be something like 5. Texas Tech would be my guess. I have not seen the lines on those games just yet.
We can see that. That's easy to do. That's not a problem, Lance. We can find out all of that. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. And I'm telling you, you can find out what all the lines are and bet on all that
That's
stuff.
so easy it is. It's literally that easy. Here's what we're looking at for the Cougs. Let's see. So for the next set of games, hopefully they already have them up. And they do. McNeese is a 5.5-point underdog against Purdue. Auburn is a 9.5-point favorite against Creighton. Tennessee is 4.5 against UCLA. I like that. Houston's 5 against Gonzaga. And the over-under is 140. That's a pretty respectable total there. Wisconsin's a 1-point favorite to go over against the Mad Bombers from BYU. And Texas A&M is a 2.5-point favorite against Michigan. That's a tough one there now.
Michigan won the Big Ten. The Aggies could go cold shooting wise.
Yep.
I don't know. Texas Tech 7.5 against Drake. Drake looked pretty good.
I don't have the Texas Tech line here. They're 7.5 against Drake.
Yeah, 7.5 against Drake. Yep. The Johnnies are -7 against Arkansas.
Most likely upsets today. So everyone that I trust from a basketball standpoint that really, John Chill said this too, but people who really watch a lot of basketball, people who, including, college analysts, they all think Mississippi State's going to beat up on Baylor today. They're 1.5-point favorite. Bama's 22 against Robert Morris. Iowa State's 14 against Lipscomb. Memphis. So a lot of people love Colorado State too. They're the 12 seed and they're a favorite.
Yeah.
Memphis, I guess, should have been something like more like an 8, I guess, according to 7 or an 8 seed, and they got a 5 seed. And guess what? The 12 is now the favorite. -1.5. St. Mary's versus Duke. Mount St. Mary's. It's different. Duke is a 32.5-point favorite, so they're the biggest chalk of the whole team.
As long as Duke wins by 32 and not 33, then life is good.
Why is that?
Because in that pool, I got Mount St. Mary's, and they got to cover.
It's not win, it's just cover.
If you cover,
but you still need to keep moving on to win. Yeah. Okay.
If they cover, I get Duke. Wait.
So, if they cover, you get the other team's the other person's team?
Yes.
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard of.
It's great because actually now, it's not just I got Mount St. Mary's in this thing. I got no chance. Well, if they cover, then I got a chance.
So how much did Mount St. Mary's go for versus what Duke went for?
It didn't. No. This is a different one. This
Oh,
is you
okay.
just get assigned teams.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
you
no,
just
no,
draw
no.
them. How many of those are you in?
I'm in a few.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Vanderbilt versus St. Mary's. So the streets are saying St. Mary's slows it way down. And they backing it in, turn, spin, backing it in. It's a Gene Peterson special because St. Mary's is going to be pounding the ball down low, getting it into bigs, and it could be a lower scoring game. Most people like Vanderbilt plus a point.
That was Jetter's nickname in high school. Pounding it down low and getting it in the bigs.
Yeah, that was somebody's nickname. North Carolina is a 1.5 point favorite as an 11 seed against Ole Miss. Isn't that a little I mean, if we're going to say North Carolina shouldn't be in the tournament, shouldn't we have to fade them every game?
-1.5. How about that? The play-in team that everybody was
against the 6 seed.
Against, yeah, and they're a favorite.
And maybe it tells you that Vegas is like, ooh, this selection committee sucks this year.
Yeah. Yep.
Maryland's 10. Maryland
but that happens, man. The team that shouldn't have been there moves on and gets to the Sweet 16 and even further.
I'm cheering for Ole Miss. I'm cheering for Chris Beard and Ole Miss.
I'm cheering for North Carolina because I put them in my bracket just because of all that crap.
Florida is a big favorite, 28-point favorite. Kentucky versus Troy. Kentucky's an 11.5 point favorite. Former player's head coach there. Marquette is a 4-point favorite against New Mexico. Many people believe New Mexico is going to win that game also. Really, really tough team, New Mexico. So that's one to keep your eye on as a live underdog there. Arizona, who the Cougs whacked, 14.5 against Akron. Oklahoma's a 5.5 point dog against UConn. I feel like Hurley and his squad is going to, I mean, I like them over Oklahoma, but I know that in my bracket previously, who would they get here? Auburn? Would they take on, don't they get Auburn in the next round if they were to win?
Who?
UConn. They get a 1 seed. Is it Auburn or Florida? Maybe Florida, actually. I think it's Florida. Yeah, it's Florida. Nah, UConn can't beat Florida.
No.
Even if they win. Illinois is a 3.5 point favorite against Xavier. Michigan State, 17 against Bryant. This is it for Izzo, so we'll see how he does. Oregon, 7 against Liberty. They have not lost to Liberty. They have not lost to a seed 7 or over 7 seed ever. They're like 6-0, 7-0 lifetime. Not that it matters now necessarily, but interesting historically. So those are what the games you're looking at today.
So Mississippi State is the biggest pick, right?
I would say so based on everybody. I mean, I haven't heard anyone who likes Baylor, so do with that what you will. And yet they're only a 1.5 point dog.
It just seems to me like Lipscomb could be a big upset. That just sounds like an upset team. Lipscomb advances against an Iowa State.
You could just hear Gus Johnson screaming,
yeah.
Lipscomb College, formerly David Lipscomb, a team who from Tennessee, who no one, the other team from Tennessee, there's 3 from Tennessee, but the third one is the story of the tournament.
Yep.
Tennessee is the home of college basketball right now.
Tennessee's pretty good.
Tennessee, Vanderbilt, and Lipscomb.
Sure
3 teams from Texas. We do have Texas A&M, Texas Tech, Houston, and Rice.
Right.
Oh, I don't. Wait, no. I always get mixed up. Rice didn't make it.
Rice didn't make it?
Yeah.
I thought Rice made it.
Rice didn't make it.
All right, we got a break. We got to talk about Jim Fiume. He made it. Jim Fiume made it 36, 37 years ago. He made Gulf Coast Windows, and Gulf Coast Windows is what it is today because of that man. Gulf Coast Windows is the best in the business. Gulf Coast Windows is the leader. Gulf Coast Windows is they set the pace for window and door companies. And I don't give the doors enough credit. Okay. When you see these doors, you're like, wow, that is a door. That is an unbelievable. So the first thing that people see when they come to your house is the door, is the entry to your home. And if you beautify it, how about security? You don't want people being able to bust down your door, right? You ain't busting down a Gulf Coast door, okay? Because Gulf Coast, man, those doors are something. They are beautiful. Not only their beauty, privacy, security. Those are the three things that Jim Fiume has focused on when I don't know. The manufacturer of Gulf Coast windows and doors is one hell of a manufacturer because they make the best product. So you're looking for, and if you're going to replace your windows, you're going to replace your doors, get the best. Why would you skimp? Why would you save? There's a reason you have to replace them because they suck. You don't want that anymore. You want beauty, privacy, security, and, oh, by the way, you're going to save money because your energy isn't going to escape. With a Gulf Coast window, 713-849-5454. You're looking for replacement windows or doors, GulfCoastWindows.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
How about Alex Ovechkin last night? Scored. He's 7 goals shy of breaking Wayne Gretzky's record with 13 games left. That dude.
That's incredible.
He's got, I almost think, I hate that. Wayne Gretzky's the greatest ever. And Alex Ovechkin's going to have the goal record. He does, though. He's Russian. He's got a Russian model. I mean, there's pictures of his family. You want to talk about Russian? Holy crap.
Gretzky's had a good run, too. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, Gretzky's hated now because he's pro-Elon.
He's also Canadian.
He's pro-Trump, and he's Canadian.
He's Canadian. So everyone everybody hates him.
Yeah, right. Steph Curry left last night's game with a pelvic contusion. Do you want a pelvic contusion?
I've had one.
Ever?
It was fun at the time, and then it got worse,
No, I don't think so. Pelvic
Yeah,
contusion.
pelvic
sounds
contusions. It's fun when you get them.
Like, no. Well, no. It's
What,
well,
Dell? What's that look for? Some are
Well,
fun.
We're not talking about how you got it. We're talking about the end
bruise.
result.
Well, yeah, that
Yeah.
hurts.
Well, yeah, the result is bad.
Yeah.
But if you got a pelvic contusion because you were, that's a rough night.
Mhm.
Caitlin Clark will be on national broadcasts for 41 of her 44 games this season.
Not a surprise.
No, not a surprise.
Now, national broadcast is
yeah,
a
could
relative
be.
term because they're still hard to find.
Right.
Unless
But-
they did get a new TV deal, so I don't know. Maybe it's not as hard.
That Paul Skeens card where he wore the one time his rookie year, his first game. You know what it sold for? That trading card?
Probably $1 million.
1.1.
Yep.
1.1. Yep. That how about
Lottery
that kid?
ticket.
Yeah, that kid that they wanted to give him Pirates season tickets. He lives in Los Angeles. Yeah, I think I'll take the 1.1.
You couldn't give me a suite with everything paid for.
Big ups to Georgia wide receiver Nitro Tuggle, arrested on 2 driving-related charges. The 9th Bulldog to be arrested on such charges.
What's his nickname?
Nitro.
It should be nitrous.
He's the 9th since 2023.
Oh, no, they've had a run now.
They're unbelievably good at this horrible driving. I mean, talk about, dude, Georgia, slow down. I mean, why do they feel like they're in a drag race everywhere? Every Georgia Bulldog, 9 arrests since 2023.
And rumor has it they have a car racing video game in their practice facility. Swear to God. Swear
They
to
do
God.
not.
Like they've got video games, a pinball machine and like 4 video games. Rumor has it they have a car racing game in there too. Hopefully
Dude,
they've taken it out.
Kirby, you got to pull that out of
Yeah,
there.
hopefully you've taken that out. It's just bad optics.
Do you guys remember former Michigan offensive coordinator Matt Weiss?
No.
Oh.
Are we doing news of the weird?
No, this isn't news of weird. It's just news of stuff. Just stuff.
Okay.
Matt Weiss was charged with hacking student data and downloading intimate photos.
Okay. Number one, this is news of the weird because this is crazy. You said he was an offensive coordinator?
He was their offensive coordinator.
So an OC knows how to hack data? He can hack in to get your pictures?
Apparently
That's
he
one
was
of the most
hacking in.
incredible. Like, that's almost unbelievable. A football coach knows how to hack into stuff. I mean, what is it? Just knowing it has to be more than knowing passcodes, unless you know the code to their cloud. You know what it could be? You use the same computer and they accidentally save their password on a cloud account.
That's not hacking.
That's not hacking.
They're saying he's a hacker.
I know, but what he could have been is just he lucked upon somebody saving their. Well, not lucked upon. It's illegal.
You don't think a coach could actually, if you're the offensive coordinator at Michigan, you are putting a lot of time in. So
well,
how do you know how to do that?
What are the chances that maybe Connor Stallion was involved with that?
No, none. 0. Do not put Connor Stallion on downloading porn.
On being able to hack something?
Don't do it. It's a lawsuit.
On being able to. Do you think Connor Stallion could break into something?
I have
digital?
no idea. I don't want to get involved in this conversation.
This is the one.
What I do want to
where
talk
you're
about.
going to draw a line. The Connor Stallion conversation.
Well, no. Saying that someone was involved in it. That's
I'm
what
not
I don't
saying
want
he
to do.
was. I'm saying could he potentially get into? Could he
You're
break
asking,
into stuff?
Does he have? Would he have the
Is he have the
ability?
skills to hack?
I don't know anything about Connor Stallions other than
the documentary.
I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't see any hacking skills. I don't know. The U.S. men's team crumbled. Dell lost to Panama.
Well, crumble would suggest,
And it was a battle for the canal too.
winning.
We don't get the canal now.
No, it was just that made-up tournament, Nations League. Yeah, they didn't put away their chances. The ones they had didn't have many. Then Panama scored in like the 94th minute. The best part about it, if you don't care about this tournament, and it's a moment for Panama. The goal scorer's favorite player was Thierry Henry, and Thierry Henry was on site for the game as part of the broadcast, and he jumped over the stanchion and then jumped on stage and hugged him seconds after the goal.
Thierry Henry celebrates every he is the least professional
not
broadcaster
him.
I've
The
ever
player
seen.
did. Thierry was just sitting on
but
set.
I've seen Thierry Henry celebrate too.
Well, he loves soccer. He loves the beautiful game.
Like
he's celebrating the sport, the beautiful sport.
No, he celebrates his teams.
Okay.
What are his teams?
Well, obviously France #1.
Yeah, but
everyone.
Somebody's got to celebrate.
Well, the Americans were sitting there watching, like Maurice Adu and Clint Dempsey were both there, both guys who've played in World Cups for the U.S. And Adu couldn't even be on set when the guy ran over. He was so disappointed because they were like behind the goal when it happened, and Adu was apoplectic by it. So yeah, those guys played for their country. They love them. That's how it works.
Yeah, I mean he loves them. And finally, the Celtics sold for $6.1 billion. The largest number in the history of North American sports.
I don't know if the number is right. I saw that they were purchased by that same group at
Bill
325 million, and they sold it for 6.1 billion.
6.1 billion. How about that? Man, I mean, it just got past the Commanders deal of 6.05, and I mean. And the Suns were just sold a couple of years ago for 4.
Is there anything
6.1 B?
Forget flipping houses. Is there anything that's more
lucrative,
that's more surefire than just owning a professional team in one of the 3 major sports? Even baseball, that has its own issues, they're still making hand over fist. Whenever you sell it, you make so much money. You know, the appreciation of value on these teams, especially if you have public stadiums. And you're not getting public financing full, like it's not like it used to be. There's percentages to it, but as long as you get one, they're money makers, especially if they're used for more than just your sport, which, you know, that's why everyone wants a multifaceted facility now, because you can make more than just, you know, you can have other than just your sport.
So it's 360 in 2002. So 23 years later, they sell it for 6.1.
How about that?
And
how about that investment?
Speaking
how
of
about
billionaires,
that return on investment?
Billionaires, Tillman has some competition for a hockey team in the city.
When Tillman bought the Rockets for 2.2, we were all like, "Oh my god!"
We knew he bought it on the high side, but he'll be fine.
But you know what? He knows they don't go down. They never go down.
They don't go down. It's just a matter of holding on to it for 10 or more years, and you're gonna make money.
Well, if he wanted to use some of that money to buy a hockey team, he's got competition.
Okay, who is it?
American billionaire Dan Friedkin has emerged as a strong ownership option to bring the NHL to Houston. So it looks like he may be the front runner.
Got money. That wouldn't be bad. Good. Go get it, Dan Friedkin. Dan Friedkin has a great Congaree, a great golf course in South Carolina.
He also owns a great soccer team in the Premier League.
They're not great. They're average at best.
Since the last month and a half.
Okay, but the totality of the season.
Not since we changed managers.
All right. You, an Everton fan and a Jalen Green fan, shaking hands with the way you evaluate things. Friedkin is chairman and CEO of Gulf States Toyota. So money to burn.
Yes. How about that? Sweet. All right, we got a break. We got to talk about Ownwell. We got to talk about it's tax time. It's March 21st. It's tax time. You know what the government's trying to do? Take all your money. They're trying to take your money. That's right. Don't let them take your money. Don't let them take more than they deserve. 86% of the time. Ownwell has done this. They've had hundreds of thousands of customers, 5-star reviews. Hundreds of thousands. That's a big enough sample size, isn't it? Well, in their world, 86% of the time, the government is overcharging you. How about that? And by an average of $1,100 a year. Are you kidding me? So how do you fight this? Well, do you know you don't have the technology, you don't have the expertise in this? Ownwell does. Ownwell is going to be able to beat the government where you might not be able to. Ownwell makes paying your taxes easier, more affordable. 3 minutes to sign up, no upfront costs, only pay if you save. It's a win-win-win, win-win. Local tax experts backed by cutting-edge technology. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com. Do not do this yourself. Let Ownwell get you savings, and you're going to love it. Ownwell.com.
You're looking for a Buick Equinox? Hey, look, here's the deal. For some of you, you're looking for a certain type of vehicle. It may be a big, powerful truck with that Turbo Max engine. They've got that for you. That's not a problem. You may want a truck that is reliable, that has certain interior features because you want your home away from home. That's not a problem. They got you covered with the Silverado and the GMC Sierra pickup truck. And there's different variations of them. For some of you, you may be looking for a first car for your kids who are going to college, your kids are in high school. Maybe you want to take a step down a vehicle. You want something that's more affordable right now. Maybe your family's getting smaller. Maybe you're getting, you're a young couple who just had your first baby, and you say, man, we need to really make sure our car is safe, and we need to get a bigger vehicle because we're going to start having more and more kids in the family. For any of these situations, Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC is your solution. They're out in Angleton. They give the best prices, the best trade-in value for your vehicle. And they also really are top notch when it comes to making sure that you have a car buying experience that is going to be unmatched. So whether you're looking to scale down, scale up, go big or go small, it doesn't matter. They are the solution for you. Lease, purchase, they've got you covered with finance rates and dealer cashback incentives that no one else can touch. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Chevy, together, let's drive.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Texans even money to win their division. Even money. The Jags are 3-1. The Colts are 3-1. The Titans are 8-1. The biggest favorite to win their division. Can you guys guess?
Dodgers.
No, this is football.
I'm just to stick with Dodgers.
Okay, the Dodgers are the biggest favorite to win their division.
The biggest favorite to win a division is going to be the West. No, not Chiefs.
Nope.
Can't be Chiefs. It's not going to be. You're not going to say Bucks.
Nope.
Buffalo.
Oh,
Buffalo.
Yeah, Buffalo.
Ding, 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 ding. Buffalo's minus 250.
God, that went from looking like a really hard division to not hard division.
The Eagles are the second. They're minus 150 to win their division. The Ravens are minus 125, which is a tough division. And the Chiefs are 125. Minus 125. The 49ers are plus 125 to win their division. which isn't. I mean, that's the Lions are plus 125 because it's a tough division. But I think the 49ers
We're
are
just giving the 49ers every year.
We always it's the uniform. I don't know what it is.
Well, because they go from bad
years.
Now, John, they have a history of going from bad years to really good years too. If you look at them, they go from bad to really good. That is not unusual, but I just think they would do it regardless. You know, there's just a thought that they're still the 49ers.
Well, they do have a lot of good players.
Yeah, I mean they do. They've moved some. They've moved off of some as well. A lot of them get hurt a lot.
Yeah. Well, they did get rid of Jordan Mason too. I mean, that's insurance.
Well, you got a backup running back, or you got a starting running back who's hurt.
So Kyle Shanahan has been 6-10, 4-12, 13-3, 6-10, 10-7, 13-4, 12-5, 6-11. It's not exactly a yo-yo, but for the most part, he's been pretty good, although he's had some stinkers.
No, he's had stinkers. There's been 3 of them that have been bad.
There's 4 of them bad.
4 of them. Yeah, that's
10,
what I mean.
6-12, 6-10,
yeah,
6-11.
Out of how many years has he been there?
He's had 4 good years, 4 bad years.
Yeah, that's yo-yo.
Well, they're not. No, but it's 3 in a row they had good years.
That's fine, but he goes up and down. Like, it's not what people think. It's not sustained.
Yeah.
8 years and 3 of them were good. Like, that's not sustained success. 49ers fans are kind of done with him. So it's funny because I get, doing draft stuff, you kind of come in contact with a lot more fans and you hear the narratives of the fans, which, are probably going to be more in tune with what's going on than the national media, to be fair. They think Kyle Shanahan, is a predictable play caller. They hate him as a play caller, and he turned the reins over. There's a different play caller now, but they're done with Shanahan, and Steeler fans are really done. And I noticed that Kyle Brandt from Good Morning Football had a rant about this. A lot of people are starting to look at the Pittsburgh Steelers, really take an in-depth dive on them. And since they haven't won a playoff game since 2017, if you look at the last 7 years, the only thing the Steelers really have going for them is they've got that magical winning season. But if the Texans but it's not enough for Steelers fans. We just act like that's an impenetrable shield for Mike Tomlin. Oh, winning. That's all he does is have winning records. I can promise you that's not enough for Steelers fans now because they really have not been a major factor over the last several years.
Yeah. No, they're for whatever reason, the Rams are better. The Rams just picked up a wide receiver. The Rams won the division. The Rams are a better organization. They are. They've won a Super Bowl. Shanahan's gotten to 2 Super Bowls, but he lost both of them. The Rams are better. I don't know why. I might put a little something on the Rams. They're the second favorite. They're plus 150. So I mean that's a better bet than the 49ers right now. And the Texans are even money. They and the Bucks are even money. The only 2 favorites that are even money. The Falcons are second, Carolina, and then New Orleans. Boy, they're a mess. The Saints are a mess. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's try and catch up here. Let's catch up on breaks, and then we will get your calls in here. Come on. If you got anything, we got 45 minutes left of this week. We got the Cougs. We got the Rockets playing tonight. We got Astros talk. We've got NFL, whatever it is that you want to talk about. If you got anything that you want to get in here, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. I'm talking about Doc Linville. I'm talking about you as a young man. I was a little bit older when I did it, but you know what? I love it. I love what I did. And if you're older and you hate being bald, okay, or having a bald spot or whatever, you can do something about it. Doc can help you with the neo-grafting. If you're younger and you're starting to lose your hair, you're seeing the receding hairline, you're seeing the bald spots start to pop up, you're like, whoa, I don't want this in my life. Well, you don't have to have it in your life. And it doesn't have to be neografting either. It doesn't have to be expensive. It can be the PRP, which stimulates the growth of your hair. Don't just sit there and do nothing. Be proactive. If you're starting to lose your hair, this is the time to act. And do it with 975hair.com. Doc Linville has got the solution. It's awesome. I love it. You will love it. 975hair.com. That's 975hair.com.
It's 9:19. No matter what time it is, it never changes. John Daspit is a man of the people, a real man of the people. He's in there in the mud with people who have it tough, who have to battle through difficult jobs that require heavy physical tolls and physical burdens. And sometimes those are dangerous jobs, but those jobs should still be safeguarded against injury. And when they are not properly safeguarded, when there is a severe injury, a refinery blast, for example, John's one of the ones who's, handles that. He handles a lot of offshore stuff and refinery things along the coast. He's the guy that people call because he's got a great reputation for not only winning, but winning big in those battles against the insurance company. And he is going to step in and fight for you to make sure that you have everything taken care of. And, for a lot of people, you either have bad insurance, a high deductible, or you have no insurance. John Daspit wants to make sure that you understand when you're injured, you can go to that doctor. He'll make sure that you get to whoever you need to see, an orthopedic surgeon, MRIs, x-rays, CAT scans, whatever needs to happen. Don't be afraid to go. Don't be intimidated because you feel like, you're not going to be able to pay for all of that. He'll make sure that you get all that money back. You get all the money back that you missed from work, and they give you a fair pain and suffering settlement as well. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713, call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, along with Dell, 713-780-3776.
Let's get callers in here, John.
All right.
Let's get Elliot. Elliot wants to make a comment on the Steelers. What's going on, Elliot? How are we doing?
Hey,
Ellie-
good morning, guys.
Yeah.
Happy Friday. Just wanted to give a quick call. I heard you, Lance, talking about Shanahan and Tom, and I'm a lifelong Steelers fan. I've been a fan since the early 90s, and you couldn't have hit it harder on the nail head about Tomlin. We're so over it. It's been 20 years, the same old song and dance. The teams that he inherited that he won Super Bowls with from Bill Cowher, once they trickled out, and you could say that the Killer B era was better teams, he won nothing. And now we're just kind of in that oasis of going through the middle of the pack, and you can't really advance going that route. And you want to move on from them in a respectful way, like, hey, thanks for everything you've done. Whether we say the Super Bowls were Cowher's teams or not, you did some great things. But sayonara, we'd like to turn the page, and it seems like that's never going to happen. So you hit it perfectly. It seems crazy to people outside of Steelers fans to think that somebody could be over Tomlin, and be careful what you wish for, but it's at that point now where it couldn't come quick enough for him to move on. So
yeah, appreciate the call. It's John. That was like I really only started hearing those, but it's been going on longer than that. But I didn't really notice it until the last couple of years, and I heard it some last year, and I realized it was a thing when Des, one of our longtime listeners, who's a Steelers fan, she said, "Oh no, this is a real thing." And then this year, it's just been very, very obvious. If you pay any attention to it, and it's not at the forefront of most people's minds, but if you're inside the space where you're paying attention to other teams, you realize quickly, man, Steelers fans, they're done with Tomlin.
So I'm looking at the history of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he never had a losing record. Mike Tomlin has never.
Right. That's what everyone hangs their hat on.
Yeah, I know. But I'm looking at it. In 2003, they had a 6-10 record. In 99, they had a 6-10 record. 7-9, 98. They really haven't gone through a terrible lull like most organizations.
No, Cowher. Well, that's why they've only had like three coaches
three
ever.
Head coaches, yeah.
We had 3 in 3 years.
This organization has been so steady, and maybe in large part because they've only had 3. Noel was tremendous, and then Cowher was great. And
Cowher almost got fired. Everyone thought Cowher was getting fired, and then they didn't fire him. He ended up winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah, this is it's a great organization. The Rooneys are really, really good. It'll be interesting to see. If they so the Rooneys it's the Rooney rule, right? They have a black head coach. I don't know that plays into with their thoughts on firing him.
It doesn't.
Well, they stay with guys. I
would not make this a race thing. They stay with they are very conservative when it comes to making change. If something has been working, they're not easily excited by what a fan base says.
It is a race thing in a way, in a positive way, in that the rule is named after the Rooneys because the Rooneys are so pro, give affirmative action. They are.
Yeah.
So
and Dan Rooney was chairman of the league's diversity committee, which is why it got named that.
Right. So they are pro diversity, and it may play into we don't want to fire Mike now
because he's black. Because he's had winning seasons every year.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. Like I shudder a little bit at just thinking that we're going to say that maybe he's getting to keep his job because he's black. That feels just really. I
didn't say that.
You intimated that it could be a reason.
It may play into their decision making.
I think that's disrespectful for a guy who's undefeated. Who's never had a losing record.
Well, but also he hasn't won a playoff game since 2017.
No, I know. But they're super conservative about change. That's how they are.
Absolutely.
My dad coached for the organization, and it's unlike anything he's ever been a part of anywhere in terms of it is family oriented, really family oriented. It's old school. Let me put it that way. And if you know, and John, this, old school owners were not like, oh, got to get rid of them. Oh, fire. What's this Twitter poll say? Beep, boop, boop.
Yeah.
That's not what they are at all. It's a blue collar organization. And I just think Mike Tomlin's not a losing coach, but at the same time, I get why fans are like, yeah, great. He had another winning record. We're not going any further every single
Right.
year. I get it. I've heard it from here, Houston fans.
Right.
They were done with Bill O'Brien, and Bill O'Brien was winning divisions.
Well, yeah, but it was.
I mean, he was a total a-hole.
Well, it was.
Yeah, well, it went further than that. Yeah, I like. He was. Yeah, I mean, that's not even. I guess that's not even fair.
That
to
organization,
compare.
I wouldn't compare the Texans to the Steelers ever. So, as far as organizations go, well, this organization. I mean, you talk about Twitter poll and what do the fans say? And that you don't think that they react to the fans? Yes, they absolutely react to the fans. I mean, Bobby Slowick was you mentioned Bobby Slowick on Twitter, and it's he sucks.
Yeah.
Okay, get rid of Bobby Slowick.
No, and that's a new school owner. Like, that's not an old school way of doing things. And there's not Kansas City's old school. You know, you know who they are. You know the old school. And even though Jerry Jones has been, well, you know what's funny though? Even Jerry Jones, who we used to consider this flighty, you never knew what he would do. His drafts aren't stupid. Not like it's not. He doesn't do splashy drafts. He doesn't spend outrageously in free agency, and he's actually stuck with a lot of head coaches longer than you expect him to. Like Jerry is, and Jerry has been there since what, 89. So I mean, he is an old school owner. This guy's owned the team for 36 years, 35 years. He's been there for a long time. It's just, I remember when he was the wild card. Remember that, John? Where, wow, you didn't know what the hell Jerry Jones was going to do. He fired Jimmy Johnson.
Right. Well, yeah, no, he absolutely stayed with Jason, and he stayed with McCarthy, and he stayed with Jason Garrett and McCarthy. And
yeah.
I mean,
and fans did not want those guys to stay.
Well, but he made a huge mistake with having too big an ego for Jimmy Johnson. That was, and now look at the splash. I mean, you say he doesn't have any money to spend. He doesn't have any cap space to spend because they're always up against a cap because they spent dumb money on not great players.
Well, I mean, who? Dak,
number one.
Well, Dak was pretty good. Like, Dak's been a good quarterback. That's the problem with paying good quarterbacks elite money. You'll never get you won't get elite production from them. You're going to always pay super high price for a good quarterback. It doesn't make money.
Not paying
it doesn't
many
make
people
sense.
right now. They've got $39.5 million in cap space. They're just not using it.
Yeah, they just haven't used it, John.
This year.
But they got to pay.
In previous years, he's not had cap money.
They got to make that decision about Micah Parsons, and CD got his money, but I'm sure he'll ask for renegotiation soon. That's kind of how it always goes. But right now, with Zach Martin being gone, it's Dak, Micah Parsons, Terrence Steele, and CD. And Trevon Diggs
he wants a renegotiation. CD came out.
I'm not saying he wants to, but it'll happen.
In the 20 draft, he came out.
Receivers.
Who did he sign? Miles Sanders?
I guess.
Yeah,
but
he didn't sign a big deal.
And a long snapper.
Yeah, they haven't done much.
Yeah, they're not doing anything despite the fact they have money, but they do have to pay Micah.
Rico Dowdell went to Carolina. So Sanders goes to the Cowboys. I mean, how much did Dowdell get? He's better than Sanders, right? What is Jerry doing? What is he trying? Is he trying to win anymore?
This has been the issue for Cowboy fans and Cowboys media all offseason and stretching beyond that. Why aren't you spending money? What are you doing?
Jerry is functioning like, honestly, he's functioning like the Steelers. If the Steelers don't spend a bunch of money on other people's, that's the old school way. We're not going to pay a bunch of money to other guys. We'll pay our own team. That's how Jerry functions now.
It took him forever to give CD his money, as far as it felt like forever. It was in the news all the time.
Oh, it was forever on Dak too.
Yeah.
He didn't want to pay him.
No.
Yeah.
He didn't. In his heart, he knew that wasn't like it was never going to work out for him.
And all you do is develop, calluses between you and the player. I mean, Dak has got to feel like, does that organization didn't want me?
Look how much money you have. Who cares?
Yeah, well,
he ended up getting his money.
That's great, except you want to be you want to have a great feeling about your organization.
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, you're speaking to that from the Dak. Now do the Jerry Jones side. You happy with that deal?
Hell no. Then get rid of him.
So what do you care if Dak has? So you want to make Dak feel better, so you give him that money right away?
No. So Kyle Tucker him. Go trade him.
Yeah.
And let somebody else.
Everyone's
and get their draft pick.
Everyone's too afraid to do that.
Okay. Well,
at some point, somebody's going to be the first one to really. I mean, Denver did it with Jay Cutler way back in the day. After just 2 years, they got rid of Jay Cutler, which seemed kind of crazy at the time. But I'm waiting for that first team that says, you know what, this guy's good, not great. We're going to deal him. Like if San Francisco had crazy balls, they would move on from Brock Purdy. They'd say, you know what, we're getting ready to have to give Brock Purdy over $40 million freaking dollars, and this guy's a game manager.
40, over 50.
Yeah, I'm saying over 40 for sure. It could approach 50 million.
Look at Denver. They get rid of Jay Cutler, and they go through a bevy of and then they go and give Peyton Manning the money, and Peyton Manning wins a couple of Super Bowls.
One.
Yeah,
went
to two.
Get to another one.
But those are extenuating circumstances. That guy was coming off
but instead of frittering away years with a guy that's not going to win it for you, I mean, they ended up winning one.
Yeah,
they ended up winning one and getting to another one.
But it took a lot. Like I think most instances, there are way more instances of finding teams that could never get back to having a quarterback after they lost a quarterback. Like it gets very, very difficult. The Steelers are in that place with Ben Roethlisberger, and they're lamenting that, like, golly, we cannot find a quarterback after Ben, and that happens sometimes.
Yeah.
It's what makes teams too afraid.
Or the Packers that do it, they draft quarterbacks, and even if you don't, even if the incumbent doesn't like it, oh well, we're going to have our future ready. And you know what? They've had a quarterback for all of these years.
Incredible. Like it's the outlier of all outliers. 3 quarterbacks drafted,
They traded for Brett Favre.
Traded for Brett Favre.
But the guys they drafted weren't top of the draft guys.
But they were first round.
Yeah, but they weren't. But they got those guys because they either fell or that was their right place in the draft. It's not like the Packers were bad and got a top 5
and other
pick.
teams who have tried that have failed miserably. Like it doesn't typically work for teams to do that.
Yeah. And I was there when they traded for the dude was the backup for Chris Chandler in Atlanta.
Well, that's because he was also a pillhead, and he was an alcoholic and a pillhead, and he was
not then he wasn't.
He wasn't exactly. Oh yeah, yes he was. Go read up on that. Oh, absolutely he was. It was a big issue. It was a big issue. He was wildly immature.
Well, he was wild.
He was wildly immature, which is why they got rid of him. But he was talented, and Ron Wolf recognized the talent.
I type in Brett Favre, Falcons, and one of the things that pops up was drunk, overweight, and underplayed.
Yeah. He was not. They said he was not serious about football in Atlanta.
Well, I did a game, University Southwestern Louisiana versus
Brian Mitchell
Southern
versus
Southern Miss.
Yeah.
Brett Favre threw a touchdown to Jimmy Smith in the corner of the end zone to beat. And then I was there.
Wait,
in
that
Green
Jimmy
Bay when
Smith
he got
from
there.
the Jags? He went to Southern Miss.
He went to who?
Jimmy Smith, who played at the Jags.
Not that. I don't know if it was that Jimmy Smith. It was I don't know if I'm not sure it was that Jimmy Smith, but it might have been that Jimmy Smith. But
Jimmy Smith went to Jackson State.
Okay, different Jimmy Smith.
Yeah, different Jimmy Smith, and it was I don't, I just don't remember that part of it. I do know this. My buddy owned a bar, and he said, "Boy, Brett Favre came in, and what a dick he was."
Can we say that, Dale?
You can call someone that, yes.
We can?
I mean, we don't generally do it, but you can call someone that.
Fred used to do it all the time.
Yeah, you can call.
Are you? Fred and AJ said a lot of things that he said something weed.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if I say,
don't say
coochie, Dell goes insane.
Well,
don't dump it
because that's you're making a reference
it's
to
a
body
song.
part.
Pop the coochie, hey,
Stop saying
coochie,
it,
baby.
You're making a reference to a body part.
Yeah.
He's calling
So is
someone
John.
No, he's calling someone.
No, that's not. That's an
insulting,
adjective of a person.
He's insulting someone.
I'm not using it as a sexual organ.
Well, mine's also not on the bad word
do
list.
People get called that?
Mine's not on the bad word
Have
list.
you ever heard someone get called that?
What?
What he says, what Lance says. Have you ever heard
No,
someone get called?
yes. Well, yes. In Australia, they say it all the time, but they use a different word.
Well,
No,
a
that's
word
way
we can't
different
use.
word.
Yes.
Yeah.
Way different word.
My point is, as abrasive as John's word is, it seems to fall in line with that being okay. What you're doing, I'm pretty sure it's not, and you keep
you're
doing it.
kind of.
We got to
you're trying
break
to
because
titillate.
Dell's got to tell us what he learned that we didn't
No,
talk
John
about
always
today.
asks us, what did we miss? We'll get to
Yeah,
that
what
when
we
we come
missed
back.
this week, as a matter of fact. That'll come up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now we're talking about Pro Dunk. You know, I use a lot of times, and I love talking about, you know, the chest things or the Gulf Coast windows, or because I think that they're the best. I really do. Well, that's what I think of Pro Dunk too. I had a Pro Dunk goal, and I got to tell you, it's the best goal that you could possibly buy. It is. The technology is second to none. The tempered glass backboard, the unbreakable rim, and the kids can hang on it all day long, and it doesn't matter. You don't have to worry about that. Oh, well, we got to fix the goal. No, you never have to fix the goal. You never have to fix the Pro Dunk goal, ever. And you see these baskets with the bent rim and the white backboard that needs painting, and, boy, you want to talk about trash. That's trash. The Pro Dunk goal will forever look great, be great, work great, never falter. I mean, it is the best goal. The installation is perfect. They're going to come to your home. They're going to pour the concrete. And they're going to make it. They're going to pour the cement, and they're going to make this the best goal you could possibly have. So you're looking for the best goal in the market, with the rim, the backboard that raises and lowers with just a push of a button. ProDunk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here. ProDunk.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, Dell, end of the week, did we miss? We even touched on soccer, okay? That's what we did. We did it all this week.
Kind of.
Anything we
We?
missed? What did you have in your show this week that we didn't, Dell?
Well, I had Raheel on the show.
We didn't miss anything there.
He talked about the wildfires. The astronauts came home. Also, 5-year anniversary of COVID, the shutdown for COVID. Raheel's doing serious stuff. We did mention, this is more football related. We did mention that the Texans are still on the hunt for wide receivers. Matthew Golden came in for a visit. So We know they've tried to acquire receivers, and they have Christian Kirk, but they're not done. And I agree. They don't have a good wide receiver room right now.
Okay.
Or a good offensive line room, honestly.
No. Okay, how would you be pissed if Matthew Golden is sitting there?
At 25?
Or what's the Missouri wide receiver?
Luther Burden. Yeah, I'd probably rather get a wide receiver later based on it's not bad in the second and third round at wide receiver. I think if an offensive lineman's there, you got to take a look.
Yeah, so my question is if they take a wide receiver with that
I won't be
pick,
mad, but it's not my preference.
Well, listen, I really like the job that Nick has done. His offensive line evaluation has not been great.
No, it's not. And I don't have a lot of faith after this offseason. Like, adding Ed Ingram was really, truly puzzling for me. He's not a good football player. I don't know why he did that. Laken Tomlinson, I get it. But now Ed Ingram, like, gross. Cam Robinson, I get. I get that one. But
he's got experience, but
man, he's got experience. A lot of teams don't want to sign him. There's a reason. Texans aren't really beggars can't be choosers in this instance, and you really don't. It was a bad offensive line year in free agency. Everyone kind of knew that, but if you were really serious about it, you might have tried to overpay for Ronnie Stanley. I think Ronnie's just wanted to stay with Baltimore, and that's it. I don't think he wants to go anywhere. So we'll see.
Well, he signed a nice deal, so
it's not great. The Kenyon Green missed. He wasn't here for Titus, but he did give Titus a contract early before he got to fifth year, which I thought Titus should have just played it out. That's just a difference of opinion. I don't know. It's not that he's wrong. Just I have a difference of opinion. Juice Scruggs might be a miss. Unfortunately, that may be a miss as a second round pick, which I thought Juice was going to be either a third or maybe an early fourth. When he went second, I was a little puzzled, but I'm like, okay, he's a pretty good football player. Maybe a little early, but whatever. But I did wonder how he fit into a zone scheme because I didn't think Juice was a zone scheme center. So that was a little troubling to me. Shaq Mason, I would argue that they did not get their money's worth out of the Shaq Mason signing, free agency. So, yeah, Nick has been a minus on the offensive line.
Yeah, that's a problem.
He's been a plus in the secondary. Big plus. I'd say he's been solid at linebacker. And, some of this is now going to be D'Amico too. So whatever. He's been a big minus on the offensive line. Wide receiver, he's been fine at wide receiver. Nico's been good. And you had to judge Nico based on not even playing the COVID year because he sat out the COVID year. You only had 1 year to judge Nico Collins. So I give him a lot of credit for that.
Yeah. How about that? Third round when he only had, but huge steal. You got a wide receiver 1 in the third round.
I mean, Tank felt like a steal.
He was right on Stingley, and he had to face all the backlash when Sauce had the big rookie year.
Yeah.
And he was right about Stingley.
Yeah. Bullock is Lassiter. Great. Did he draft Petrie or was Petrie? Yeah, I think he drafted Petrie. Petrie's been solid, despite him being a Jalen.
The Will Anderson and CJ. I mean, there was a lot of talk about going different ways, and they did it, and they got 2 what looked like foundation players. I mean, that was a ballsy move, going second and third.
There's been ups and downs.
At the time of that trade, the NFL, particularly the podcast NFL world, from all the big podcast sites, were like, that Texans pick to the Cardinals is the best asset in the upcoming draft because the Texans are going to be terrible. That pick's going to be great. And of course, we saw what actually occurred.
Right.
They were killing them for that trade.
Hey, he ain't afraid to, take chances. I love that. That's great. He's taking some chances, and you know what? They for the most part, worked out. It's just his offensive line, his evaluations on offensive line. That's a negative against Nick. That's a negative. He's not hit on his offensive line. All right, News of the Weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Chastang Ford's coming your way right now. Love Chastang Ford. I buy my vehicles from Chastang Ford. I want you to buy your vehicles from Chastang Ford because I'm going to tell you this. You are not going to get marked up. You are not going to have add-ons. You are going to walk out of there with the truck that you want. No BS. And listen, no markups, not ripped off. No protection packages that you don't want that protect nothing. No nitrogen in your tires, window etching. I mean, they could do that stuff for you if you want it, but they're not going to try to sell you that. That's not the way they go about it. That's just not. A lot of dealerships are like, hey, get them in here. Make sure that you sell them this package and sell them that package. Get that price up. We got to get the average sale price up. Nah, no, we ain't doing that. Matter of fact, you don't even have to go into the dealership. There's a lot of dealerships won't let you do the whole thing online. Chastang Ford does. You don't even have to go in. You never have to see them. You can buy it all online. They'll deliver it to you. I mean, that's how Chastang Ford does it. $6,500 cash back right now on 2024 F-150s. It's truck month. Super Duties, $3,000 cash back. Plus, you got Chastang discounts on both of them. You're looking for the deal. It's truck month right now. And get the best deal you can at ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. Just 5 minutes from downtown, Chastang Ford.
Underdog Fantasy, that's the hookup. That's the spot today, man. The games are getting ready to jump off. And I'm telling you, you need to have Underdog Fantasy on your phone. You need to make your first deposit today, and you need to get in the action today. We are going to download the app, okay? Go to the App Store right now on your phone. Go to Underdog Fantasy, download that app, use promo code Lance. Look, you can start playing for like $5 for the game. It's like nothing. It's nothing, and you have a chance to win 1,000 times your original play. Use promo code Lance. They're going to give you up to $1,000 of bonus credits, and you're going to get a free pick. This is a great bonus that they're throwing you, but really the key is that you are going to have an opportunity to use your sports knowledge and play along with the games. Yeah, you filled out your bracket, great. You got to wait until the end of it, and what happens if your bracket gets busted out and you have nothing else to look forward to? Well, with Underdog Fantasy, you always do, because the NCAA tournament is going to have game after game after game, stat after stat after stat. You pick higher or lower on any given statistic. You get between 2 and 7 players, and you start to make money with your sports knowledge. You must be 18 or older and present to stay where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
An employee at Walgreens in San Francisco's Castro district was arrested Wednesday for allegedly stabbing a suspected shoplifter. Do you feel like this would deter shoplifters? I think if people think they're going to get stabbed for shoplifting, they won't shoplift anymore.
It could. Yeah, it could. Boy, stabbing is, yeah.
I mean,
I'm not sure what they were taking that was worth the blade, but he was arrested.
Yeah, I just feel like maybe the punishment doesn't fit the crime, but I think it's a deterrent. It's a deterrent, right?
It is a deterrent for sure, yeah.
Men with pythons are wanted for a Tennessee gas station theft. Have you ever tried to steal something with your python?
No.
You haven't?
No, but
Del,
that's a pretty good. That's pretty scary. What if you just dropped a cobra in there and said, "Everyone out," or I dropped this cobra?
Right. No. That's a.
I would run. I would get out. Like take it all.
I would give them whatever they want. You come in with a python. Nope. I am not. I'm out. Coffee theft has surged in the U.S. as prices for beans soar. Coffee beans soar. Do you think you should start stealing some coffee?
No. Quit asking us if we would steal, and then another time you're telling us people who steal get stabbed. Why would you do that? You just told us people who steal get stabbed.
If you steal, you should get stabbed. So don't steal coffee.
Don't steal anything.
Definitely
not bread either.
What about
the guy who stole bread back in France?
Who would win? The Walmart worker who stabs people, or the guy that's got the robber with the python?
I feel like it's going to be tough to beat a Walmart worker. How about a Walmart Black Friday shopper?
Oh,
if we're going to match up fights, give me a Walmart Black Friday shopper looking for a TV deal versus Python guy.
I don't know. You just let the python go and
well, I mean, okay, how tough are you without that python?
Well, but no, you let the python go and get the person. They're going to try to stab the python with the knife.
They will stab a python.
I know. You can't beat a python with a knife.
You can't?
So I'm going with the guy with the python.
You can beat a python with a knife.
Runners at Brighton. Okay, is your wife running in London?
Yep.
Okay. At the Brighton Half Marathon, how about this? They had to apologize after water cups were reused at the half marathon. If you drink and then give the cup or throw the cup on the ground, should they pick it up and fill it up?
Nice going, Brighton. Way to go. That's why your soccer team sucks.
That's why your teeth are all bad.
They're better than your team.
Well, but we're better over the last 6 weeks.
Okay.
What about
Brighton,
the
you
20
suck.
weeks that came before it?
I don't care about that, Del. Soccer's a long season. We break it into like quarters.
Yeah,
and
that's
broken
the
down
point.
in
They've
quarters.
been better than you over 26 weeks and still are.
You know, there's some big girls that play in college basketball. I just noticed.
Tall, you mean?
No, a little
big.
bulkier. The
Yeah.
bulky girl can play. We don't see it in men's basketball as much anymore.
We had DJ Burns last year.
We did have him, and he was kind of, and you're legendary.
It's usually, well, in his case, he was at a power school, but
It's always a big guy. It's not ever a point guard.
It's a lot of times it's someone at a smaller school who, skilled, but not particularly athletically gifted, but skilled. So they get to play at the smaller school. Maybe they make the tournament and we start to love them.
Yeah. Well, we're always going to love the 300-pound, 6'7" post.
Yeah.
Always.
Oh, we always like the fact.
Yeah. Basketball player, are you kidding me? What about that one guy? You've seen it, John, the white guy with the glasses that is enormous, and he falls on the ground one time. We set in a pick, then he gets up and makes this sweet pass from the high post to score. He's like, it was at some Bible college, Division III Bible college.
Awesome.
This guy is, yeah.
But I've never understood how you could run up and down the court all that time, all of the workouts and still be fat playing basketball. I have no idea how that's
pituitary issue.
Thyroid issues.
Probably. Scalpers were caught selling free DMV appointments for $250 in Miami. Would you pay $250 for a DMV appointment?
No.
I don't know.
It's a pain in the ass, but no, just go to Rosenberg. They go fast.
Richmond Rosenberg is the best place. Don't tell anybody, though.
It's huge.
Yeah. Do not tell anyone that Richmond.
Yeah, you guys don't go there. Keep going to the one off Gessner.
You guys have been telling everyone that for years, and then with the caveat of don't tell anyone.
Don't tell anyone.
You guys keep going to Gessner. That's great. It's fantastic. It's a long wait, but it's worth it.
The people are wonderful.
Dell claims that there's something that happened on our show that he is not going to. He's been saving something from this show.
He's saving something all the time.
I'm saving something from the Gonzaga-Georgia game and how it might affect the Cougs.
Yeah, he told us he wouldn't say it on our show.
You're such a POS.
I did my research on Gonzaga, and what happened yesterday in that game is an outlier. We'll talk about it on the
great!
Well,
you didn't bring that to the show.
No,
you're a traitor.
Traitor to who? You?
Yeah, this show.
I've never had any loyalty to you.
He's not loyal. He's not loyal at all.
These hoes. That hoe
These
ain't
hoes
loyal.
ain't. This hoe ain't loyal.
I've always looked at you as a stepping stone. Now it's just out in the open.
These hoes ain't loyal.
That hoe ain't loyal.
You wouldn't want to hear it anyway. You don't care about what I think, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I really don't.
See?
So it's time
there
to
it
talk.
is.
Yep. There it is. There you have it. Time to talk about Game Day Men's Health. I like that. I'll tell you that. I like game. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of what Game Day is doing. It's a relatively new business. They're sprouting up all over. I think there's 11 now throughout the city, but there's going to be 19, 20 throughout the city. So going to be easy to get to. I would sign up now, though. Find a location, the closest one nearest you. You don't have to go in. They can get you. They'll prescribe pills for you. They'll give you the shots that you can inject yourself, or you can get pellets that are time released over time. I mean, they've got every option that you could possibly need. They've got a great way. They've got a solution for any problem that you're going to have. Are you losing focus? Are you losing energy? Are you not sexually active like you used to? It's unbelievable. They've got peptides that are going to help you along the way. They have expertise in all of these things. It's awesome. And they got a lab on site. You can find out in 15 minutes what your blood is doing, and they can diagnose it and tell you how to fix it. It's awesome. You're looking for the best way to go about this thing. You need testosterone, and maybe it's just not testosterone that you need. It might be more. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Welcome into the show. Michael Carroll here with me. We continue our tournament talk. And one of the reasons Michael is here is because tournament basketball is part of the equation. We had Aggies basketball yesterday here on the station. Of course, with the Aggies win, we'll have another game tomorrow. But the guys are out and about. That's why Sean's not here with us. He's not dead. He is just going to produce the
RIP.
Well, RIP to him on this show yesterday and today. He'll be back on Monday, maybe. But he is producing the next block of shows, and they're going to be out at Carbach today. So if you want to go out there and join them and take in the tournament day 2 and also watch those guys do the show, you can do that. Paul Gallant will be out there from 12 to 3, and then the Killer Bees. Well, Brian and the other B. Oh, and Brian's a B too, so I guess it works because
it counts.
Because the B you're used to, Jeremy Branham, is the play-by-play voice for the Houston Cougars. The victorious Houston Cougars yesterday in a runaway win over SIU Edwardsville. And normally we don't talk about this team looks what a basketball team looks like when they get off the bus. And funny, a lot of the talk with the Cougs was they're not tall, like compared to you want to say traditionally basketball tall. A bunch of 6'8" guys with their wingspan is like 7'6", 7'5". They've got guys whose wingspans make up for their relative lack of height. But you just saw a different breed of athlete against SIU, and that's to be expected. It's not what you initially think about. It's usually a football thing. Okay, Georgia walks off the bus and they're playing Georgia Southern. There's going to be a difference in the type of athlete you're going to see. It was like that against SIU. Like the Cougs, even their fluidity, everything about it was okay. This is a mismatch from the jump. There isn't going to be this team who shoots the ball so well from 3 that they make it a game at any point, mostly because they weren't going to be able to get good looks. The Cougs were just going to smother them as part of the formula, and it worked out well yesterday. Good for the Cougs not to turn the ball over very much, force some turnovers, played your defense, and got out of there with an easy win. So easy that you got a lot of guys from playing time. No one played over like 25 minutes, so it wasn't a very taxing game in any sense. And you get out of there, now you face one of the staples of tournament play over the last decade, 2 decades really, in Gonzaga. Gonzaga has an easy win over Georgia, and it started because Gonzaga shooting. They lit up the nets. They lit up Georgia. They went like 11 of 15 from 3. And then they eventually finished 12 of 20, but they made 11 of their first 15 threes and really got out in the first half against Georgia. In fact, the second half, I think it was even. I think they played to a standstill, but when you're up big like that, the game is pretty much over. And that's an outlier for Gonzaga. I saw that stat flash across the screen, and I decided to look. Is that something the Cougs are going to have to worry about, just a hot shooting basketball team? The Bulldogs, Gonzaga, they are like a 35% three-point shooting team overall in the season. And it gets even worse when they face tournament teams. Now they have if you look at their schedule, very early they played some ranked teams. Baylor was ranked at the time. Of course, Baylor didn't have a very good year, and they blew out Baylor. I think a reference was made to it by Wally Zerbiak. He said that the Cougs need to be on high alert because of Gonzaga and their tournament tested, and he mentioned the Baylor game. Well, Baylor's not good. Don't mention Baylor. I know at the time we thought Baylor was going to be good, but they're not good. So that win doesn't mean that much to me. You beat an average basketball team very early in the year. But if you start to look at what Gonzaga's done shooting wise, and I think that's the only way they really would beat the Cougs, if they can just shoot the lights out against tournament teams. That includes 3 games versus St. Mary's, their conference foe, UCLA, and Kentucky. Excuse me, that's 5 tournament teams. 5 games against tournament teams, excuse me. Gonzaga won the West Coast Conference title, shooting 1 of 15 from 3. Over in the other games, there were 4 losses. They lost to St. Mary's twice in the regular season, lost to UCLA, lost to Kentucky. Through 5 games against tournament teams this year, up until they lit the nets up against Georgia, shot 21.6% from 3. 21 makes, 97 miss out of 97 shots. So that's the outlier performance yesterday. So if you're concerned about Gonzaga having a great night, maybe they had their great night against Georgia. They are not that type of team. That's not what they do. They do not shoot the ball well against teams that are high caliber. They just don't shoot the ball well from 3 overall. What happened had to be a shock to the system for Georgia, because I'm sure they went into that game thinking, we can compete with them athletically. We just got to play our game. All the things they say. Don't turn the ball over, play good defense, and we got a real shot to win this game in the 9-8 matchup. Turns out Gonzaga had a hell of a night from behind the arc, and it got them the win. It's just not who they are. So I wouldn't expect to see that again unless it's one of these things where it's tournament time and all their shooters lose their minds. Maybe the backdrop where they are is one that they like, and it turns out that it's just going to be a rough go against anyone who sees them in that building. But I wouldn't look too much into what happened against Georgia. It was a great night for Gonzaga. Credit to them for getting it done. But that ain't their way to win games. The Cougs have a real shot to smother them. And athletically speaking, I think the Cougs have the advantage. You just gotta defend the 3. And I think they're more than capable of doing that. So this is a battle of teams coming up tomorrow with streaks on the line. Gonzaga's and their long streak of making Sweet 16s. And so the Cougs are right there. Not as long of a streak, but we know the Cougs have had a lot of success. And there's some respect. In fact, there's respect from one of the Zag stars, Khalif. Let me get his name correct. I don't want to butcher his name. And now it's on the file. I think I lost the name.
Khalif Battle.
Khalif Battle is the guard. He has some experience playing the Cougs. He was in the AAC with Temple, so he knows the Cougs and their program well. And Kelvin Sampson. Here's Khalif Battle, one of the Zag stars on the matchup for tomorrow.
Played them 9 times in my life. You know, I was in the American Conference, and they were in the American Conference. They were dominating that conference. I mean, Coach Sampson, he's one of a kind coach. The way they play is one of a kind. I mean, they're so mentally tough and so tough as a team. And defensively, you know, that's their identity. You know, and they can really score the ball as well. You know, I know a couple of guys over there as well. But I mean, it's just a great program. I'm happy for everything that they always achieve, but come Saturday, it's time to compete.
I was looking to get worked up. He was too damn respectful. He was too respectful of the program. I was like, look, I don't have anything against Gonzaga. They've been one of the great stories in college basketball. They've done everything they could do except win it all. They've been to title games. They've certainly been a dominant force out west. As far as consistency, who's been more consistent out west than Gonzaga? It hasn't been USC or UCLA. UCLA has had certain runs as well, but over the last quarter century.
But the longevity of it, right?
It's been Gonzaga. They are the standard bearer for West Coast basketball, even though most people wouldn't think about Spokane at all when it comes to being a basketball power. It's part of the story as well that you've been able to build a program in that part of the country and continue to win basketball games at a high level. But I need you to die a painful death tomorrow. That's all. As much as there's plenty of respect likely between Mark Few and Kelvin Sampson, and we heard Khalif Battle and his respect for the Cougs, I need that respect to lead to you dying, maybe not so slow. I want this thing to be over quickly.
You want it to be a quick one?
Yeah, quick death. Maybe not so painful. I like a quick death, actually, because it means I don't have to stress in the second half.
Not this long, arduous, torturous process. No.
I don't need this 65-58 game where the Cougs get a defensive rebound or an offensive putback to seal the day. Let's get out early.
Another 70-30 type game.
Maybe that's too disrespectful, Gonzaga, but that'd be cool. Something like where the Cougs get off to a hot start and Gonzaga regresses to their normal shooting, and they start the game 2-11 from 3, and it seals their fate. And the Cougs have a 15 to 20 point lead halfway through the second half, and it's like, okay, we're good here. That's what I'm looking for.
That's what I'm looking for too.
Yeah.
There's not. I don't see Gonzaga being able to have that level of shooting like they did yesterday.
No.
Like that was a when just you're on fire every now and then. That's an outlier game, as you laid out with some of the other games that they've played against tournament teams.
Yeah, it's not who they have been. We shouldn't expect it to be who they are unless you deeply believe in once a team gets hot in the tournament, it'll continue. And while that has proven to be the case in years past, 11 for 15 to start a game from 3 is ridiculous. No one should expect that. It's not going to happen. The question will be, will they shoot well enough to keep them in a game? Because games are about runs and momentum, and at some point you as a fan and as a player have to get yourself situated about, okay, this is the game is going to be. Like if they start shooting the ball pretty well and it's a close game throughout, all the thoughts of an easy win go out the window, then you got to strap in. Okay, this is how this game's going to be. Let's find a way to claw our way to a victory. I hope for a different way to go about it, just because I'd like to have a pretty stress-free Saturday night. And then
Same.
and then you can sleep comfortably watching all the games on Sunday, knowing you've got a Sweet 16 in your future. So that was kind of the roundup of that setup as far as what the game might look like. Tomorrow, of course, I mentioned the Aggies. They get a win less comfortable, but they find a way to put away Yale. Yale tried to put a run together in the second half, but the Aggies, there was a sequence where they hit a 3 and then got an offensive put back to go up by 3 possessions, and that kind of sealed the day for them. So as far as we're concerned, it was a good day overall for the city and the station as a whole. I don't know who's going to be running that game. Maybe the person on the schedule who has to run Aggie basketball wasn't thrilled. Oh man,
The person that saw it was like, oh,
but hey, you don't do it for free, so maybe that's the benefit. But hey, it's a Saturday.
That's how I used to look at it.
Yeah.
Hey, I got paid. I'm getting paid.
I understand you might have different ideas about how you want to spend a Saturday, but as Don Draper once said, that's what the money's for.
Exactly.
A little less than what people in the 50s and 60s were making as an ad.
Yeah, probably.
Ad person.
Probably a little bit.
Yeah, probably a little bit less.
Not
but hey,
same.
we will compensate you for having to come in on a Saturday. I don't even know who that is, but hey.
I would guess Cam, but I don't know offhand.
Yeah.
So good luck, Cam.
Good luck, Cam.
He enjoys it. He's fine.
Yeah, he can sit here, have the game on the radio, have the game on air, and do whatever he wants. Watch television.
Yeah. See?
I'm sure he's got a streaming app on his phone or on his laptop. It'll be good. Cam will be fine. Whoever it will be, we will have Aggie basketball this Saturday, and also Aggie baseball this weekend, right? We got that too.
Today.
Yeah, we got Aggie
today
baseball
at 5:45. Coverage begins.
So we are your home for not only the tournament, but the Aggies specifically, and of course, we'll talk about the local team as they are on their way to see Gonzaga tomorrow. As anytime I mention the Cougs in any sense, you can expect the Cougar paw from Michael. If you're
it's going to happen pretty much throughout the show.
Yeah, if you see him on Twitch or Twitter or YouTube, he has thrown up the Cougar paw, and rightfully so. It was a nice, comfortable win.
It's like just a twitch that happens. I just hear it, and it just goes. It just goes up.
Hey, you had the polo on yesterday. You don't no need to wear it today, I guess, because maybe you need to wash it between now and yesterday.
I need to wash it.
And also, there's no game. It's not game day. Game day is tomorrow. How do you do it? Are you a person who watches these games at home because you don't want to be around people, or do you watch them around people?
I don't want to be around people. Why do
in general, or just for basketball games?
Both.
Understood.
Is all the above applicable here?
Sure. It's
okay,
how I treat things. Like if a game matters, you're not going to get me out of the house to watch it. If it matters to me, I want to be my insane, crazy self and not have to tamp that down because you're around. Like if it's a game that doesn't matter, you want to invite me someplace, cool. I'll watch the game with you. I mean, I don't care if the Browns are playing the Jags. I don't care about that.
Yeah, a game's a game at some point. Yeah.
But if it's a game I care about, if I've done enough research or have followed this team for years, no, I don't want to be around you. I don't want your dumb questions ruining the experience. Like it's a more extreme example of how you feel about Super Bowls. Like for our entire lives, my entire life, your entire life, unless you had a different rooting interest, the teams that have been in these Super Bowls, you don't care that much about. You'll watch the game and maybe pick a side, but I'll watch Super Bowl with you because my team's never in it.
I'm also just not a fan of when people are just yelling random things at the screen, like run the ball. It's like, but that's not what they're trying to do in this case, or just fans in general frustrate me in different ways.
There was a time when back, I think now 2010, the 2010 World Cup, we had a big push here when we were still 1560. And Jake's, which is a restaurant just around the corner, pretty much.
Oh yeah.
We had a World Cup party. It was U.S. versus England. I think it was maybe the first game of that World Cup for the U.S. team. They played England a couple times now in the World Cup. And we were sitting down at Jake's watching the game, and someone uttered the phrase, "Why don't you guys do a power kick?" I believe, and with a lot of confidence, like with his chest, like he knew what he was talking about. I believe he was making a reference to a free kick, but he used the term power kick, and I was like, okay, I'm in the wrong crowd. I mean, like the U.S. had a bad loss yesterday against Panama in a tournament that I don't care about, but they've dominated since its inception over the last like half a decade or so. But that's not as embarrassing as a alleged soccer fan saying power kick in the middle of a World Cup.
What power kick? What are we watching here?
Look, it's one of the things where that guy heard, hey, we're playing England in something. People are excited about the World Cup. Let me get involved. That's what it was. He didn't know any better.
I mean, I get wanting to be involved. Like I got invited to like a rugby match a couple weekends ago, and I watched it, and I was like, cool. But I'm not gonna if I don't know the sport, I'm not gonna just yell random things. Power punch that person.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Don't yell at the screen if you don't know the terminology.
Just don't. Yeah, just take a step back.
Like if you want to wear your Landon Donovan jersey,
hey, respect.
Understood.
Yeah.
But keep the rest of it to yourself. There are people around.
I
can hear you.
You don't have to say everything that pops in your head. I'm just saying.
Certainly not when it's power kick. That was an unfortunate situation. The result was better than what we saw if you were watching USA Panama. At least in that one, it was a tie that ended in a draw. The U.S. lose a game 1-0. Willie P called in about that earlier this week, and I don't even know if I got to his question because he had a couple of things he wanted to talk about because that's how much I didn't care about this game. Win or lose. And it turns out the U.S. lost, and no one else cared because there were barely anyone at SoFi yesterday outside of like Thierry Henry, who got a big moment with the Panamanian who scored. Because the guy the night before or at the hotel being interviewed said Thierry Henry was his favorite player. So he scores a goal in like the 94th minute, seals the U.S. fates, and he jumps over one of the barriers. And because Thierry Henry and the CBS people were on set waiting to, maybe talk before the extra time period began, they're sitting on the set. He jumps over and gets on stage and just hugs him. And like 7 more Panamanians come over and hug him too because it was a game-winning goal. And Thierry Henry was like, I don't know what's going on, but hey, buddy, love you. And then they eventually interviewed the guy after the game, and he explained all the things about how Thierry was his favorite player and so on and so forth. It's interesting to watch that broadcast because you had Maurice or Edu, who is a U.S. international former. Yeah, Clint Dempsey won as well. And you watch those two watch the Panamanians because we see it live. You barely see those guys, and they re-showed it. And these guys are like, I can't believe we just lost to Panama again. And so they're kind of trying to get it out of the way. And you watch Thierry Henry and the Panamanians celebrate. And it was a moment, if you don't care about the U.S. team, it was a great moment. If you do, you're pretty miserable that this happened again, even under a new manager. So it is what it is. I've seen enough U.S. soccer disappointment to not be moved by what happened yesterday. Trust me. Okay. We'll get more into the tournament as we go along today. We'll get you the times for the Cougs on Saturday and also the Aggies because you'll be able to hear that here. Let's talk about some of the other things that happened. And also, I want to get to this. Will Wade, who apparently will be the NC State head coach, there's a lot of discussion about, hey, he hadn't signed his deal yet, but how can you make this announcement when you're still in the middle of a tournament? This is one of these cases where everyone's more concerned by it than the actual people involved. So we'll get to that in a little bit. We'll do our spring training update from the Astros, our final one, as they will play a couple more games and then be back in town when we get back to face the Space Cowboys before the regular season begins. So a lot to get to here. Michael Carroll here with me. He'll be here still at 11:30 to do what you should or shouldn't watch.
Yes, in fact, I will join you at 11:30.
Yes, he will remain at 11:30 to do that, our weekly segment with him. I watched the Severance finale last night. It was Severance, so there's some weird stuff in it, but overall, in my opinion, a pretty good finale. And of course, you got Reacher and Wheel of Time, all the Prime shows that are on, and of course, The Pit on HBO. So a lot to get to. I'm way behind The Pit. I got to catch up on that. But there's plenty to talk about in that segment, and plenty to talk about before we get there. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So a little cleanup from that first segment. I mentioned that Baylor played the Zags, and Baylor's not very good, at least not up to the expectations people had for them. They were the 8th team in the country at one point, very early in the year. The Zags did shoot 13 to 31 from three. That's about 42% against Baylor very early. But other than that, they've had poor shooting performances from three against tournament teams until Georgia. So we'll see what happens on Saturday against the Cougs in that 1-8 matchup. A lot of people calling it a matchup that should have been an Elite Eight matchup, but because of this where the Zags were seated, we're getting it in the second round. So we'll see how it plays out. Did want to mention that they did play and shoot well in game one for both teams against Baylor very early in the year. Okay. So couple quick things because I talked quite a bit in the first segment, so we need to get back on time a little bit. Let's get to something we mentioned very late in the show with John and Lance. We know the Texans are trying to add to a roster that has some holes. I mean, they've done what they wanted to do. I was going to say what they could do, like they were limited, but they had other options on the offensive line than the guys they went after, whether it be paying Cam Robinson, what they did, or trading for Ed Ingram, and of course, Laken Tomlinson. They had other options. That's who they chose, and we'll see how that plays out. But they brought in Matthew Golden for a visit, the Texas Longhorn, at least for a year. He was actually a Coug first, kind of how it works now. When he's drafted, possibly as a first round pick, he'll have that Texas logo next to his name, and he'll be read off as a Texas Longhorn. When in actuality, for the most of his college career, he was a Coug. But either way, that's the guy they brought in. Whether you like that particular choice or not, I do like that they're bringing in a potential first round wide receiver because they should not be content with what they have. That is a unit that's average at best, and certainly elevated by having a number one in Nico Collins. I don't know where you rank them. There's so many really good wide receivers, but you want to call them top 6, top 7. I think that would be fair when you throw in guys like Chase and Jefferson, and of course, Tyreek Hill when he's at his best. There are others, but Nico's not far behind, if behind at all. But I don't like Christian Kirk as a number 2. I think he's a slot guy. If you want to depend on a rookie, that could be hit or miss. But generally, at least recently, rookies have done just fine, even in a lower position in the draft. So they are interested in bringing in potentially another receiver to pair with the guys who are the big money guys in Kirk and Nico, and maybe it'll be a young guy who doesn't cost less. And with Kirk being on a 1-year deal, it does make some sense to not have to do this process all over again. So maybe Matthew Golden's the guy, but he was in for a visit according to Aaron Wilson. I imagine there will be others that fit the bill for the Texans as they work their way towards the draft. Going to be pretty quiet in free agency. I mean, you'll see what you might consider low level and more realistically to say low money signings going forward. They may be done with making signings that people actually, they were taken aback by it. Oh, that's interesting. It might be a lot of, hey, you want a camp body here or a camp body there, maybe some of that going forward up until the draft. Keith wants to talk March Madness. As I said, let's get back on time. So Keith, hang on. I just want to do that quick thing as we need to kind of get squared away as we continue with the show. Keith, we'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. I did want to say this. All that stuff about McNeese State being bothered, and I think, Keith, you might have actually called about it. Maybe that's what you're calling about, the McNeese State versus Clemson game, and would McNeese State be bothered? I pretty much gave you a non-answer because I had no idea. Turns out McNeese State not bothered by their head coach potentially taking another job. So we'll get to Keith when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Looks like the first game of the women's tournament is on right now, like Michigan, Iowa State. I always wonder what those environments are like when you play in the building of one of the higher seeds and how many people travel to your team. I'm looking at it on the screen right now. Not a large crowd, but that's generally how it goes. I'm sure the Notre Dame game will be packed to the brim. That's a good environment for women's basketball. But it's like the Michigan band, and also because Michigan's in the men's tournament, there's a divide there. Which cheerleaders get to go to the women's tournament? Which ones get to go to the men's tournament? Like when you have two teams in the tournament, does the B group go one place and the A group goes one place? Yeah, it's not a great crowd, but that's to be expected. As I said, you not only are in South Bend, Indiana, not a place a lot of people like to travel. I would imagine.
Probably not.
You also have, of course, they're going to be parents and all that stuff. You also have got the men playing, and they're the Big Ten tournament champions. They won their first game, so it is interesting to see. And we know the tournament is devoid of Caitlin Clark, but they do have Paige Beckers and Juju Watkins. So we'll see what type of viewing audience the women's tournament gets as they're getting going right now. Let's get to Keith. He wants to talk some March Madness. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale, thanks for having me on. Obviously, yesterday, a tough one for Clemson. I had Clemson going into Sweet 16. Former President Obama had Clemson in the Final Four. McNeese, despite Will Wade, heading out of town to NC State, with the Aura King, Amir Khan, the team manager, they get it done. Clemson's first half was one of the worst showcases and, representations of basketball I've ever seen. 13 points. In a tournament game, they went to the Elite Eight last year. What happened to Clemson? And another one, what happened to Louisville? They're the 10th in the AP poll, and they thought they were seated too low at the 8th, and they got blasted by Creighton.
Yeah, it was a rough rough afternoon into the night for the ACC. You've got Duke and UNC, and UNC had to win their play-in or their first 4 game to get in. Duke hasn't stepped foot on the court yet. They'll do that today. The ACC has fallen off. That's why you start to see these conversations being had by talk shows regarding should they combine with the Big East. I guess that would be basketball specific. There is no real Big East football conference anymore. So part of the reason for that, and Clemson doesn't really fit the bill here, the ACC has hired a lot of first-time coaches or long-time assistants on staffs, not guys who've coached at a lower level, if you want to put it that way. They've given them these first jobs in a power conference, and it's shown. Like the SEC has really invested in basketball. We're going to hear from Will Wade. He was a former SEC coach. He is now going back to power. Maybe he still hasn't signed the deal, but he appears to be on his way to the ACC, a power conference in NC, and going to coach at NC State. So that is something the ACC probably needs to get back to. Stop giving guys their first opportunity in your conference. Give guys who've done it even at a mid-major and see if that leads to more success. And I say they should, but you look at what Miami's done, hiring Jay Lucas, big-time assistant from a power program, but never been a head man before. And then Florida State went and got one of their own. I think his name is Luke Lux. He is someone who has been around the game before. He played at Florida State, I believe. He's only 34 years old. He's a young guy. He was at Florida State back, from 08 to 12, and he was an assistant for the Kings. So they went the pro route, but not a guy who's ever been a head coach before. So I think coaching is such a big deal in college basketball specifically. You can get by in college football just having dudes. I mean, Ed Ogeron would show. You got dudes, you can go win. Of course, he hired Joe Brady, and that worked out for him. But coaching is so important, particularly in the NIL era where you can fashion a new team in a matter of a couple months. You need someone to put it together. recruiting will always be the bright, shiny thing that people latch onto, and you hear someone is an elite recruiter, people love it. But go get yourself a coach, and then eventually that guy keeps winning games. You can go recruit guys. Houston wasn't a mecca for recruiting, and Kelvin Sampson built the team, and now they can't turn away 5 stars. I mean, excuse me, they have to turn away 5 stars is what I mean. They had one of the best recruiting classes in the country, and that was built off the backs of winning consistently with your specific way of doing it, and guys that flock to the program. And we've heard people around that program say all the time, you got to be a certain type to come play here. And as long as you are, and you're talented, we'll make it work. But you have to fit the profile of a Houston Cougar. And sometimes that sounds like nonsense, because why turn away talent? But when you see it in action, you see it work, you understand what they're trying to do there. So they see is a bit of transition. And right now, I think they're going the wrong way when it comes to hiring coaches. Speaking of Will Wade, we have sound from him, because a lot of the conversation about Will Wade was, how could this leak? How could this particular news about going to NC State leak when you've got a tournament game and what it'll mean for the players? It was part of the conversation about betting. Wouldn't you lean Clemson's way because the guys would be distracted? Well, Will Wade says, I'm pretty honest, and this is what I told my players about all of it.
How did you handle this with your players as you led up to the game?
We talked about it. I mean, we were in practice when all that happened. You guys know, I mean, look, you interview for a job and then your attorneys deal with their attorneys. It's not like I'm talking to people I mean, we were in practice at Brown, and Mike Martin, who I've known since I was in the Ivy League, he came out in practice and said, what's up to me? He's like, hey, you're trending on Twitter. So what the hell am I trending on Twitter for? He's like, oh, they said you took the NC State job. I was like, oh, and then I got back to my phone and had like 300 text messages. And so, I mean, look, that had nothing to do with it. When we got that night, I sat down and talked to the team. We'd already talked on Saturday, and I mean, we're honest. I mean, shoot, half the kids I recruited, I told them, hey, look, the goal is to go Power 5 after this year, and some of you guys can go with me, and some of you guys, I mean, so we all know what's up. And I mean, shoot, our guys, this was great for them. They're gonna have a lot of schools in their DMs tonight too, looking to pick them up, pay them.
Imagine that. The people directly affected by the news handled it just fine, while everyone's wringing their hands going, how could this happen? This is a disgrace. It's ruining these moments. And I don't know a lot about the McNeese State program, but it doesn't surprise me that the guys who play there think there's a better option out there. You heard part of it goes, hey, we talk about it. This is not the place we want to end up. Will Wade, he may tell the people who need to hear it how happy he is to be at McNeese State, and he wants to lead this program, and he's done a good job. But the quiet part that he just said out loud is, no, I have goals to go someplace else. I was coaching the SEC. My goal isn't to stay at McNeese State. And the same can be said for the players. They don't want to spend their time being at a school that's a one bid league. They want to go play in the best environments in college basketball and have an opportunity to showcase themselves. And you heard him say NIL. I'm sure McNeese State does what they can. But if you're a McNeese State player and you go on a run in this tournament, what does that mean for your earning power? I do appreciate a coach just telling it like it is when it comes to those conversations that people kind of don't want to discuss. Will Wade ain't trying to stay at McNeese State. Neither are his players. We're trying to do other things.
And it sounds like he's been upfront with them about that from the beginning.
From the jump. Look,
from
guys.
The jump. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if he goes, look, I'm only here because the only place that would hire me. I'm not sure that's what he said.
No.
But he is telling them what's real. At some point, I want to be so successful that another school comes calling, and that means you guys are successful too. And that means we all grow. We all find a way to make money, and that's part of the deal. Like, I don't know that roster, and if any of those guys are going to be playing professional basketball in Europe or any place else, but it's a time to earn some money, and you're probably going to earn much more if you parlay a big-time season and tournament run into maybe some Power 4 school needs a guard.
I'd rather
I'd
rather a coach be upfront like that than just leave in the night or something like that. You know what I mean? Like this is just straight up. He, like you said, he's saying the quiet part out loud, but I think it's fine because this is what him and the players knew from the jump.
He included the players who I always deem the most important in these conversations. They know, and they weren't bothered by it, and they went out and won a game against Clemson. Now they get to try to make it to the Sweet 16. So the Will Wade and his McNeese State players are just fine. The question is, will NC State be fine since he hasn't signed that deal with jobs coming open? That's always the interesting part of it. How solidified is that deal? And considering how straightforward he is, would Will Wade go, yeah, I appreciate it, but yeah, Texas called my agent. Other people have called. Let's have a conversation after my tournament run is over about, am I actually going to be the Wolfpack head coach? We will see where that goes. Okay, we will go to break with that. If you want to get in like Keith did, you can, 713-780-3776. Of course, we're talking tournament. We mentioned some Texan stuff. We'll get into the Rockets. They have a game tonight trying to extend their winning streak against a team who has a long losing streak. And Amen Thompson was on the floor. He's not going to play, but he's out there, so he's getting closer and closer to returning. So we'll get to that and more before we close out the first hour. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
I got to make a
issue of correction. We may have Tyler Hero, Amen Thompson part 2 tonight. Amen Thompson is probable to play. So after missing the last 6 games, looks like Amen Thompson is probable to play tonight against the Heat in a game where the Rockets are trying to sweep that Florida trip. We talked about it yesterday and the run they put on in the middle of the third quarter to get themselves some distance between themselves and the Magic. They went on to win on the win. And they're going to face a team tonight who is struggling. I think the Heat's losing streak is at 8 now. They have lost in all manner of ways. For the most part, their losses come when they fall apart in the fourth quarter. So we know the Rockets have had an issue with fourth quarter performances. Well, they don't have the issues their opponent does. The Heat are bad. Bad overall, bad in the fourth quarter. Doesn't matter who they play, good, bad, average. You get them in a fourth quarter tight game, expect them to blow it. So usually when I talk with the Rockets, I'm like, hey, teams who play them think to themselves, hey, just keep it close. Let them kind of mess up and lose and find a way to claw it out. It's been, unfortunately, some of the ways the Rockets have lost games in a season that's been really, really, really good. Well, they're facing the top of the list when it comes to this. So Rockets just hang around or just blow them out either way. But if it's a fourth quarter game, hell, you could be down by 10 and still win the game going to the fourth quarter. That's how bad the Heat are. So the Rockets just need to be within striking distance, and I would expect them to win the game considering the recent trend of what's going on in Miami. So Amen Thompson back in this. It'll be interesting how they handle his return. Are they going to put him in the starting lineup? Because that was the conversation about Jabari Smith, and it turns out he's pretty good in a off the bench role. Is Amen Thompson immediately inserted back in the starting lineup, or do they wait? Because they have played well without him. And we know they played well with him when they inserted him. So it's good to see that he's back. Of course, we're still waiting on Reed Shepherd. He won't be back likely until April. So the return of Amen and the Rockets nearly at full strength. That is good news. And I mentioned before we went to break, Daniel Lerner, who covers the Rockets for the Chronicle, posted a picture of him taking a jumper in warm up. So I thought that was just, hey, he's getting closer and closer. Turns out, no, he's there. Probable means he's going to play as long as there's not some unforeseen setback. So that's good news as they try to secure a 2 seed. The Thunder have, I believe, secured the 1 seed in the West. It was a foregone conclusion for a while now, but they did that last night. So as we look at the standings for the Rockets, they are full game up on the Nuggets. The Lakers got blasted last night by the Bucks. LeBron didn't play. Luka didn't play. Bronny had a good game. Didn't result in a win. Lakers are in 3rd. Grizzlies in 5th. The Warriors in 6th. And the Clippers right now will be the Rockets' opponent. If the season ended today, and of course the Clippers would have to make it through the play-in as well, they are in the 7th seed, tied with the T-Wolves, but just percentage points ahead. So we're getting a little bit of clarification. There is becoming some separation between 2nd and 5th and 6th, but it's only 2 games between 2nd and 5th, so the Rockets still need to play well, and that should continue tonight. If you look at the record, you see that the Heat are a bad team. Don't be that concerned if they play you close, because they do. They generally play tough, close games. You should be concerned if the Rockets don't pull away in the 4th. That's been the MO. So if you're looking up in the second quarter, why is this bad team still hanging with us? Don't worry. The Celtics were down by 1 going to the 4th quarter. The Knicks were down by a couple scores going to the 4th quarter, if not more. So these are some of the best teams in the NBA. It's just how the way the Heat are going to drag you into the muck. Be prepared for it. It may not be very aesthetically pleasing, but you'll find a way.
The Heat have enough to just hang around.
Yeah, they'll hang around. I mean, Tyler Hero will annoy you. He'll probably knock down a couple jumpers, all that, and Bam's a good enough defender to do things that it'll be fine.
It's not a Heat culture banner year for sure, but they still have enough firepower to kind of hang out.
Yeah, they will hang around, and then they will fall apart because their offense breaks down, and that leads to bad defensive possessions.
Exactly.
And you'll win the game. It's just kind of how it goes. So I fully expect the Rockets to be 9-1 in their last 10 and have a 9-game winning streak by the time tonight closes, as they continue to fight for a top seed in the playoffs. All right, we will get out of hour one here. We'll do our camp update with the Astros. There's some news about a couple guys who are banged up. Of course, we talked about Luis Garcia. There is more clarification on his status. We'll talk about that when we come back in hour two. Welcome to hour two of the show. We do have our Astros, well, in this case, final camp update. before they're back in town. But let's get to Julian. Julian, like, maybe wants to take the task Taylor Sheridan or wants to compliment him. I'm not sure. But here's Julian. What's up?
What it is, Josh Turkeys. So listen, man, am I the only one? It's not just Taylor Sheridan. It's everywhere. These directors, these producers, whatever you call them, that are running these shows that are like, okay, for instance, in Landman, his high school daughter always like with their ass out. In 1923, there's always sexual indos with these high school, these little, like these characters that are supposed to be under 18, but they're constantly sexualized. Dexter, the prequel, the newest Dexter, his sister, always some sexual endos. Am I the only one that watches these shows and it's like, this is supposed to be a high school kid and they're doing all these sexual things and it's just weird and disgusting and I don't know what the hell's going on with these guys. What's that show, Euphoria? It's high school students and they're doing all these sexual things. Am I the only one that thinks it's so damn weird? Have a good one.
His reference to, I haven't seen the Dexter prequel, but his reference to Landman, the actor in question is also an actor in his one of his other shows, 1923. She plays the wife of one of the sons of the Dutton patriarch, played by Harrison Ford. Probably set to be in her early 20s, maybe mid 20s in the show. In Landman, he's right. She is playing a high schooler. And one of the bits of the season is Billy Bob Thornton's character lives with a bunch of men of his age. And now his high school daughter, who's very comfortable walking around in let's just say clothing that would befit a college age girl, around other college age girls, not 55, 60-year-old men who happen to be friends of her father. It's a little jarring, and they make note of it in the show as the men are like, it's not what I signed up for. I don't know what that's about because the woman in question is in her late 20s. I think 20s. I think her name's Michelle Randolph. She's about 27, 28. So I could divorce myself from, that's a high school girl, because I know that's a grown woman, and I do enough. I'm one of the people who's always on IMDb. So like, she's in this and this. Who is she? And then turns out, yeah, she's like 28 years old. So it doesn't bother me as much as it apparently bothers Julian, just because I don't care to delve into Taylor Sheridan's psyche.
It is a little creepy, though.
But it is odd.
Yeah, it's odd. And I think he put himself in Yellowstone at one point in the last season. He has been in Yellowstone, yes. And I think it's the most recent season where it's Taylor Sheridan in like a hot tub with a bunch of younger women. And it was just like, I don't know that you were doing that for the story. It felt like you just wanted to do that just to do that.
He is less, as you might use the word, creepy in Lioness, because he puts himself in that too. But he's just an operator in terms of like not a merc, but in terms of military, not an operator as opposed to a ladies' man. He's just an operator, and there's really none of that as what you're talking about in it. Hell, there is really the only sex in that one is well, there is, but it's like, guys, it's hard to explain. I don't want to talk about it that much, just because you'd have to watch the show. But yeah, I don't know. I didn't take note of it. I'm not saying he's wrong. Once you think about it, it's there. I maybe it'll soften for me because it's a bit in the show. Like, okay, even the old guys in the show think it's odd that she's walking around like that, and they're uncomfortable by it. It's not a leering type of situation. It's like, I got to get out of here. I got to go work someplace else. This is odd. Hey, can you tell your daughter put on some clothes? It's a lot of that. And also, like I said, the woman's near 30, so
it's not
and she doesn't look like a high schooler.
It's not like so you're saying it's not like Michael Bay where he just like pans up and it's just so happens.
Megan Fox,
and what was the other movie, Six Underground, where he does stuff like that.
Taylor Sheridan and his directors are taking note of the fact that this situation is odd. It should be odd for men of that age around a character set to be that age as well. And I don't know. I just watched the show for the dumb Billy Bob stuff for the most part. I barely noticed that. Oh, another pretty blonde woman in a TV show. Look at that. What a surprise.
What?
Yeah. Big surprise. I think if you think of Taylor Sheridan as a whole, you look at all his characters, the women partly because he uses a couple in different shows. They're pretty much all blondes outside of Zoe Saldana, the lead character of Lioness. She is the only woman, even the woman from 1889, is that what it is?
83,
83.
I think. Yeah.
Even she is a blonde woman. But as she led that show, a lot of the women in the show aren't the leads. But Zoe Saldana is really the only one who's not white, not blonde, that has a big part to say in the show. So maybe look into that psyche as well, Julian. What's this deal with the pretty blonde women?
What's going on?
Yeah. So there it is. That's a breakdown of Landman and Taylor Sheridan that I didn't think we were going to do. I just watched the show because it's stupid, pretty much. It's fun and stupid. That's why I watch it. That's my recommendation. If you want fun and stupid and Billy Bob and Jerry Jones showing up for whatever reason in an episode, watch Landman.
Wait, did Jerry Jones show up?
He plays himself.
Okay. All right.
John Hamm is hospitalized with a health issue, and Jerry Jones shows up and actually does a really good job being himself, talking about what it means to own a team in the oil industry and working with your family and stuff like that. I thought it was stunt casting. It definitely is stunt casting. But the fact that Jerry Jones put on that type of performance, was not familiar with your game, Jerry. Maybe spend some money in free agency to make Cowboy fans happy. But if they like your acting chops, maybe that'll calm them down because he's pretty good. It's about a 2.5 minute monologue of Jerry just being Jerry, but a competent version of Jerry that we haven't seen in a while.
Listen,
as far as running the Cowboys,
I lost DeMarcus Lawrence, but I did this part in Landman. Hey,
look, the
feels like an even trade.
The TV watchers in Cowboy Land are like, appreciate it, Jerry. The people who don't care about Taylor Sheridan shows, can you spend some of that nearly $40 million in cap space? Well, not now because there's no one that's worth it, but you should have done it before. Restructure Dak, I believe, to not spend the money.
I don't know.
They got Michael Parsons to pay for, so they do have that concern. But I'm telling you, Michael, you don't have to watch the show if you don't want to. Just say Jerry Jones and Landman and give your opinion, and I bet you will be really surprised by what he.
I'll take a look. I'll take a look.
I'm gonna say now. I haven't watched Cal's acting reel, but I'm gonna say Jerry Jones, the best actor of NFL owners.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah.
Even without seeing the other 31 do anything, I'm gonna go Jerry Jones. I don't think anyone's pulling off what Jerry Jones pulled off.
Yeah, probably not. I guess just. But I haven't
seen it. You think Cal's got it in him? Amy Adams Strunk? Do you think they could pull at heartstrings?
No.
That's a good.
Cal's like the bit extra that's like, hey, what's going on, guys?
Cal feels like he rolls in, and John Hamm, who's in the show, goes, "Oh, look, that's the Texans owner, Cal McNair." Cal just rolls by. He goes, "Hey, John," and then he keeps going.
That's 100% all you need to give that man.
Yeah,
that's 100%.
Jerry's like, I'm looking to win a guest star Emmy. What are you talking about?
I need a monologue.
he gave him one, and it was pretty good. Okay, we'll get to the camp update in the next segment because he took us off track. That's on Julian. I blame him. Some insight on Taylor Sheridan's. Maybe Julian's an amateur psychologist as well, beyond what he does for an actual living. But he always talks TV with us, so I appreciate him calling in. It's better than 49ers calls. That's all I'll say. Better than that. We'll take the TV talk over the 49ers stuff. Sticking with the NFL. Did you see that ESPN is looking into buying up where Lance works? Not this place, even though we have ESPN branding. We're not owned and operated by them. We do have ESPN branding. ESPN is looking to buy up NFL media, which includes NFL Network and Red Zone. So I don't know what that means for Scott Hansen or Lance, but they want to buy it, and maybe at the price of $2 billion. So while it might still have the tag NFL Network, it'll be run by ESPN, which just means we're going to have Stephen A. crossover.
Oh boy.
You're going to have Pat McAfee already makes appearances on that network. I don't know how that came about. So that stuff is already happening, but it's part of what the world has become as far as media, where everyone is with everyone else. Nothing's really individualized anymore. It's all almost one thing. You have your majors like Time Warner, of course, Universal and stuff, but they all bought up other things that were individual companies, and that's why you go to your streaming app and you wonder why I can watch HBO Max and also watch tournament games. except for CBS. For whatever reason, CBS wanted to keep their individual games away from that. But I was watching the tournament games on Max last night. You can do that.
It feels like a streaming ploy as we move further and further into the streaming world. Sports is a prime, like untapped, like partially untapped market for it. But this seems like a long play for streaming, and whether it's Disney Plus, like just that bundle and ESPN Plus, it feels like what this is building towards.
Look, I know what the deal is, but I would like to delude myself into thinking that you guys are separate. So can I keep Bart Scott off of NFL Network? Can I keep, I guess, Peter Schrager off of NFL Network too, by the way, but off of ESPN? Just give me some separation. It could be where you're one and the same, and you can expect the crossover to happen, probably some consolidation, particularly for the people behind the scenes. But just keep the NFL Network branding and keep those ESPN guys away, and you do the same. I need to live in a world where I don't know, even though I do know, that you guys are all working for the same people, because I would hope you guys would at least keep the spirit of competition alive and, be individuals, at least individual networks. But we're getting closer and closer to where at some point everything's going to fall under one brand, or maybe there'll be different brands, but under one overarching company, and there will be no difference between anything else.
What a future that will be.
Sounds great, doesn't it?
Oh, it sounds awesome.
Sounds great. We're in the year 2035, and Stephen A. Smith is appearing on ESPN, NFL Network, Disney. He's doing the voiceover for the last episode of Daredevil. He's doing all those things, and we're getting to a point where he's going to show up he's already done like General Hospital or whatever. We're going to get to a point where he shows up in some tentpole thing for the Disney Corporation. Like he winds up being a bit piece in the latest Marvel movie or Hulu show or something.
He appears as a talking head at some point.
If he shows up in Paradise, I'm gonna be pissed.
Maybe he made it into the,
That's the thing. When these type of events happen, if you don't know, Paradise is about a post-apocalyptic world. At least that was the tagline. Of course, there's some things that lead you to believe that may not be true in the series as a whole. But sports never gets brought up. Like in these worlds, sports is done.
Yeah.
No one ever thinks, hey, we need to get back to playing football or baseball. That stuff is, anytime we see these movies or shows, the stadiums in question are always like overrun with vegetation,
dilapidated and whatnot. Yeah.
It's one of the things that falls apart. No one cares about sports anymore. I wonder if that would be real. Like, because how we were craving anything, it made The Last Dance a big thing during the pandemic. Sure, it was a fine documentary, but it got bumped up because there was nothing else to watch. Korean baseball became a thing for us for a time because there's nothing else to watch. Would we really, really say we don't care about sports anymore? I wonder. I got my doubts. It would take a while, but I think there would be a push at some point to bring sports back, no matter what, no matter in what incarnation it would be. I think it's too ingrained in a lot of us to just say, hey, I know the zombies are here, but once we clear them out, let's get back to playing baseball.
Oh, the zombies are on the field again. Can we move them somewhere?
Yeah. Hey, not a lot of people want to come to games. How the population has dwindled. Just lock the zombies up in the stands and let them watch.
I want to see that version of The Walking Dead.
I want the version I want the version where the zombies are the pumped in crowd noise, not what we got during the pandemic. Like, let's have all that zombie groaning as the pumped in crowd noise, as opposed to what we got while we were watching games in the bubble for the NBA. Okay, we'll come back with a camp update. When we come back, an update on Christian Walker and his status, more clarification on Luis Garcia, and your lineup. A couple of guys that we pay attention quite a bit to, at least in this offseason and into training camp, are back out in the outfield. So the Astros not shying away from a particular outfield that's had some bright moments and some ugly ones this spring training. But before we do that, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. It is spring or nearly spring. Maybe it's the official start of spring. Either way, the spring savings are there for you if you check out Monument Chevrolet. If you want a a Chevy Silverado 1500, you'll get the employee pricing on those 1500s. And the savings don't stop there. Just check out all they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. So you go to the website, check out the inventory, and whether you want that Silverado or Blazer or Trax, or maybe you're into something that's pre-owned, it's all there for you. And the prices don't change. You don't get enticed by a price on the website, and then when you go out there and meet a salesperson, the prices change, and you're wondering why you even made the trip. Sammy is their salesperson of the week. He's a Spanish speaker, so if you're more comfortable speaking Spanish when you're doing business, he'll help you out there. He knows the entire car buying process backwards and frontwards. He'll walk you through the process, get you set up in the car that you're going to love. So he's not the only one out there. There are great salespeople all around on the lot. That lot's in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. So you take your car choice to the lot, and they'll get you that car in the quickest time that they can. They understand the car buying process can be arduous. They don't want that for you. They want you to get in a car as quick as possible, in and out. But they also want you to come back because they're full service, from parts to actually servicing your car. They're going to treat you like family the minute you step on the lot and the minute you come back. So go to monumentchevrolet.com, check out all they have to offer, and remember this: Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Paul Gallant and the Killer Bees will take you from 12 to 6. They're going to be out at Carbach today celebrating the tournament. Go out there, get some good food, and watch the games with those guys as they'll talk about anything and everything that happened yesterday and certainly get you ready for the rest of the tournament today. As the women's game is on now, I believe the men's games begin shortly if they haven't already. In fact, Baylor and Mississippi State have already begun. A Baylor team that has disappointed. They were the 8th best team, at least ranked that way in the country to start the year, and now they're a 9 seed playing Mississippi State. Part of the transfer portal era. You bring in talent, you're not sure how it's going to coalesce. Sometimes it does wonders. Other times there's stops and starts. We'll see if Baylor can kind of change the course of their season by going on a tournament run. We don't have to worry about that. We've already got our win in the bank, right? That's
exactly.
That's the benefit of being the 1 seed. You don't get into one of these games where it's, well, I don't know, we're going to win this one. They do have a what appears, if we go by how Gonzaga shot yesterday, a tough matchup against them. But as I kind of laid out, that is not who Gonzaga is, and you hope that they return to form against the Cougs tomorrow. Okay, let's go with our camp update. It's Michael's chance to send the camp update off in high fashion. We'll see what song he picks. What song do you have for us?
I did it again. ESPN's Sunday Night Baseball theme.
Okay.
But this time, yesterday was a debacle on my part where I picked a song that was only 30 seconds long.
Well, I did not tell you that the song had to play under the entire.
You probably did, and I feel like I misunderstood. So
okay.
I'm going to put that blame on me.
All right.
And this time, I looped this thing.
Oh.
I looped it for 14 minutes. It's probably not needed,
but
hey, I did
better
it.
Safe than sorry.
I'm not falling into this trap again.
Understood. So our camp update begins with great production value from Michael Carroll.
That's what I do.
Be prepared.
It's in my title.
That is actually his real job. He is doing us all a favor by helping me out as we have some scheduling issues.
Hey, Del.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you once again. So we'll start with this. Some morning updates from Brian McTaggart. Christian Walker, he'll get ABs and some minor league games this weekend, and then he's expected to be back with the Astros for opening day. So after some concern about an oblique that kept him out last season for an extended amount of time, the Astros' new acquisition looks like he's going to be okay and ready to go for opening day. That's good news. Hayden Wesneski, a guy who was acquired this offseason and looks to be slated to do something I don't think he's ever done before, be a starting pitcher for this Astros team as they wait for McCullers to come back. Wesneski was struck in his left foot. X-rays look like they're negative. He'll get some X-rays, but he did continue to pitch after he got hit in the foot. So he appears to be A-okay, and he was doing some drills. So the Astros appear to get good news there with one of their recent acquisitions, and they're going to need that good news because, as noted yesterday, Luis Garcia was shut down, and they're going to have to reevaluate that elbow. He was slated to be back before Lance McCullers. That was the original prognosis for his return. That now is off the table. It is part of I don't know if you want to call it a curse, if it's specific to the Astros. Their starting pitchers seem like a quick return to play, or at least the quickest return to play possible, doesn't happen. There always feels like there's a setback, or maybe in like JP Francis' case, the reporting was they kind of rushed him back before he was actually ready, and then he had to take a step back again. So they haven't had good luck with their pitchers. Once guys get hurt, it feels like they stay hurt. That's why you're pretty thankful for Fromber and Hunter Brown, at least right now. Those guys have avoided long-term absences from the rotation, and they're going to need those two. They're your top two pitchers. And there was an article that we talked about earlier where Hunter Brown kind of sees this season as one where he solidifies himself, and that's important too because Fromber, not long for an Astros uniform. Even if it's a season where he finishes out the year because they don't pull the Kyle Tucker thing where they trade him when they can still get something back, he's a guy who is in line for a big payday considering what he has been. The Astros don't give out big paydays over long-term deals for their players. So get your City Connect Fromber jersey now. Have a chance to wear it while he's still an Astro. You might only have the one season.
Is it going to be a limited edition?
No, the Astros will sell them as long as you want to buy them. I don't think they're going to make them limited edition. But for you and your willingness to wear them, it might be limited to, I don't know, October. And then you might be done. I don't know how people do that. Do you continue to wear the jersey of a player who's playing for another team? Some people do. Some people go, nope.
I was a no.
I put it in the closet.
That's how I was.
Yeah, I don't know if I would. And it sometimes depends on what team he joins. Like if Fromber winds up where Bregman wound up, yeah, I wouldn't. I don't wear jerseys anyway, but I'm certainly not going to wear a Fromber jersey when I know he plays for the Red Sox.
Especially what level of player we're talking about.
Yes, one of your stars, man. Yeah. One of the guys who has been a big part of a dominant run in your team's history. Fromber, if you got to go, particularly in free agency, go up to Toronto. I don't mind jumping to Toronto. Go Joan George. You guys kind of go into the I'm looking for a comic reference that I don't have for a zone that. What was the Superman zone?
The Phantom Zone.
Go to the Phantom Zone in Toronto. Go join George in the
Toronto, the Phantom Zone.
Go join George in the Phantom Zone. Where I'm not really concerned about you. You might happen to pitch against us a couple times a year, but it really doesn't matter. Just go up there. Go up to the Phantom. Get your bag and go up to the Phantom Zone. That'd be cool. I mentioned the Kyle Tucker trade, where the crown jewel of that trade, is back in the starting lineup today. He and Altuve, Cam Smith and Altuve, are back in the starting lineup, both in the outfield. Cam Smith in the outfield going remarkably well, so much so that it feels like, at least from the fan perspective, it would be a shock if he's not on the opening day roster. Altuve, Sean and I started this from the jump saying, hey, just don't embarrass yourself out there. We have not been able to avoid that scenario. So, and maybe his final game, I don't know if he's going to play over the weekend before they come back. Can we get out of there without any incidents? That's all I'm looking for. No incidents. In fact, is there a way that we make with the Fromber out there, a ground ball pitcher, by the way, Fromber's starting today. Hey, let's have him coupled with Fromber. Fromber's a ground ball pitcher. As soon as Fromber's done, Altuve doesn't need any more reps. That's all I'm looking for. No more viral clips. We've had far too many. It's not like he plays every day, and we still get him. And the thing is, they said that's where he's going to play. If you see him out there, unless he's a DH, he's playing left field. So I guess we just got to get used to it. Yeah, Michael just pulled out his collar. It's not a great feeling, but it's where we are. It's what they decided. I don't get it. A lot of people don't, other than the people who are digging into the numbers and going, well, he would be worse at second base and there's less opportunities to have him affect a game in left. Well, until you actually see it in practice.
It's like, oh.
Those words those words are all cool and all reasonable until we saw it in practice, because I don't think even the biggest doubters thought this was what we were going to see. And certainly the people who thought it was a good move didn't expect to see what we see. But hey, we didn't get to play the sound, as Michael's taking blame for from yesterday, but I take my part of it as well. Espada said it always comes to this when he's dropping balls. He is so insistent on making sure people don't take advantage of his arm when there's someone at third. He is losing kind of the fundamentals of making the play. You know who has the fundamentals of making that play? Natural left fielders.
Shocking. I know.
The guys who wouldn't allow a runner on third who could potentially tag to bother them to the point where they're dropping routine fly balls are guys who play the position.
What a thought.
But, this is what this time is here for, right?
Yeah.
To figure it all out. And maybe we get all the embarrassing stuff out of the way in spring training, and he becomes, well, probably likely still a below average left fielder, not one where if Shaqtin' a Fool was a thing in baseball, he would lead the show every week. All right. I know that thing still has more, but that's a good point to end it. It sounded like that was the end of it until it got looped again. So we'll end our camp update with that. When we come back, something a little more jovial, unless you're watching Taylor Sheridan shows, you take issue with the psyche like Julian did earlier. It's time for our weekly segment with Michael Carroll, where he tells us what you should or shouldn't watch in TV and movies. You got streaming options, you got theater options. He'll provide all that for you. The host of Comicast is here now, but he'll be back in a different role.
I look forward to joining the show.
Yeah. Michael Carroll, the producer, is gone. Michael Carroll, the guest, is coming up when we come back. That guy's been here since about 10 on the show, but he's back. And I know maybe the guy who showed up at 10 was his innie, and now his outie is here. That's a Severance reference for people not belly buttons. Just in case, I know not everyone's seen that show, as evidenced by Apple telling us they're losing $1 billion on streaming. So not enough people are watching it according to them. Shout out to their silly MLS package as well. But Michael Carroll with the laptop in front of him, he is the host of Comicast. He does that with Jong Lee. Their latest issue, which you can find wherever you listen to podcasts, is about episode 4 of Daredevil Born Again. There is a character that shows up that I won't give away because it's part of the thing.
Disney Plus gave it away.
That's true. But for people who haven't seen the episode,
That's true,
and are not constantly online or watching trailers or promos, a beloved character is back. You can not the guy who died in episode 1.
Oh, dang!
This isn't Batman, or Ra's al Ghul, where they put him in that what is it called again?
The Lazarus Pit.
There's no Lazarus Pit, and in this, so Froggy's not coming back, but someone.
Foggy's
not coming back. But I was thinking of Kermit. Apparently, Foggy's not coming back, but a character that a lot of people love is back, including the police in this show. That's not a clue. It should be if you're watching. So they talk about that. They mention that character. It is a spoiler-filled review. So if you have not seen the latest episode of Daredevil Born Again, wait on the podcast. Listen.
You should probably not listen to Comicast if you're not keeping up with Daredevil Born Again.
Yeah, they're going to talk about it quite a bit.
Yeah,
it is one of the major shows that fits what we like to talk about here on this show, and certainly that podcast. So you can find that right now. Okay, so let's give a non-spoiler review. Let's say, did you like the episode? Did you enjoy? Did you enjoy Wilson Fisk yelling at James Gandolfini's son? What were your takeaways in a non-spoiler way of the latest episode?
I think for both Jong and I, we have liked the show so far, and I think it's only gotten better as it's progressed. With this most recent episode being phenomenal, especially for that scene with Matt Murdock and redacted character towards the end of it. That was just it took me back to early season 2 Daredevil once again, because it was a phenomenally written scene, well acted. I mean, some of these actors, Charlie Cox, Vincent D'Onofrio, to me and Jong, have entered that pantheon of, they're synonymous with these characters at this point. They are, like, when you think of Robert Downey Jr., you think of Tony Stark. When you say Ryan Reynolds, you think of Deadpool. Hugh Jackman, you think of Wolverine. They're in that pantheon, I think, at this point. And the show has really put that on display. Matt hadn't been in the Daredevil suit just yet, or at least since the first episode, but that's been a strength of the show so far. It's the themes that they're exploring, especially in the most recent episode, where it felt like I was watching real life because of a certain politician aspect of the episodes so far. It's real good, and it's really timely for what they're covering, and just the themes of change, and do people really change, and we're looking at Matt and Wilson Fisk. Are they really changed? One of them has, but he's struggling with that. The other one, I think by the end of episode 4, it's very clear he hasn't changed. He's just done a better job of hiding it.
Certainly he's putting on a show for his interest. As you mentioned, that big reveal at the end of the final of the last episode is one way. Oh, all right, that's the Kingpin I remember.
That's the Kingpin I know.
Yeah, this guy who's running for mayor and trying to clean up the city. I didn't buy it to begin with, but certainly it revealed that is certainly one aspect of his personality, but not the dominant one.
I will say one of the best moments of the show is also Wilson Fisk listening to, this isn't a spoiler, this is just so funny, Wilson Fisk listening to a kid's choir sing Starship We Built This City very poorly.
It is almost as if they decided to get the worst singing kids in that school to sing that song.
And they actually had to redo it because the kids were too good at first. So they had to bring in kids that sucked at singing.
Yeah, the kids were like, that's my moment. You want me to be awful?
No, we need you to be off key. We need you to be bad.
It was bad.
It was so bad.
And then he had to suffer through it again in a different language, right?
The Latvian Heritage Society had a group that sang the same song.
Maybe I didn't catch it, but was that the song for his campaign?
It might be.
That
I
was
don't
the
know.
only way it would make sense to me. Maybe that was part of getting the job as mayor, and that was a song you heard when he came out to accept
the
that he won,
mayorship.
all that stuff. I don't know, whatever it is.
It feels like a campaign song, but he was very much like Vincent D'Onofrio's like eye twitching and when the teacher is like, oh, let's play another one. No, that's fine.
The mayor's very busy.
That's fine. He's got, it's like, I got so much stuff.
Yeah, there was certainly some levity there. It was bad.
It was bad, but
almost bad enough where I had to turn down the volume because I was feeling what he was feeling.
We were all feeling that way.
It was bad. Okay, so you can check out their full review of Daredevil Born Again on Comicast whenever you want and wherever you listen to podcasts. So as far as things that are out that we have not discussed or things that maybe have premiered in the last day or something you want to go to the theater, where do you want to start? You want to start with theaters or TV streaming?
Let's go theaters just because streaming wise, it's kind of a quiet weekend. And I wonder if it's partly because of the tournament happening. The first weekend of the tournament's always a huge weekend for just viewing. So I wonder if shows kind of stayed away from that because there's only a few shows premiering streaming wise, but theater wise, there's quite a few. Obviously, the big one that probably everyone's I don't know that everyone's talking about it, but Snow White, the live action remake, is in theaters today. Mixed reviews for that, for yet another Disney live action remake. I've seen mostly like middling reviews for that one. At the time when I was building my rundown, it was 46% on Rotten Tomatoes, which, your mileage may vary when it comes to the live action Disney remakes. But the controversy surrounding the stars has been kind of overblown, but the movie itself is like, it's Snow White. It's just a different interpretation of it.
Yeah.
So
no surprises. There'll be some music, some original songs, which would tune me out very quickly, but that's just how I feel about music in movies.
I think there's only 3 in this one.
So it's not as many as
not as many, yeah. Okay. So
not Wicked is what you're saying.
Definitely not Wicked. Although Wicked is premiering on Peacock this weekend, so if folks want to check that out instead, you can. The Alto Nights premieres today. It's limited in release. It's 38% on Rotten Tomatoes right now. But the Alto Nights is the Robert De Niro film where he plays 2 different people, where he plays Frank Costello and Vito Genovese. And it is the 2 of New York's most notorious organized crime bosses as they vie for control of the city's streets. So De Niro's in that, also starring Deborah Messing and Cosmo Jarvis, who was in Shogun. So there's that.
It's directed by Barry Levinson, who is the father of the creator of Euphoria, who we had a reference to earlier. So all the connections are coming together. This is one of those things where he's going to wind up talking to himself.
Yes.
Okay.
100%. Hey, there's a restaurant scene where the 2 of them are talking to each other. And
okay.
Yeah. It's I don't know how you feel about movies where a guy plays 2 different people or twins, like in
but to find out in Sinners how I feel about it.
Yeah. You'll find out. I was talking to Sean Mapes about it, and he was like, I don't like it.
It is a little off-putting. Some movies do a better job than others of not making you feel like, oh, okay, this is an actor doing that thing and talking to himself. So other movies don't. I'd imagine it. I mean, they've got money behind it. I'm sure they'll do a fine job. I'm just not interested in another movie where Robert De Niro is playing some version of a crime boss.
No, you feel like you've seen it enough.
I've had my fill, and as he gets older and the roles get worse, the movies get worse. Take me back to the good old days, right?
Take me back to Goodfellas.
Yeah,
days.
that, and of course, The Godfather, things like that. Back in the day when he was at his peak. This, okay, you're trying to pull. Hey, Robert De Niro's in a movie about Italian mobsters. Don't you guys want to see it? Don't you guys love that stuff? Let's try it again.
Let's do it again. But this time, he's playing 2 different people.
I've had my fill, but hey, keep cashing them checks, Bobby D. Okay, what else?
We also got the other 2 wide releases this weekend are more like, I would say, genre focused, in that there's Locked, which is the movie starring Bill Skarsgård and Anthony Hopkins. Have you seen anything about this movie?
I have not.
It is Bill Skarsgård plays Eddie, who is I don't know if he's just a common thief or what, but he finds a super fancy car, SUV. He tries to steal it. Anthony Hopkins, being a vigilante, locks him in the car remotely and proceeds to deliver some twisted justice, as it says.
I have seen this premise in other things before. The question is it good enough where I can pretend like Anthony Hopkins didn't do this just to cash another check? Did he find some value in this, and that's why he decided to do it? Or did they say, hey, we'll pay you an unseemly amount of money for you to do little to nothing, but put your face on a poster or two?
And I think he, like, if you watch the trailer, he's only in it via voice. So I wonder how much he actually even did, maybe a couple scenes towards the end or something like that. But
I'm going to lean into he didn't find much value. The check's pretty good. But if what you're saying about the trailer, you can extrapolate over the entire movie.
Yeah, based off what it looks like in the trailer, majority of that movie happens with Bill Skarsgård
locked in that car,
and
you just hear
car.
So
SUV.
Anthony Hopkins is just in a booth voicing things for the most part.
Like phone booth.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so you got that. If that interests you.
Sure.
71% on Rotten Tomatoes, a lot better than I thought.
Well, two actors that people like, and Skarsgård certainly depends on the material, because The Crow, from what people reviewed, people said about it wasn't good, but he's done some good things. He was Count Orlok. Was it Orlok?
Orlok, I believe.
Count Orlok in Nosferatu did a good job there. So it all depends on what's being put in front of him. So maybe I'm looking too dimly on it, and he will steal the show.
There's also Ash this weekend, a sci-fi horror movie starring Isa Gonzalez, Aaron Paul.
I've seen a lot of previews on
UI
Instagram for it.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of previews for this. A woman wakes up on a distant planet, finds her crew viciously murdered, and then she's trying to remember stuff. And so it looks interesting. Like, it looks like a weird type movie that I might give it a shot. It is 74% on Rotten Tomatoes, and again, it is a wide release, so you have that. If you're into that.
When you checked it, I just typed it in today, and it's up to 82.
Oh wow, yeah.
If that doesn't interest you, just to let you, and then I click on the website and it's at 73, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay.
If that doesn't interest you, the director is named Flying Lotus.
Yes.
So he's a music producer and now director as well. So I like some of the people in it. I like a sci-fi thing. I probably will just wait to watch it on a streaming service.
What about Magazine Dreams starring Jonathan Majors? That premieres today.
The trailer for it looks very interesting. If you haven't seen it, he plays a man who strives to be a bodybuilder. And if you like the human form, you're going to see a lot of Jonathan Majors' form in the movie. It comes at a time after people watch the trailer like, man, that guy's pretty talented. Hopefully this is his comeback, because people were thinking, well, maybe the stories and reports about him were untrue. And then a recent report came out and said, nah, they're pretty much true. In fact, he admits to doing something.
There's audio of it.
On audio.
In
a secret recording, I guess. So he kind of admitted to doing what he did. And that's a tough beat for Michael B. Jordan, who we talked about. He'll be in Sinners. Recently, he was like, man, I would love to work with him again. That speaks to how the temperature was cooling on the Jonathan Majors thing. And then the audio comes out probably less than a week after he said it.
Like 5 days before the release of this movie.
Yeah. So maybe people were just waiting. Oh, you think you got something here? Because from the trailer, people were lauding what it could be for a return in his career.
Yeah.
And then you got that audio that comes out and like, oh, you are the guy people say you are.
Yeah. So it's a highly rated movie. It's honestly probably the highest rated movie of this weekend.
Yeah.
But again, mileage may vary there with Jonathan Majors.
I am interested to see with him, will talent win out? Because you can't question that that's a talented dude.
He's very talented.
Will people use, and maybe rightfully so, his recent past against them, or will they look past it? We know people like to separate the art from the artist. We will see if this movie is good enough where people will just push aside what they know about him and go, you know what? Sometimes when you're good, you're good. This movie's good. And then, hey, just do good enough work and Hollywood will kind of let you back. It may take a while, but they kind of have, that's kind of the way they operate.
Speaking of Well, not speaking of a good movie. This one, I just remember how I brought what was that, Bayou to the fold, which was
the one about alligators.
Yeah, alligators attacking people.
Yeah.
I present to you Popeye the Slayer Man premieres in theaters.
Do they get to use the IP of Popeye, or do they have, or is that something that's not free use?
No, it very much looks like it's fair use now.
Fair use, yeah,
because it's about I'm reading this. A curious group of friends sneak into an abandoned spinach canning factory to investigate the legend of the Sailor Man, who is said to haunt the factory and local docks. Apparently, there was a spinach accident, and now Popeye is a Slayer Man.
So was Popeye, at least this version of Popeye, always a murderous person, or did the spinach turn him into that? Like the spinach, I understand giving him the bull because we know the bit, we know what Popeye is. But was he all? But Popeye wasn't an a-hole.
No,
just because he ate spinach.
No.
So is this guy had to have been someone who wanted to murder people? Period.
Probably, right? And the contaminated spinach, as it's explained in the trailer, turns him into more of this monstrous, like I'm going to get you kind of thing.
Like a live action Popeye. We've had them in the past. They did not go the route this is going.
No. Very different. Very, very different. Especially if you watch that trailer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Much like Snow White, probably going to be a no for me, dog.
Hard pass.
Yeah.
Hard pass.
I appreciate people doing this because we've seen it with like Winnie the Pooh as well.
Why is it the first thing though is like, let's make him a murderer? I don't understand.
But what else? What else are you going to do? You're going to make him? Are you going to make Popeye a ladies' man? What are you going to do with Popeye? Make him a two-sport athlete? I don't know. He's Deion Sanders. What are you going to do with Popeye other than turn him into a murderer?
Well, now I want Popeye the cornerback
and outfielder.
Outfielder
play for the Braves and the Falcons at the same time.
I would like that, but like an adventure movie or something like that.
So
why
is it
always horror?
So Popeye the action star is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Give me Popeye diving through cars.
Do you want him in the Liam Neeson role in Taken, or do you want him as like a Harrison Ford type in Indiana Jones, where he's really a scientist, but circumstances make him an action star? What are you looking for? Because a spinach would suggest that he's a full on like Arnold, old school Arnold, Sylvester Stallone.
I was going to say the second one, but then you said Liam Neeson in Taken, and I was like, yeah, I'll take a Popeye movie that's like Taken. Oh. Somebody has taken olive oil, and he goes about his day.
I don't know, man.
I will find you.
I've seen olive oil. You can have her. You can have her.
You don't like. What's wrong with olive oil?
A little thin.
Yeah,
a little thin.
I mean, maybe a little bit.
Just a bit. But is olive oil in this movie? Do we know?
I don't know if she's in this movie.
Does he kill olive oil in this movie?
I bet. Based off that trailer, I bet he does.
And that's the only other bit character from Popeye I know. I don't know any of the other characters. Did he have a dog at some point too? I don't know.
Probably. But there's Bruno.
Oh yeah,
something like that.
Brutus, whatever his name is. If he's in the movie, he definitely has to kill him.
Yeah, of course.
We will see. There is no mention of an olive oil in fact, the murderer is just called the Sailor Man. Do they ever call him Popeye?
I think so, because they find documents in this spinach factory, so I would guess.
Well,
they find out.
Good luck to the creators of Popeye the Sailor Man, or Slayer Man, excuse me.
Slayer Man, come on now.
I apologize, because in the IMDb, the Popeye in question is just called the Sailor Man. So we'll see if anyone ever watches that movie. It won't be anyone here. Sean just walked in the room, so there's a real possibility he may watch it.
Sean, you watching Popeye the Slayer Man? Oh, no.
It's not a Marvel movie.
Thumbs down. It's not a Fast and the Furious movie either. So,
well, he would never.
Is Gerard Butler in it?
No,
sadly, no.
There's no one. I don't think there's no one you've ever seen in this movie, from what it looks like to me. All right. Is there anything you would recommend that we see before we wrap it up? You have anything left because we've given people a lot of bad things? Anything else?
Streaming wise, the only one I'll throw out there, because I know we need to wrap up. The Residence season 1 on Netflix, a murder mystery, but with a wildly eccentric detective, Uzo Aduba, who is one of the stars from Orange is the New Black. Mm-hmm. Randall Park, Giancarlo Esposito, they're all in this
another
show.
One of those Shonda World series.
Yeah.
It's kind of like apparently from what I saw, like an upstairs, downstairs version of the White House, where you get some people. Well, if you watch Downton Abbey, you kind of get what that upstairs, downstairs thing means, and it's that put in the White House as you determine who committed the murder, who did the murder. That wraps up this segment. Thank you to Michael Carroll for that. Thank you to him for producing the last couple of days with us having to move schedules around. So Paul Gallant is up next. He's at Carbach. You guys can go out there and watch him, watch games, and watch the games yourself and get something good to eat, get something great to drink, and also the Killer Bees. Is it Brian and Joel again out there?
Yes.
We know Jeremy's calling games for the University of Houston as they have a second-round matchup against Gonzaga that we will certainly be locked in on. So since we're done for the day, Michael, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I will talk to you on Monday.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, March 21st, in the year of our Lord 2025. I am Paul Gallant. As you heard Mr. Voice Guy himself say, this is indeed the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. And on Fridays, we do it a little extra special. Ask Gallant anything. We work in any of your questions in to the segment. Doesn't matter what it's about. We'll answer it. It gets awkward. We are live outside at the Carbach Brewery. They have a beer garden now. It's beautiful outside. We're sitting underneath a canopy of sorts, and there are televisions everywhere. Let me do the count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 7, if not more. Fantastic place to watch March Madness as we are now in the midst of day 2. There is one game on the television in front of me. It is Baylor. Baylor is taking on Mississippi State. It's been actually back and forth, so perhaps we will get our first down to the wire game of the tournament. We really haven't had one outside of yesterday's game between UC San Diego and Michigan. And if you really want to make a stretch, you could say that McNeese Clemson got a little tight at the end. But Baylor's up 31-30 with 2:57 to play in the first half. You've also got Alabama playing Robert Morris, the 2-seed Crimson Tide, up 24-16 on Robert Morris. Yesterday's action was muted. And I don't want to shame the entire basketball tournament or go off on some op-ed post about how, hey, college basketball is going downhill. But take a look at the average margin of victory yesterday. In the 16 games played yesterday, it was an average difference of 14.375 points between games. And really, there were a couple of upsets, but it's entirely based off of seeding and not much more. 9-seed Creighton beat Louisville by a lot, 89-75. 12, McNeese with that upset we mentioned a little bit ago over Clemson, 69-67. 11-seeded Drake beat Mizzou, 67-57. And Arkansas took down Kansas, 79-72. Not really a lot of noteworthy games either, unless you want to count that near miss by UC San Diego, who did shoot a game-tying three-point attempt at the end of regulation against Michigan, but they did miss it, so they lost 68-65. Arkansas-Kansas was fun, but Kansas, my God, they puked all over themselves down the stretch. Just when you thought that they hadn't shot themselves in the foot enough, they plaxicoed themselves again and again and again. The Drake upset of Mizzou, that was fun because Drake, they hadn't won an NCAA tournament game since like 1971, and they have a lot of D2 transfers making up much of their team. And it was cool to see McNeese win. They survived the rally because current head coach Will Wade, who is already about to be NC State's next head coach, he gets the win. This will probably be, I would imagine, the last win for McNeese in the tournament. I mean, it's a 12 versus 5-2, so it's not even that big of an upset. Generally, if you're picking a bracket, you should be picking a few 12-5 upsets. And good for them. Their team manager, apparently, who's this like chubby guy, is getting NIL deals with Buffalo Wild Wings, Tick Pick, whatever that is, Insomnia Cookies, hell yeah, because he apparently walks around awkwardly with a speaker. So that's fun. But yeah, relatively slow day yesterday. We're hoping it picks up today. The games in Texas that took place yesterday, featuring Texas schools, I should say, yesterday, UH smoked SIU Edwardsville. It is their 7th straight win to open a tournament. This one 78-40. Actually, not as much of a blowout as their first game of the tournament last year, where they beat Longwood 86-46. They opened the game hot. They shot 8 of 13 from outside in the first half. Didn't do so well in the second, but they had their bench players in when they were up 28 at halftime. Kelvin Sampson was pretty thrilled about being able to rest his starters for much of the second half. No starter played more than 25 minutes. Juwan Robert, who had the sprained ankle that caused him to miss a couple of games of the Big 12 tournament, only played 20 minutes. So nice win for our beloved Cougs. Rah, rah, rah. Texas A&M beat Yale. I'm a little disappointed in that one. Not going to lie. May have been a bit of a spite pick. And also a lot of people were saying Yale was trendy. Should have known never to pick those frauds from that fake Ivy League school in Connecticut. But Texas A&M took care of business. This is the same Yale team that did upset Auburn in the first round last year. But Texas A&M wins, even though they couldn't shoot a free throw worth a damn. They were 12 of 21 from the free throw line. And the other Texas school that played yesterday, Texas Tech played North Carolina Wilmington. I don't know how many North Carolina schools there are that actually have a D1 program, but it was 82-72. So there you go, guys. That's pretty much everything that's taken place in the NCAA tournament. And today we have a couple of games in action. As far as other fun tidbits from round one of the tournament, BYU, number 6 seed, they beat 11 VCU, 80-71. Some people were thinking that VCU was a trendy upset pick. BYU has a guy named Richie Saunders, who is nicknamed the Tater Tot King. That's because his great-grandfather invented tater tots. I would imagine, great-grandfather, that might be where the money starts to run out. But if someone invents tater tots, would you ever have to go to school? If this person invented them? Serious question. I really wouldn't know. Is the Ore-Ida tater tot brand, is that something that can last generation and after generation? Is it something that can last a century or more? And the other thing that I learned yesterday, this was kind of fun. Purdue played High Point. Purdue beat High Point. Purdue supposedly is a school where most people graduate virgins compared to any school in the country, which is surprising to hear. And High Point University sounds like the greatest place to go to school. They have an ice cream truck with free ice cream for all students between classes. They have a learning lab where you get to have a steak dinner once a month. And basically, you learn how to properly eat in business settings. So you get steak for free once a month, and you get it in a setting where, you have to, I guess, dress nice, tuck in your napkin or whatever you do. I don't know if they're making you do it all British style where you stuff it in your collar or things like that. But yeah, you're taught how to eat in a business setting. They have hibachi grills, and they also have pools. They have 15 pools on campus. I'm kind of jealous of High Point. So Purdue might have won, but if you're a Purdue fan, you're in a boring-ass school filled of engineers. No offense. And if you're at High Point, you're having a good old time. And by the way, I think High Point flew out most of their students to the game to go watch it. So that's fun. Anyway, you want to chime in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, on the YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. That's everything you need to know about what's going on in the NCAA tournament. We got some texts already on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. King of Twitch is coming in hot. Ask Paul anything. Bald, landing strip, or full? Bald. Of course, I'm talking about hairstyles, It's so much nicer to have a chrome dome than it is to have a 70s shag or a landing strip like a psycho on your head, More comments here. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Rare Candy says, if I brought a football, would you let me throw you a 30-yard laser, Paul? I would, of course, let you throw a 30-yard laser. I don't know that you could throw a 30-yard laser. Throwing it 30 yards is a little more difficult than you would think. I think that's just basically the expanse of my range when it comes to throwing a football because my shoulder now sucks. But, yeah, you come here with a football and you want to have a catch with me like I'm the father you never had, I will absolutely catch that 30-yard laser from you. In progress right now, March Madness. Baylor and Mississippi State are now at halftime. Baylor up 37-32 on the Bulldogs. And Alabama leads Robert Morris 30-23 with 6:22 to play in the first half. One other interesting game for me, at least today, that features some locality is that Oklahoma's going to be playing UConn. And North Carolina, you see the ACC, the conference that used to be so proud, features my Syracuse Orange, who are terrible now and did make the tournament. Well, if North Carolina doesn't win today, and this is a North Carolina team that many believe didn't deserve to make the tournament, and now all of a sudden they're a favorite because they beat South Dakota State by 30 points. If North Carolina loses, Duke will be the only ACC team left in the NCAA tourney. How about that? Anyway, it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text it, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Fake Tony Stark asks, are you calling Mr. T a psycho? He has a landing strip on his head. Yes. Have you watched the movie Rocky 3? He plays Clubber Lang. If you can play a psycho, you might be a psycho. Up next, Cam Smith hype. Just when you thought it couldn't get any bigger, a puff piece got dropped about Cam Smith yesterday. We'll talk about all the hilarious highlights from said puff piece. We're live here at Carbach Brewing in the midst of their beer garden for the NCAA tournament. Some Crawford Pale Ale or some rhubarb fruited field beer, perhaps a Hopadillo Imperial IPA. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on Ask on Anything Friday. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Carbach Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We're here for March Madness. 2 games in progress for round 1, day 2. Baylor leads Mississippi State 37-32 at halftime. Alabama's up on Robert Morris 34-29 with 3:32 to play in the first half. That's a 2-15 seed, so pretty close to this point. Hopefully it remains close because we really only had one buzzer beater possibility. It was UC San Diego against Michigan yesterday. UC San Diego took a 3 at the very end, but it didn't fall. Outside of that, we were 0 for 15 when it came to games that actually went down to the last second. Need a little more from you, college basketball today. I need a little more from you. The Houston Astros might need a little more from Cam Smith for him to make the opening day roster. He is starting in right field for the Astros in a game that I believe started a little bit ago, batting fifth. This is a lineup today for the Astros in this game that they're playing, featuring Jose Altuve in the leadoff spot, Jeremy Pena batting second, Isaac Paredes third, Yainer Diaz fourth in the cleanup role, Cam Smith is fifth. Then after that, it's John Singleton, Victor Caratini, Brendan Rodgers playing second base, Chas McCormick in center field. Pretty close to an opening day lineup. You would probably have Christian Harris in there instead of Jonathan Singleton. I'm assuming Victor Caratini would perhaps DH in that setting. Maybe it's Mauricio Dubon playing second base for Brendan Rodgers, but fairly major league looking lineup with Framber Valdez on the mound. So Cam Smith's batting fifth and starting in right field. Chandler Rome wrote a piece in The Athletic about Cam Smith, and holy crap, if you don't want Cam Smith to be on the opening day roster after reading this article, I don't know what to tell you. So we all know that Cam Smith has been the Astros' best hitter this spring. He's hitting .419, 500 on base percentage, 871 slugging line. And that's not everything he's been doing this spring, because both team officials and opposing scouts have loved how early he chooses to take pitches. They think he has a very good understanding of the strike zone and the sort of pitches against which he can do damage. 5 of his 13 hits this spring have been for extra bases. Homers his first 2 at-bats. 2 more homers the past 4 days. Those 2 homers came against major league pitchers Tyler Megill and A.J. Minter. He went opposite field against Megill into a swirling wind, garnering praise from Mauricio Dubon, and he pulled the ball against Minter. A.J. Minter, which got Joe Espada going. So that's what he's doing. But now you got to hear what his teammates are saying about him. And take some of this with a grain of salt. You're going to laugh at some of these quotes, because I don't know how much this has to do with how good Cam Smith is theoretically going to be in the majors. But this is how this Chandler Rome column begins. Quote, "The prospect who's captivating a clubhouse is built like a transformer and beating his entire team to the ballpark. His smile seems almost permanent, and his swing is the envy of players so many years his senior. Scouts can't stop salivating over Cam Smith's potential, while coaches are offering the sort of comparisons that can't be ignored." That's a great way to start off an article, right? Especially if you want to see Cam Smith on the opening day roster. More from this article. This is a quote from Mauricio Dubon. Quote, "You can quote me on this. When he figures it out, when he has an idea of what they're going to do to him in the big leagues, I think he's going to be the next 60 homer guy." Again, Mauricio Dubon thinks that Cam Smith will be the next 60 homer guy. Is that hyperbole? Probably. It's also very high praise for a rookie, especially considering that the Astros are probably looking at most rookies right now and are a bit skeptical that a guy can come in as a rookie and can contribute to a team that's been quite the dynasty for much of the last decade. I continue Dubon saying he'll put in the work and he's got that much pop. Also, more praise for Cam Smith, this time courtesy of Jeremy Pena, because he is more than an aircraft carrier. Said Jeremy Pena, quote, "He's built like a transformer. And I don't mean like the electrical transformers. I mean the Transformers, robots in disguise. I'm Optimus Prime. I'm Starscream. You know, if you've watched those ever before. I'm Megatron. These are like the half vehicles, half robots, you know, from space, blah, blah, blah. There was a bunch of Michael Bay movies. Continued, Pena. You can see that. He looks the part, but he acts the part too. All right, so he looks the part and he acts the part. More praise for Cam Smith from Houston Astros players. Quote, amazing kid. Great swing. Under control. He seems like he's very mature for being a year in professional baseball. He controls his at-bats. End quote. Yeah, you want to hear that from Jose Altuve. Calling him mature, saying he's got the correct approach at the plate. More, this is from Jeremy Pena. Quote, he does look like a big leaguer to me. He's a guy that if he stays healthy and keeps doing what he's doing, he'll play in the big leagues for a really, really long time. So Altuve thinks he looks the part. Jeremy Pena thinks he looks the part. So does Christian Walker. Quote, as a teammate, I want to be able to look over and know I can trust that guy when bleep is hitting the fan. I think the makeup, the calmness, the maturity, confidence, all that kind of adds up into making that decision of I can trust that guy or I don't want that guy in a spot where a game is on the line. So far, he's checking all the boxes for sure. Take it with a grain of salt. It's spring training, but Christian Walker is saying that his makeup and calm, maturity, confidence makes him trust him, at least today, March 21st, 2025. More from Christian Walker on how Cam Smith looks the part. Quote, I like that I don't see him over swinging a lot. It looks like he trusts that, and he knows he just has to put the bat on the ball, and good things can potentially happen for him. When I see plate discipline, it's watching a guy who feels like he knows who he is at the plate. Damn. So per Astros players and coaches, Cam Smith has 60 home run potential, is built like a transformer, and looks the part. This is where things start to get a little bit silly, and perhaps we are reaching if we are acting as if this means he'll be a good pro. But Cam Smith shows up early. Astros bench coach Omar Lopez, who had Carlos Correa when he was 19, believes Cam goes about his business the same as Correa, especially because he's among the first people to arrive at the Astros spring training complex. He enters the gym around 6 a.m. for a quick workout. He's the best player in this spring training camp, continued Dubon, that we got right now numbers-wise. He's the best performer. Still, 6 a.m., 6:30 a.m., he's in the cages working. He's grounded and working every day. It's only been 5 weeks, but what I've seen in 5 weeks, everyone likes him. So he shows up early, and everyone likes him. Even better, he seems to be a good guy. Here is Jeremy Pena talking about Cam Smith. Quote, Pena described Smith as pure, someone with a pure heart and pure mind, a guy you can talk to, a guy you can get dinner with, and a guy you want to hang out with. Oh, okay. He's pure and has a pure heart and pure mind. I don't know if that means he's going to be a good major leaguer, but that's high praise. He's a good guy. Mauricio Dubon on Cam Smith, the good guy. Quote, everybody is talented here. Everybody is good. But being a good person, being a good clubhouse guy, says a lot more than what you do on the field, Dubon said. And he's got that. All right, so he's a good guy. What else does Cam Smith bring to the table in this puff piece that Chandler Rome put together in The Athletic? That is not as much puff as it is every single Houston Astro praising this guy to the point where you wonder if he's going to make the opening day roster because these players all seem open to it. He's got a strong handshake. Few inside the clubhouse had ever met Smith before he reported to spring training last month. Upon shaking his hand, Jeremy Pena proclaimed, quote, that's a strong boy, end quote. He also does the little things like maintaining eye contact. Christian Walker says little things are important, and Smith maintains eye contact in conversations. Wow. And on top of all of this, Cam Smith, he can handle ball busting. He's even taking good-natured teasing from teammates in stride, writes Rome. Just talking bleep, like normal talking bleep. Like, that's all you got? Don't bleep it up. Don't mess it up. If you hit a home run, you make the team, Dubon said. And he takes it and he hits a homer. He doesn't pout or anything. He's going to fit in great. So, I mean, if that's not enough rave reviewing from Cam Smith's teammates in spring training to make you feel like they're at least open to him being on that opening day roster, there's no mixed feelings about it. I think they all want him to make the team. Then maybe he should. And again, it's about what Dana Brown wants to do and what Joe Espada wants to do. And there's the service time element. And do you want this guy who's never gone up against major leaguers in the actual major leagues to go from single A ball all the way up to the majors after this incredible spring? Like, maybe you do, because, I mean, what's going to really challenge him? But his teammates are big fans. He's performing. He could be a 60 home run guy for some of these guys. He looks the part. He shows up early. He's a good guy with a strong handshake that maintains eye contact and can handle ball busting. Sounds like a perfect Astro to me. So we'll see what happens. But that article, you want to get super high off of the possibilities, the dream of what aircraft carrier Cam Smith can be, check it out in The Athletic. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We are live at Carbach Brewing for the NCAA tournament. Couple of games in progress right now. It's also an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. From the 281, I think Cam Smith transforms, since Jeremy Payne, you said he's like a transformer, into a food truck that serves Chaz McCormick's favorite banana pudding. That would be nice. From the 281, another texter asks, what vehicle does Cam Smith turn into? I think this person's actually the same texter who said he would turn into a food truck that serves Chaz McCormick's banana pudding. I feel like Cam Smith would have to turn into the aircraft carrier, right? Like, he has to be half aircraft carrier, half machine. What else do we have going on here on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? Donna asks, Paul, why the heck are you all outside? The pollen count is off the charts today. Because it's a beautiful day and the NCAA tournament's on, and we're at Carbach Brewery in the midst of their beer garden. That's why. So, on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, you can ask any question, work it in, and I'll work it into the show. Coming up next, we'll keep you posted on what's going on in the NCAA tournament. And there is some depressing Astros news on the injury front, which might need another episode of Astros ER. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Carbach Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. If you listened to that last segment, yeah, Cam Smith, he sure seems to be all that. Now, as far as what's going on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, combing through the text line at 713-780-3776 to call or text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Tony the Handsome says, Smith will be the first to be inducted into the Hall while playing, and I kind of want to date Cam Smith now. I mean, yeah, wouldn't you want to introduce Cam Smith to your daughter after hearing all of that? We have some, well, actually, guys, though, out there from the 409. Did the article quote any outfielders? I don't think I heard any names mentioned. That's from 409, Josh. Yeah, I would imagine that if anyone had issue with Cam Smith making the opening day roster, it would probably be Chas McCormick, Jake Myers. But it's definitely not Mauricio Dubon, who's kind of an outfielder. But I imagine at this moment in time is probably being viewed more as a second baseman. We're out here at Carbach Brewery for the NCAA tournament. There's a couple of games in action right now. Baylor and Mississippi State now in the second half. Baylor up 41-34 on Mississippi State with 17:42 to play. Meanwhile, it's halftime for Alabama and Robert Morris. Alabama just up 4 in that game. Game number 3 just got underway. Number 3, Iowa State up 6-2 on number 14 seed Lipscomb with 16:27 to play in the first half. On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, someone on the text line asks, Paul, should the Cougs be worried about Gonzaga, who they play tomorrow with a tip-off of 7:40? Not this Zags team. I mean, Mark Few's always got the Zags ready to go. But this is a team that has a lot less talent than they've had in years past. I would say maybe a couple of years ago, yes, but not this version. Nah, I don't see it happening with this version of the Zags. I suppose anything can happen in the NCAA tournament, but to this point, everything that we have expected has largely happened outside of a couple of upsets. And we're talking upsets that feature a 9 seed over an 8 seed, or a 12 seed over a 5, an 11 over a 6, a 10 over a 7. That's it. I'd like a little bit more in the rest of today's action. Ask Gallant Anything Friday continues. Let's do some rapid fire ones really quickly. Fake Tony Stark asks, Paul, Coke or Pepsi? Coke. Not close. Pepsi's too sweet. Plus, Coke did vanilla Coke, and vanilla Coke was like crack to me when I was in middle school. I'm pretty sure that my dad, after my parents split up, when I would like spend one weekend with my dad and then one weekend with my mom, I'm pretty sure my dad, to make it seem like it was cooler to go hang out with him than it was to hang with my mom, who never had soda in the house, he would always get a 2-liter of vanilla Coke. And guess what, guys? It was noted. It was very noted that I could get a 2-liter of vanilla Coke whenever I went over to my dad's house every other weekend. It's good stuff, too. More. King of Twitch asks, Alex Morgan or Alex Daddario? Ooh, an Alex off. Alex Morgan played soccer. If you know me, you know I like soccer players. Strong, powerful, independent soccer players, to be specific. Fake Tony Stark asks, Margot Robbie or Jamie Presley? Controversial take. Big fan of Prime Jamie Presley. Not another teen movie. Hilarious movie. Go back and watch it. All right, guys. Ask Gallant Anything Friday continues, and we'll keep you posted on everything that's going on in the NCAA tournament. But yet again, we have some mildly concerning news for the Houston Astros, who constantly are injured and seem to have the worst medical staff ever and training staff ever, at least based off of the way things have gone the last couple of years. Throw on top of it the confusion that they always put us through when telling us about those injuries, and it lends itself to a favorite segment of the old Paul Gallant Show, and formerly Gallant and George, Astros ER. So yesterday we talked about Luis Garcia being shut down with elbow soreness for the third time in a year. And Ronel Blanco, who got drilled in the chest, also had a ball graze his wrist while it drilled him in the chest. He had to get taken out of a game. Here's the latest injury news. Hayden Wisniewski, who the Astros acquired as part of the Kyle Tucker trade, got hit in the foot by a comebacker in a minor league game. He's going to get x-rays. He did do drills, so I guess that doesn't mean that it's so bad. Also, Christian Walker will get at-bats in minor league games tomorrow, but won't travel to Houston on Sunday. He's going to stay back to get minor league at-bats Monday and Tuesday in the minor leagues as he deals with that oblique injury. We will see how things go for Christian Walker. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that he will be the opening day starter. I do not trust the Astros whenever they tell me about a timetable for injuries. Take a look at Kyle Tucker last year. That injury was supposed to last a couple of weeks. It lasted 3 months. So we'll see if Walker's actually back out there for opening day. That's going to make, I would imagine, their opening day roster lineup decisions a little bit more difficult. Also of note, from the Astros injury front, Caleb Ort, a reliever, and Forrest Whitley, this is not a surprise, are likely to open the year on the injured list. Dang. Forrest Whitley, poor guy. Whenever it seems like he's going to get an opportunity, he did finally get a major league opportunity last year at least. Next thing you know, injury happens, and he's out. So there you go. That's your Astros ER update. I just want to get this thing started. I saw yesterday that per Chandler Rome, Josh Hader had to throw for 4 outs in a Grapefruit League game. Yeah. Let's start the game. Let's start the actual regular season games already, huh? Please. Please, for the love of God. That would be very, very, very nice. Anyway, I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Some questions. King of Twitch asks, rare, medium rare, or medium well steak? Anyone who does medium well should go to jail. Honestly, should your children even have medium well? I'm not a doctor. I'm not a parent. But if you're teaching your children that well-done steak is good, you're setting them up for failure in life. Again, I am not a doctor or a parent. Do not listen to anything I have to say when it comes to how you should raise your kids. Do I use ketchup? No, I'm not a savage. It's always medium rare. I do not mind rare either, but it kind of depends on how thick the actual meat is. It's one of those things. Junior Broncos asks on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, ranch or blue cheese? Neither. Both are terrible. I hate blue cheese with a passion. It smells awful. I don't like cheese as it is. Why would I want moldy cheese? And ranch, I've never understood the craze with ranch. I don't even know what's in it. But, no. I know some people put ranch on their pizza, right? And maybe you use it for your wings too. No. You get wings with good sauce on it. Spicy garlic. It's the number one go-to as far as wing sauce that you get on. All right? And now you know. Ryan Lost in Texas asks, Paul, would you rather get into a fist fight with a doctor or a lawyer? Probably the doctor, because the lawyer would theoretically sue me after the fact, regardless of whether I won or lost. I feel like there are some doctors out there who are in very good shape and take care of themselves, but they generally are surgeons. Nothing against the doctors out there. I've seen a lot of other doctors who don't exactly look like they're in the best shape. And I think there's a doctor or two I could take out there. It's not like the doctor's going to be able to heal himself in the middle of the battle or anything like that, you know? He can't do that. So, yeah, doctor over lawyer in a fight every single time. GD MFs asks, Paul, Joel or J-Bone in a fight? Who? Joel. Definitely Joel. Jeremy, I'm not convinced can play sports. I know he golfs. I know that sounds mean. I've seen Joel play basketball. And I don't know what that has to do with actual getting in a fight or anything like that. But like I used to play with Joel basketball every Saturday morning. So yeah, sorry, Jer Bear, J Bone. I'm gonna pick and Joel in that. All right, and Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Most Gallant kind of show that you can possibly get. We are live here at the Carbach. I guess Chas McCormick hit a home run in spring training after Cam Smith had grounded out. So, Chas McCormick? Is he trying to make sure that Cam Smith doesn't take him out of a possible right field starter spot in the opening day? We shall see. Come out and hang out with us. We're at Carbach Brewing for the NCAA tournament on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Baylor is just screwing around with Mississippi State right now. They keep on trying wild dunks. Ball bounced off the back of the backboard all the way, literally to the baseline that the Bears had just come from. Then they just tried to go for an alley-oop, and the ball was overthrown by about a mile over the guy's head. It seems like Baylor's going to end up running away with this. They're up 51-43 with 12:58 to play in the second half. Paul Gallant Show, live at Carbach Brewery in the midst of the beer garden, watching the NCAA tournament. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Carbach Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
A breezy day here in the Carbach Beer Garden. Didn't even know they had one. It's fantastic out here. Lots of picnic tables open. Some are under a canopy of sorts with all sorts of TVs so you can watch all the March Madness games. There's 2 bars out here too. There's picnic tables in the sun as well if you want to get your tan on. It's a fantastic place to watch yourself some college basketball. We're going to be here all afternoon long, and there's some new beverages that Carbach has to offer. There's Crawford Pale Ale, a refreshing, crisp brew, only available for a limited time at select grocery stores, Dyken Park, and at the Carbach Restaurant and Patio. Also, there is their Rhubarbed, the latest addition to Carbach's FUN series. It's a World Beer Cup bronze medal winner, and it will be available in the coming weeks at a grocery store near you, as well as here at the Carbach Restaurant and Patio. It's bursting with rhubarb, hibiscus, and the right amount of pucker. What does that mean? Bold enough to make your taste buds dance, but balanced enough to keep you sipping. And then, of course, there's Hopadillo. Light orange in color with a fluffy white head. This heavy-handed dry hop classic clocks in with a 9.9% alcohol by volume to give you a double take on what an Imperial IPA can taste like. It's double the Dillo. How about that? So it's a different version of Hopadillo. And there's some cool things coming here to the Carbach Brewery. The 5th Annual Hot Sauce Festival, which is April 6th. The Love Street Music and Arts Festival, April 12th. An Astros Watch Party on the 25th featuring the Royals, the Shooting Stars, Orbit, and giveaways will be there with first pitch 6:40. For all events and new releases, follow at Carbach Brewing. And for private events, go to www.carbachbrewing.com. We're going to be here again all afternoon watching the tournament. A couple of games in progress right now. The games that are on the TV in front of us features Baylor and Mississippi State. Baylor is up 56-47 on Mississippi State with 10:33 to play. You've also got Alabama still at halftime against Robert Morris, 40-36. And Iowa State leads Lipscomb, a 3 seed versus a 14 seed, 23-16 with 9:02 to play in the first half. The Rockets are back in action tonight against the Miami Heat in Miami. They've won 8 games in a row and are looking to get, at the very least, to 50 wins, if not an outright de facto NBA playoff bid. They have technically clinched a playoff berth because no matter what, they will at least play in the play-in tournament, even if they lose their next 12 games, because they have the tiebreakers over the 2 teams that they would be competing against for that potential 10 seed. The last time that the Rockets played the Miami Heat was December 29th. You might remember that in that game, Amen Thompson body slammed Tyler Hero in a brawl that saw multiple players and coaches ejected. Well, Amen Thompson might finally be back tonight. Saw Vanessa posting a video of him at shoot-around. He is probable for tonight's game against the Heat. If he's back out there, I really wonder if we might see a squabby Rockets kind of game. If we might see the Rockets get back in goon mode. Rockets, goon. I'd like to see that. It's fun when the Rockets fight people. Does that make me a bad person that I like to see the Rockets play football in their basketball? Does it make me a bad person that I liked it when Amen Thompson body slammed Tyler Hero? Or that I like it when Steven Adams and Miles Plumlee are getting into it and Adams is making Miles Plumlee bleed? Is it bad? Is it bad that I kind of laugh when Dylan Brooks does something to get under the skin of somebody else? Or when Cam Whitmore loses his mind over something rather minor and inconsequential and ends up shoving a guy? I say no. I think it's fantastic that your Houston Rockets stand up for what's right. They stand up for what's right. And I'm hoping that Amen Thompson being back on the court leads to some more shoving with Tyler Hero. This is what Tyler Hero had to say about Amen Thompson after that kerfuffle back in December.
You and Thompson exchanging words. How did it all really kind of spark off there?
Just some 2 competitors going at it, playing basketball.
And then it got a little out of hand. It's not every single night that you have all those texts and all of those ejections. Was it building to that, or was it just a standard physical game that just had one of those igniting moments?
Just a physical game. I guess that's what happens when someone's scoring, throwing dimes, doing the whole thing. So I get mad too.
Oh my God, he sucks so much. Tyler Harrow, no one has ever embodied the I want to be what I'm not more than Tyler Harrow. And again, pretty good player. Earned himself a fair chunk of change. But I mean, Amin Thompson, already a better player than Tyler Harrow. Is that fair to say? I feel like it is. Is it early? Yes. Thompson's more athletic. I mean, Harrow, was he having a good game? Is that the reason that Thompson went after him? No. I imagine Harrow did some shady crap. I honestly don't remember because I think that was when I was in Mexico. So, sorry, guys. Sometimes your boy doesn't watch some games. You might already know that. But I really want to see Amin Thompson and Tyler Harrow get back into it tonight. And we might because the Rockets are back in action tonight. We're live at Carbach watching the NCAA tournament, though. 713-780-3776 to call in and text in. On an Ask on Anything Friday, someone texts in the question, Paul, who's the best basketball player at the station? It's Joel Blank. It's Joel. I've played with Joel. Joel's very good. Joel's a very good three-point shooter. Now, it's been a while since I played with Joel, but Joel was better than me when I was in my athletic prime, and like all I'm good at is defense. I can't really dribble with my left hand, and I have this ugly, like trebuchet-looking three-point shot. It's gross. More comments here on an Ask on Anything Friday. Paul, what was your favorite video game on Nintendo? Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. And we're talking about a Nintendo 64. I did not have any Nintendo systems before that. I did not have the NES or the Super NES. I had a Game Boy. Pokemon was pretty damn fun. So I guess that's technically a Nintendo game. And I also liked Super Smash Brothers, both versions of that, Super Smash Brothers and Super Smash Brothers Melee. Zelda the Wind Waker was also a surprisingly good game, as was Twilight Princess. Honestly, if we're really going to just ask what's the favorite Nintendo game you've ever played, it's basically every single Zelda game. I think I've enjoyed every single one of those. It's been a while since I played one, though. Didn't play any of the new ones on the Switch because I need to get away from playing, video games. Start being a little bit more of an adult, which is difficult. Very, very, very difficult. More questions on an Ask on Anything Friday. Ryan Lost in Texas asks, have you ever considered hopping a train to travel from town to town doing odd jobs to make ends meet? No, I have not. Honestly, watching the television show Reacher, which is on Amazon Prime, I think that they had the second to last episode of season 3 last night, which I watched. This season's been okay. It's been okay. There's a lady that's the strong, powerful, independent woman co-lead with Reacher, and she's very attractive, but her Boston accent bothers me a lot. Anthony Michael Hall is also in it, too. And it's so weird to see adult Anthony Michael Hall and how little he looks like young Anthony Michael Hall. Like, clearly he started lifting weights. He's just a lot fuller of a human being. But he's in that show, too. But it's been okay. And having watched that show, like, that's what Reacher's all about. Can't believe that they made those Jack Reacher movies featuring Tom Cruise, who's like 5'7", considering that Jack Reacher's supposed to be this behemoth of a human being, 6'4". But anyway, that's neither here nor there. We're at Carbach Brewery in the Beer Garden for today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 is going to be here all afternoon long. Come out and hang out with us and watch some NCAA basketball. We've got Baylor and Mississippi State on the big screen in front of me right now with 8:57 to play. Baylor leads 59-49. Alabama's up on Robert Morris, 49-44 with 16:07 to play in the second half. Still a close game. Now that we're in the second, Iowa State's starting to pull away from Lipscomb. It's 3 seed versus a 14 seed, 27-16, 7:41 to play in the first. So right now, the only, could be an upset game is Alabama and Robert Morris. Alabama's the 2 seed. Of course, beat the Cougs earlier in the year. Was number 1 at one point. Robert Morris, number 15. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show live at Carbach Brewery, 713-780-3776 to call or text in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Stay put. On an Ascalon Anything Friday, here we are at the Carbach Brewery. We're hanging out here in the beer garden. There is an uncovered section with all sorts of sunlight. I see Joe Jr. running around. There's also a covered area, and we've got all sorts of TVs so that you can watch all of March Madness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. My count might have changed since last time. I haven't even had a beverage to change said count. What's going on here? Couple of games in action. Now we've got 4. Baylor's up 60 to 52 on Mississippi State with 7:26 to play in the second half. Alabama leads Robert Morris by 5, 51-46 with 14:49 to play. Lipscomb getting smoked by Iowa State, 33-19, 4:54 to play in the first half. And a 12-5 matchup, 12-seed Colorado against 5-seed Memphis in the West. It's 2-2. That game's just tipped off, 18:08 to play in the first half. So 4 games in action. The next big name team that will tip off in about 47 minutes, Duke will play Mount St. Mary's, and then Vanderbilt will play St. Mary's. I guess those are 2 entirely different schools. How about that? 2 schools with St. Mary, the Blessed Mother, making it into the tournament. Now, over the course of today's show, we've talked about everything that went down day 1 of the NCAA tournament. We also talked about a really unbelievably sunshiny piece about Cam Smith written in The Athletic. I encourage you to read it. It'll get you very excited. But the news out of spring training, at least this afternoon, the Astros are playing a game as we speak right now, is that Chas McCormick, who has been brutal, he has been awful this spring. He just hit a changeup by Sonny Gray for a 3-run homer, 105.2 miles per hour off the bat, 397 feet to his pull side. He really needed that. Now, is Sonny Gray still a good pitcher? I don't know. But if you're Chas McCormick, you need any sort of confidence that you can get. Any sort of confidence that you can get. And I would imagine that a home run goes a long way on that front. I still feel like Cam Smith, because of McCormick's play, has a chance to make the opening day roster. I really don't know what his percentage chance is of making the opening day roster at this moment in time. But I'd imagine that piece that was written in The Athletic is a very good sign for him when it comes to him potentially being a big leaguer when the regular season opens up 6 days from now. Holy crap. It's 6 days away. Insane. I've made a joke very often about how the Michigan Wolverines and the New England Patriots are the brothers in arms of the Houston Astros, because all 3 are a little bit, let's just say, nefarious when it comes to stealing signs, he said, in quotation marks, while rolling his eyes semi-sarcastically, seeing as I feel like in all 3 of those situations there are more teams, maybe less so with Michigan, but there are other teams that are doing similar tactics that would be frowned upon to give their school the best possible edge, to give their team the best possible edge. But I kind of like that. I respect the Astros cared so much about us that they were willing to steal signs, that the Patriots love their fans so much they were willing to steal signs, that Michigan loves their fans so much they were willing to steal signs. So I saw an article that popped up on ESPN.com, and I immediately assumed that this Michigan latest story was going to be another edition of sign stealing gone too far. Ex-Michigan assistant charged hacking computer accounts. And you see that and you're thinking, oh, yeah, they're just stealing film from the mainframe, from the databases or something like that. Oh, you love how I'm just throwing out all those Apex 90s terms for computer terminology that would be used in movies without like any actual understanding of what they mean. I still don't know what they mean. But here's what this article is about. And let's just say, this is worse. I don't know if we can call Michigan our brother in arms anymore. A former NFL and University of Michigan assistant football coach allegedly hacked into the computer accounts of thousands of college athletes seeking intimate photos and videos, according to an indictment filed yesterday. Matt Weiss, who worked for the Ravens, of course he worked for the Ravens. The Ravens have a lot of not-so-quality characters in their locker room over their history. Before joining Michigan in 2021, was charged with 14 counts of unauthorized computer access and 10 counts of identity theft. He was fired in 2023 as Michigan's co-offensive coordinator after failing to cooperate with the school's investigation of his access to computers. From 2015 to 2023, he gained access to the databases of more than 100 colleges and universities that were maintained by a third-party vendor, and then downloaded personal information and medical data of more than 150,000 athletes. Apparently, he's a computer whiz. He cracked the encryption process, assisted by research that he did on the internet, got access to the social media, email, and cloud storage accounts of more than 2,000 athletes, as well as more than 1,300 students or alumni from schools across the country. This guy's a creep. He primarily targeted female college athletes. He researched and targeted these women based on their school affiliation, athletic history, and physical characteristics. His goal was to obtain private photographs and videos never intended to be shared beyond intimate partners. He kept notes on photos and videos that he downloaded, commenting on the bodies and sexual preferences, and sometimes returning years later to look for new images. Jesus. I mean, Michigan. This is a bad one. You know, the sign stealing scandal, I don't think it was that big of a deal. And honestly, some hacking, maybe I'll look the other way. This is creep central. And this guy is basically boys with the Harbaughs. He spent a decade as an assistant coach with the Ravens, and then he worked with Jim Harbaugh in Michigan. He's been under scrutiny for 2 years. His police was searched in 2023, right before he was fired. He said at the time he was cooperating and looking forward to the matter being resolved. Well, I don't know if it's going to be resolved in the way that you like now that this is out of the bag. This guy is persona non grata and perhaps blackballed by the industry. Anyway, guys, yikes, right? Michigan no longer a brother in arms of the Astros and the Patriots and the unholy alliance of doing everything that we can to make our fan base happy. You want to jump in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, you can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 832, Ask Paul, given one attempt, would you rather get a hit off of Framber Valdez or successfully kick a field goal for $5,000? I could not get a hit off of Framber Valdez. Could I even make contact off of Framber Valdez? Doubtful, even if I tried bunting. And I also would always feel nervous about Framber pitching to me because the guy's a bit of a head case. So for $5,000 facing pitches from Framber Valdez, the potential of getting hit, no. Kicking a field goal for $5,000, now I'm wondering how far away this field goal would be. $5,000 screams it would probably have to be at least 40 yards. A 40-yard field goal for $5,000, I would have a shot of hitting the crossbar. I'd probably kick under the crossbar. It'd be such a line drive. But I feel like I'd have a better chance of kicking a field goal. 100%. Eric, the driver, texts in. Paul, when you're on a road trip and you stop at a gas station, what food and drink are you getting? Salt and vinegar Pringles for the food. And for a drink, vanilla Coke. I love vanilla Coke. Big problem, though, with the vanilla Coke is that it generally gives me stomach issues. So about like 2.5 hours later, I'm going to feel like I got to go. And I'm hoping that there's a Buc-ee's nearby for me to stop that, if you catch my drift, because I want a clean bathroom. Anyway, I'm Paul Gallant. On YouTube, Sean Martinez asks, do you think that coach had goggles on, Prodigy playing, and said, I'm in, when he hacked in? Maybe. Is that like a Matrix reference? Probably. And then he's hacking into the intimate pictures of female athletes. That guy's absolute creep at Michigan. You want to chime in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, you know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We're live at Carbach Brewery watching March Madness. Baylor leads Mississippi State 67-61 with 3:52 to play. Mississippi State shooting free throws. So this game's getting a little bit closer. Other games across college basketball that are currently in progress. You've got Robert Morris and Alabama still in at least a game. Alabama leads Robert Morris, the 2 seed over the 15 seed, 56-52 with 10:53 to play in that game. Iowa State's running away with it, 3 versus 14 seed Lipscomb. It's 40-24 at halftime. And Memphis and Colorado State underway, a 12 versus 5 matchup. Colorado State's up 15-11 with 13:58 to play in the first half. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show, and an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Karbach Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
We're watching the NCAA tournament on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. A question I have for you, and I didn't do it, but I was unwrapping a Ricola because your boy's been dealing with some throat issues, as I am now in the midst of 3 straight weeks of the worst possible allergies that at the very least have my abs looking more defined from all the coughing that I'm doing. Am I a psychopath? Had I, after dropping a Ricola on the ground here outside at the Carbach Brewery's beer garden, had I picked it up after less than 5 seconds and put it back in my mouth, would that have been a psycho move? I didn't do it. I thought about it. I didn't want to waste the valuable Ricola, because you guys might not know, but did you know that since 1930, the Richterich family has made Ricola from naturally good Swiss alpine herbs? I don't want to waste Swiss alpine herbs. I don't want to do that.
I do think that the 5-second rule kind of depends on like the type of food that you drop. Where
So
if
a
it's
cough drop on the floor.
If it's something that like it'll stick, like some of the dirt will stick, or
Oh yeah, some of the dirt will stick.
yeah, or if
Damn.
it's absorbent.
All right, well, it's still on the table, so I don't know. Maybe someone pay me enough money and I'll do it.
It's questionable. Questionable
yeah.
to go in your mouth.
Questionable to go in my mouth. Would I do it for money? Maybe. Baylor, Mississippi State is getting fun. There's 1:29 to play in this game, and Baylor's up 71-67. They just hit a couple of free throws. I believe that Mississippi State is currently in the bonus, and Baylor has 7 fouls. So we'll keep you posted on the end of this one. This is going to be a fun one down the stretch. Mississippi State just shot a 3, and Baylor fouled him on the 3. Oh, what are you doing, bro? What are you doing? It's a wide open look. Just let him take it. And yeah, it's a clear one. I mean, Baylor player, just his legs ran right into the legs of the Mississippi State guy taking the shot. I mean, he kicked his leg out from underneath him. So, yep, now Mississippi State's going to get 3 free throw attempts, down 4 points. All right, we'll keep you posted on that one. Also in progress, Alabama, a 4-point lead on Robert Morris. It's a 2 versus 15. That has been close the whole way through. It's never been quite a one-score game. It's been about 4 or 5 points between Alabama and Robert Morris throughout. Iowa State's up 40-24 on Lipscomb, and Colorado State and Memphis are tied to this point. So at least as of 1:20 p.m. Central Time, 3 of the 4 games to open up today's second day of the first round have been good. Mississippi State just hit the first free throw. Let's just keep on working in some Haskell on anything so that I can tell you what's going on in this game. More questions here. Hey, Paul, give my son some life advice. While driving him to his meeting with his principal, he's a junior high kid who just got kicked off his football team for grades and for having a girl in the locker room he snuck in. Oh, boy. This is junior high. Please, please, please help me. LOL. Well, listen, here's my advice. Don't do that. Young man, don't do that. First off, playing football is a privilege. You got to put the grades up if you're going to play. At least most schools you do, unless you're an absolute stud. And here's the reality. Most of us don't grow up to be studs at football. I joke all the time about myself being a flag football legend, but it was very, very limited what I could do as a football player. I made the absolute most out of my minimal frame playing at the high school level at a very small high school in Florida. I'm very lucky to have played at that small high school. I probably wouldn't have gotten on the field. So make sure you're studying, kid. Study. As far as the girl in the locker room, what are you doing? Like that one you just can't do. And I understand that there are certain things that might happen. Maybe you're doing this after hours. Don't do this. Don't. Anything on school property, guess what? You're going to get found. You're going to get caught. You're not smart. You're not smart. So be a smart kid. And if you're not going to fall in line, at least, I don't know, think twice about the locations of your attempts to break the law. But really, just don't, especially in middle school. You're not as smart as you think you are at that point. You're not. I got in trouble in middle school after telling a student, a classmate of mine, to shut up in class. I got a written note home, and I was supposed to show it to my mom, and my mom was supposed to sign it. So I just forged the signature, and they could tell it was a forged signature. They compared signatures, and I thought I was going to get away with it. Nope. Got a detention for that. 6th grade, I got in trouble so much. because I thought I could get away with stuff all the time, and I never got away with it once. And I'd say I actually learned a whole lot in 6th grade. Basically, I just tried to be somewhat more of a model citizen, which might be hard to believe when you listen to me on the radio, but there you go. That's my advice, buckaroo. So out of a timeout, it's 71-70 Baylor over Mississippi State. With 1:19 to play in the second half, Baylor just inbounded the ball and is slowly working up towards half court. They just ran into a double team trap, but they did get it past half court in time. Mississippi State's throwing some heavy pressure on Baylor. I'm assuming, did a timeout just get called? Yes, it did. So anyway, as action continues, and we'll keep you posted on what happens. Another Ask Gallant Anything Friday question. Paul, Daisy Dukes or yoga pants? Well, I can't say that I've ever worn either, but if I had to wear one of the two, I do wear very short shorts. Are Daisy Dukes close to short shorts? Baylor just got an and one, and they take a 73-70 lead with 59.4 to play. That was a beautiful play set up. The Mississippi State player should have just let Baylor take the layup, but he tripped as he was going around the screen, and Baylor gets the layup. So there you go. Daisy Dukes or yoga pants? I mean, again, the short shorts I wear, they're not that short, but they're probably closer to Daisy Dukes. So I'd probably just have cut off jorts. But I'm pretty sure you're talking about from a looking at perspective, Daisy Dukes versus yoga pants. And it really depends on what time of year it is. I mean, yoga pants are better for the fall, but I probably, if I had to pick anything, I'd probably say Daisy Dukes. Ran into somebody last Saturday who I'd gotten the number of who ghosted me. And the person said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I never meant to ghost you." This person was wearing white boots and Daisy Dukes. And even though this person clearly disrespected me by ghosting me, I still looked at her and said to myself, "Oh, Lord, I still like you, even though you kind of suck." So that and one by Baylor got taken off. And now it looks like Mississippi State just won a jump ball against Baylor. We're trying to figure out what's happening on the fly. The referees are clogging this one up. I'm assuming based off of the look on that Mississippi State player's face that the call didn't go his way, but it's 71-70 with 50 seconds to play. Baylor has the ball and about 15 seconds left on the shot clock, and they're just choosing to wind it down. And Mississippi State was just called for a foul with 43.2 seconds left. So we're watching that game. And yeah, it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. When things get a little bit less crazy, we'll stop back talking about a basketball game that we're watching on TV. And we'll move into talking about a topic that everyone can understand. Chetty comments, "Thanks for that advice. We're home now. And the best part of your answer is your story. How he will not get away with it." Oh, well, thank you. I was probably terrible advice for an adult. Just know you never will get away with it when you're younger. You might learn to get away with it at some point in time, but it's going to take a while, a very long time. But yeah, Daisy Dukes are better than yoga pants. Ask Gallant Anything Friday. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We are live at Carbach Brewing. Come out here and have a Crawford Pale Ale or a rhubarb fruited field beer or a Hopadillo Imperial IPA. Hell yeah. That's a party and a half. Mississippi State is about to inbound with 43.2 seconds left. Down 3 points. I'm hoping that we finally get some actual fun March Madness action. Mississippi State just inbounded into the paint. Mississippi State got a layup. 1 point game. Timeout called. And on that note, guys, on the other side on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday here live at Carbach, we're going to do the 10-minute drill and keep you posted on what happens with Baylor and Mississippi State. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks. And yes, this is a very stressful Baylor Mississippi State game happening right now. I'm not stressing, though, because my Prize Picks lineup already hit. I had Josh Hubbard to score more than 22.5 points. He's already at 23. I don't have to worry about this. I can move on to the next game. Listen, if you're not on Prize Picks this March, what are you doing? This is the perfect time. They have games all day long. You can watch, you can build your lineups, you can take a little bit from each game, you can have eyes everywhere. Also, not just college basketball, they have MLB season long projections. You got to get those in before the season starts next Thursday. You also have, of course, NBA, you have soccer, you have darts, you have F1, whatever you want, it's on Prize Picks. So today is the perfect day to go do a little mixing and matching. PJ Haggerty, point guard for Memphis. I'm going to take the more than 24.5. Derek Queen, more than 28 and a half points plus rebounds. And then throw some Rockets on there. How about Jabari Smith? More than 16.5 points plus rebounds. You can do it. It's a Flex Friday. It's the perfect time to do it on a Flex Friday. So it's a protected play up to $20. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's Prize Picks. Run your game.
So, before we get into some football, we do want to get across the finish line in this game between Baylor and Mississippi State. It's 75-72 with 1.1 seconds to play. Baylor is inbounding underneath their own basket. They successfully did it. It seems that the game is over. Nope, there was a foul called, I guess, with about 0.1 seconds left, but Baylor has iced this thing. Mississippi State, with about 2 seconds left, had a chance to tie it, and that poor guy from Mississippi State who had a good look straight airballed it. So assuming that Baylor makes one of these free throws here, because it is in the bonus, and that Mississippi State doesn't catch the ball, I guess inbound the ball and get a 4-point play from like literally the baseline, this one is over. Baylor is advancing to the round of 32, and then we will focus our attention on the other game that's pretty close right now. Alabama and Robert Morris. It's been a 4-point game for seemingly the entirety of this game. It's 70-66 Bama over Robert Morris with 4:37 left in that one. My goodness, the end of these college basketball games take forever. Let's go to the National Football League. What's going on in the National Football League? The Archer has found a home. Remember the Archer? Brandon Cooks, he gave himself the nickname The Archer. Didn't really make a lot of sense as a nickname, given that Brandon Cooks is a receiver, and it's not like he's throwing balls anywhere or shooting balls anywhere. His accuracy is not something that you would think about, but he decided to call himself The Archer. Also, he, I guess, was the one person in the Texans that actually liked Jack Easterby, and he kind of quit on the Texans a couple of seasons ago. He is now signing with the New Orleans Saints, which is where his career began. The end of these games is just insufferable. So I guess Baylor missed a free throw. Mississippi State got a rebound and called a timeout, and they will actually have 0.5 seconds on an inbound to perhaps go full court with the ball. But the time tracking by the referees here and just the way that the college basketball games end, this sucks. This is just killing everything. If you're a Baylor fan, you're like, can we just get to the end? And if you're a Mississippi State fan too, you're probably like, this is torture. This is torture. So now with 0.2 seconds left, 9 seed Baylor is going to try to defend from Mississippi State. I'm pretty sure all that can happen is a tip-in at this point in time, right, Sean? Like, they're going to have to go full length, some sort of tip-in.
I know if it's 0.2 or 0.1 in the NBA, it has to be a tip-in. I'm not sure what the college rule is, or they're still reviewing it. It might be more than 0.2.
How are they still reviewing it?
Yeah, it looked like the coach for Mississippi State was like pantomiming catching it as you're going up. Like that's how he was. He just kept doing that move. So we'll see what they got. But barring, I mean, one of the greatest college basketball miracles of all time, looks like Baylor's in this thing.
Yes. So here we go. Assuming there's not going to be another effing timeout
the longest
call.
0.2 seconds of our life.
He did not get it off in time.
Yeah.
And also he airballed it again anyway.
Not a bad way to go about that, but still.
So Scott, Drew, and Baylor, they're on to the round of 32. We'll keep you posted on the next game as it winds down between Alabama and Robert Morris. A lot of talk about Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders in Colorado had their pro day, I guess, yesterday. And there's been a lot of talk about the polarizing nature of Shedeur Sanders. Honestly, I don't think it's that polarizing. I feel like he's better than Cam Ward. Could be wrong on that. Again, it's quarterback prospects. You never know. I think anyone who speaks with their chest about whether or not a quarterback will be good at the NFL level is full of crap. Always will say that. We've heard about so many can't-miss prospects and how many of those can't-miss prospects have turned into one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Very often they don't do that. But Shedeur Sanders was asked about some of the characterizations about Shedeur Sanders from the NFL scouting combine. Some called him arrogant, others brash. Said Sanders, when asked by Steve Weish of the NFL Network about said pre-draft chatter, we always understood to block out the noise, even from Jackson State and Colorado. It's a lot of critics. It's a lot of hate. But we know what to do. We know how to handle that in every way. So we remain happy. Deion Sanders, when asked about the criticism of his son, called the observation lies and threatened to name the person he believes is spreading the misinformation, but he declined to do it ultimately. I think some of the slander might be some smoke screening for the draft, teams that are trying to get Shedeur Sanders to perhaps fall down the board. I'm not going to go so far as Ryan Clark was, where he was saying that the anti-Shedeur Sanders chatter you're hearing is racist in nature. I don't know that I go that far, but I don't know that I can say it's entirely not that either. Shedeur Sanders is definitely just a completely different animal as far as quarterbacks that we've seen going into the draft, because his dad is one of the greatest players in NFL history. And on top of that, his dad was his coach at college. That just lends itself to, I think, a different, entirely different lead up to the draft. Because, I mean, look, he's raised by the pros pro of all college football, of all football. Like, Deion Sanders was his own brand, essentially, in the early 90s. Like, influencers wish they were Deion Sanders. And he's this kid's son or father. So he's, of course, going to guide him in whatever way he thinks is the best way to have him ready for the draft. I feel like if you're nervous of drafting Shedeur Sanders because of Deion Sanders, your organization is an embarrassing one and can't actually handle him, you know, whether he's good or bad. And I really don't know if he's going to be good or bad. Sanders was asked, hey, man, are you most comfortable as a running guy? Are you most comfortable as a pocket quarterback? And he said he's most comfortable as a pocket quarterback. So there you go. There you go. There was another tidbit in the NFL that drove me a little bit crazy. But first, we got some breaking news. Thank you, BMAC. Courtesy of Adam Schefter. And this is a smart move. This is something that I actually thought was a possibility. The Houston Texans have signed offensive tackle Trent Brown a one-year deal worth up to $3 million per his agent, Drew Rosenhaus. Trent Brown, you might remember, is a very large offensive tackle who's played for a variety of different teams. He had his best years with the New England Patriots. He most recently played for the Cincinnati Bengals. So he began his career with the 49ers, played there from 2015 to 2017. He was a seventh-round pick. He played 1 year with the Patriots in 2018, where he won a Super Bowl, signed with the Raiders after that season, joined Josh McDaniels and company, 4 years, $66 million contract that he's actually checked that. It was John Gruden at the time, but he signed a 4-year, $66 million deal with the Raiders, 36.75 guaranteed. And then he went back to the Patriots 2021, 2022. He signed a 2-year deal with New England in 2022. And ultimately, after that deal was done, last offseason, he signed with the Bengals. He was their starting right tackle to begin the year. But during the Bengals' Week 3 loss to the Commanders, Brown went down with a torn patellar tendon. He was placed on season-ending injured reserve the following day. So a 1-year, $3 million deal of a guy that you recognize. It is 100% playing the lottery, hoping that you can get something out of him, that he's a solid backup tackle, and creates a little bit more competition in an offensive line unit, an offensive line room that needs all the competition it can possibly get. I think that there's a very good chance he doesn't even make it past the roster cut down date in July and August and into the actual regular season, but they added another offensive lineman. So there you go, guys. Right in the middle of the 10-minute drill, you get some breaking news. The last story I wanted to touch on, speaking of the Bengals, who Trent Brown played for last year, the Bengals put out this post, and it is basically a montage of everyone who expected that the Bengals would not sign both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins to extension. It was like trying to troll them. It's like, hey, guys, you've been the cheapest organization in the NFL for a long period of time. Maybe slow your roll just a little bit. I don't think there's flexing necessary from the Bengals for finally paying people, something that they've never done over the course of their franchise's history. It's the Paul Gallant Show, live at Carbach Brewing, 713-780-3776 to call or text on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. 6 days away from Astros opening day. We'll get back into the countdown next and answer some of your questions. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Carbach Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
Recent news, the Houston Texans have signed Trent Brown, a tackle, to a 1-year, $3 million deal. This is a guy who tore his patellar tendon in week 3 of last year. I was made aware of Trent Brown's Inc. game. I was not familiar with it. For those who don't know, at least at one point in time, Trent Brown had a tattoo on his right arm featuring a faceless man wearing a football helmet, but no shirt, with ripped pecs, biceps, and number 244 written on his left bicep, which is where he was drafted. So it's a picture of like the upper body of a naked man who's wearing a helmet. And as you go down the upper body of this naked man wearing a helmet, there are two women that are kissing his lower abdominals on this tattoo, one of whom is wearing a number 77 jersey. It is an all-time tattoo. So if you've never seen Trent Brown's tattoo before, you got to look it up. I don't know if he still has it. I think ultimately the big problem for said tattoo is it looks very amateurish in addition to being a guy getting with two girls at the same time. I mean, that's putting it politely. Anyway, it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We are live at the Carbach Brewery watching March Madness. Some cool events coming to Carbach over the next couple of days. April 6th, the 5th Annual Hot Sauce Festival. April 12th, the Love Street Music and Arts Festival. And on the 25th, there's an Astros watch party against the Royals with shooting stars there, orbit and giveaways with first pitch at 6:40. The game's in progress as I speak right now. First off, we saw Baylor and Mississippi State go down to the wire, but Baylor ultimately hung on and won a game that they led most of. The final score in that game, 75-72. You also have in progress right now a game that had been close for a very long time and now seems to be in Alabama's favor. Alabama leads Robert Morris 83-73 with 1:46 to play in the game. Deep in the second half, Iowa State, a 3 seed, is up 55-30 on Lipscomb. And with 1:20 to go in the first half, Memphis is up 35-31 on Colorado State. The next game to tip off, 2:09, it's Duke playing Mount St. Mary's, a 1-16 matchup. You want to chime in, you can on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We are so close to Astros opening day. So close. Just 6 days away. Give me that bone. The Astros are in the midst of a spring training game today. They are playing the St. Louis Cardinals. And in this game, you've seen some good things. Chas McCormick, who's had a rough spring, hit a 397-foot homer off the bat of Sonny Gray. Jeremy Pena, meanwhile, hit a Sonny Gray curveball, 424 feet for his fourth homer of the spring. And currently, if you take a look at the numbers, Jeremy Pena has the best Astros numbers in spring training as of today at 1:51 p.m. Central Time. Because now, as you just heard there, after that home run, Jeremy Pena is hitting 459 with a 1257 OPS. You might be wondering, hey, Paul, you had that article earlier today that you read from the Athletic by Chandler Rome, hyping the hell out of Cam Smith. Well, Cam Smith, who was batting in the 5 spot, playing right field today, Cam Smith is 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. After Jeremy Pena and Cam Smith, who's been the best Astro in spring training? Which makes maybe the Chas McCormick home run a little bit more important today. it's been Zach DeZenzo, who is listed as a first baseman, but I imagine will be playing a lot of outfield this year. Zach DeZenzo in a game yesterday for the Astros against the Marlins, who they beat 11-0, had a great game. He was 3 for 4 and had 2 doubles along the way. Got to make you feel pretty excited about him if he potentially makes the roster. Also, Jake Myers homered in that game, and Luis Goyorn, one of the many guys who's competing for second base opportunities, he had a single in that game. So that's the latest going on in spring training. Also, Ronel Blanco, who got hit by a ball on the wrists and then in the chest yesterday, he's really been bad. Blanco has an 8.44 ERA in 4 spring starts. He hasn't had one turn-in a minor league game. And check that. 4 spring starts, not one of them in a minor league game. Here's what Joe Espada said Wednesday about Blanco's struggles. Quote, his spring, to be honest with you, has been okay. It's not okay. Quote, today he executed his changeups very well in the first inning. A couple of miscues behind him and it kind of snowballed from there a little bit. But stuff-wise, he's been good. Of course, stuff-wise, he's good. All spring training pitchers, stuff-wise, are good. Just execution could be better, but it's part of spring training. And I'm also confident he'll get going here. Here's what Ronel Blanco said about his performance this spring. Quote, I don't want to focus on spring training results. I just want to focus on what I'm working on, and in the season, we'll see those adjustments working. Of course, it's what you always hear. Blanco says his emphasis this spring's been better focus on mechanics and working on attacking hitters. He said he felt more confident and more comfortable in Wednesday's start. Declared himself on track for the season. Well, I mean, all right, cool. I hate how pitchers always do this in spring when they struggle. Yeah, I'm fine. Blanco, of course, last year 13-6 with a 2.8 ERA with a career high, 167 in the third innings pitched last year. We'll see how Blanco does this year. I am not expecting the world. Last year was gravy. I would imagine something that's a lot more middle of the road is in store for Blanco this coming year. What else do we have on the Astros side of things? Just that Cam Smith puff piece, which you could potentially read again. You heard yesterday, of course, Luis Garcia. He is dealing with another setback, his 3rd setback in a calendar year. So that's no bueno. Hayden Wesneski got hit in the foot by a comebacker, got x-rays. Christian Walker's getting at-bats in the minor leagues tomorrow. He's not going to be traveling to Houston on Sunday. He's going to stay to get minor league at-bats as he recovers from that oblique injury. The Astros still keep saying that he's going to be ready to go for opening day. And Caleb Orton and Forrest Whitley are likely to open the year on the injured list. 713-780-3776 to call in or text in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can join in on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, someone asks, filthy rich but not packing much, or broke but handsome, charming, and packing? It would suck to be broke. It really would. But I think I'd take the latter because at the very least I'd have that confidence. And sometimes I'd imagine that kind of confidence that you have from being, I don't know, handsome and packing could lend itself to you being rich one day. If you're rich and that's something you constantly have to think about, I'm sorry. That just sucks. That would just suck. I wouldn't want that. Nope. I wouldn't want to think about that every single day. I would feel the need to literally big schmenzer my way out of everything because I have all that money, but then you probably spend all that money a little bit more quickly because you feel the need to overcompensate. More questions on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Junior Broncos asks, loofah or wash rag? Wash rag for my face, but I put them in the laundry after every single use. Loofah, and I change it once a month. I don't know if that's too long or not long enough. I really don't know. But I do a loofah for the old bod. Fake Tony Stark asks, do you call tissues or Kleenex? Tissue. Although I am using Kleenex brand tissue right now here at Carbach Brewing. And by the way, we are at Carbach Brewing for the NCAA tournament. A couple of games in progress right now. You can watch them on all the screens in front of us. Alabama is about to ice things against Robert Morris. It's 86-77 with 38 seconds to play. Iowa State is killing Lipscomb, 56-32. Memphis leads Colorado State 36-31, and Baylor already beat Mississippi State 75-72. Mississippi State had a couple of chances at the end to tie things up. They failed both times. Up next on the Paul Gallant Show, do we want to go back and wax poetic about Cam Smith and that puff piece in The Athletic? Or is his 0 for 3 performance with 2 strikeouts today enough to keep him off the opening day roster? We'll discuss that and more. Stick around. Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, live at Carbach Brewing. Stay put. I don't know if today was a final tryout for Cam Smith for the Houston Astros to make the opening day roster, but if it was, it did not go very well for him. In his spring training game today, he went 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. And it's a bummer because I was ready to have this man marry my theoretical children. You know, this is one of those guys you would introduce to your kids and say, I want this person to be you, your significant other for the rest of time, based off of everything that was written in it. There's a feature piece in The Athletic, and we know how well Cam Smith's been doing. He's hitting 419, 500, 871 slash line, but he has been taking pitches early in counts. He's been showing an understanding of the strike zone. He's knows the pitches that he can crush. He has hit a lot of the hits he's had this year for extra bases. And he's been doing it recently where he's got home runs against major league pitchers, Tyler McGill and AJ Minter. So this article that Chandler Rome writes, oh my goodness, it is such a puff piece. What do we take stock in? What's just ridiculous? Mauricio Dubon said, you can quote me on this. When he figures it out, when he has an idea of what they're going to do to him in the big leagues, I think he's going to be the next 60-homer guy. He'll put in the work, and he's got that much pop. I want to believe that. That's hyperbole. I don't even remember, outside of Aaron Judge, the last 60-home run guy, not named Aaron Judge. Truly, off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you. Jeremy Pena had this to say about him. Do we buy it? He's built like a transformer. You can see that. He looks the part, but he acts the part too. I mean, I've heard him compared to an aircraft carrier, so a transformer is actually even more believable. Half robot or humanoid-looking robot, half aircraft carrier. He's a transformer that can turn into that. Look at that. He looks the part. Jose Altuve, amazing kid, great swing, under control. He seems like he's very mature for being a year in professional baseball. He controls his at-bats. Jeremy Pena, quote, he does look like a big leaguer to me. He's a guy that if he stays healthy and keeps doing what he's doing, he'll play in the big leagues for a really, really long time. Christian Walker, as a teammate, I want to be able to look over and know I can trust that guy when bleep's hitting the fan. I think the makeup, the calmness, the maturity, confidence, all that adds up into making that decision of I can trust this guy or I don't want that guy in a spot where a game is on the line. So far, he's checking all the boxes for sure. Continued Christian Walker quote, I like that I don't see him overswinging a lot. It looks like he trusts that and he knows he just has to put the bat on the ball and good things can potentially happen for him. When I see plate discipline, it's watching a guy who feels he knows who he is at the plate. So he looks the part per many of his Astros teammates, which I think is a good sign. That means that they are definitely willing to welcome him in with how well he is playing, even though he is definitely going to be brought in early. Say the Astros actually have to make the opening day roster. More fun facts about Cam Smith, which is a shame he went over 3 today with 2 strikeouts because he's looking good and he's impressing everybody. This is a guy who works his ass off. He shows up early. Astros bench coach was reminded of Carlos Correa when he was 19 years old, so he's very mature. He's one of the first people to arrive at the Astros spring training complex. He enters around 6 a.m. for a quick workout. He's there 6 a.m., 6:30 per Mauricio Dubon. Best player in this spring training camp that we have right now, numbers-wise, said Dubon. He's the best performer. He's in the cages working. He's grounded and working every day. It's only been 5 weeks, but what I've seen in 5 weeks, everyone likes him. And here's the little ridiculous sauce on top of all of it, why everyone loves Cam Smith. He's a good guy. Jeremy Pena on Cam Smith. He's pure. Someone with a pure heart and pure mind. A guy you can talk to. A guy you can get dinner with. A guy you want to hang out with. Mauricio Dubon thinks he's a good person. Everyone's talented here, but everybody is good, said Dubon. But being a good person, being a good clubhouse guy says a lot more than what you do on the field. Honestly, I think what you do on the field is a bigger deal, personally. And Cam Smith today was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. He's got a strong handshake. Few inside the clubhouse had ever met him before he reported to spring training last month. But upon shaking his hand, Jeremy Pena proclaimed, quote, that's a strong boy, end quote. He keeps eye contact. It's a little thing, which is important to guys like Christian Walker. And he can handle ball busting, per Mauricio Dubon. So he checks a lot of the boxes. But if he's 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts today, playing right field, hitting in the 5 spot, on an Astros lineup that featured a lot of major leaguers, Is he going to get that chance opening day? I would imagine it works against him. I do not imagine this will mean the end of his time with the Astros in spring training, and he won't be sent to the minor league camp. But you never know. This performance is definitely a bit of a bummer because that puff piece written by Chandler Rome got me very, very giddy about Cam Smith. So we'll see what happens. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube or on Twitch. On YouTube at ESPN 975, on Twitch at ESPN, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Todd the Show asks, what does Cam Smith's Tinder profile say? Well, I don't think he does Tinder. Tinder sucks. You can't even use Tinder anymore. He'd be on Hinge or Bumble, I think. And I feel like one of his answers, one of his prompts on his profile would be Bob Marley related. 100% would be Bob Marley related. Has to be. Because remember, a little bit earlier this spring, we read an article about how Cam Smith, like he meditates before every game and before every at-bat, and he listens to a little Bob Marley. Dr. Dre on 290 says, when Cam Smith does push-ups, the earth pushes off of him. That's true. And sadly, that was not a part of that athletic piece by Chandler Rome, but it may as well have been added in there, man. May as well have been put in there. That is who this guy is. Some comments here on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in and text in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. It's Carbach, not Carback. Said someone from the 832. Whatever, we won World War II. From the 713, who could the Astros put in left field if Jose does not work out? Jose Altuve doesn't work out. Well, he's not working out. At this point, it really is Mauricio Dubon or Chas McCormick if you're not going to put Chas McCormick in right field. There really are limited options. I think Zach DeZenzo is an intriguing one with how well he has hit this spring. Like, he and Cam Smith have been like the two surprises of camp. That's why Zach DeZenzo is still working with the major leaguers. So I think for sure that DeZenzo could be that guy eventually, but I don't know. I think any Altuve replacement, that's probably not going to take place until a couple of weeks into the season, and it would probably require a lot of disastrous errors along the way. From the 832, this texter claims that old Jesus says that Cam Smith is his best friend. Well, I don't know if that's accurate, but we can all be best friends with him, can't we? I think we can. Yes, we absolutely can. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Coog Blaze asks, what is wrong with Tinder now? It's all bots. It's 100% all bots. Coog Blaze also asks, is Cam Smith the baseball version of Mac Hollins going into the games barefoot? Well, that would be more like Posty, right? That's what Post Malone does. Post Malone walks around barefoot, I guess. He walked around barefoot into the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo on Tuesday. That is a disgusting thing to do there. I mean, there's lots of animal stuff all over that hay and dirt and all that. But, hey, he walked in barefoot. I really liked how Post Malone called us all ladies and gentlemen every single time he addressed us, and then he gave us like a hype speech to take into life going forward. And you know what? I took that hype speech into life for at least one day. I was feeling great about things. And then reality crept back in. Fun! More questions on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Paul says, Ryan, lost in Texas. If you happened upon a pie that was cooling on a windowsill, would you take it? No, I can't steal. I can't. I have stolen once before. I was a small child at Shaw's grocery store in Hanover, Massachusetts. And I thought that the section where you could go and get candy and like put it in a bag for yourself and you have to weigh it out, I thought that candy was just for you. So I used to go and get the watermelon sours, and I would just get a bunch, put it in my hand, and I'd put it in my mouth, and I would just eat them all. I would just eat them all as quickly as I could. I did this like 4 times, and my mom caught me once and said, hey, we're going up to the front end, and you're paying for this. and you have to confess what you've been doing. And I did, and they thought it was cute. They shouldn't have, though, but I was just this little bastard who was stealing food. That was the last time I stole something. Can't do it anymore. Can't do it. Too much guilt. You're raised Catholic, you just feel bad about everything. And that's the thing to actually feel bad about. That's in the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not steal. Anyway, it is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. We had one good game to open up March Madness to this point. Baylor held off Mississippi State 75-72. But the rest of the games today going about the same way as they did yesterday, with an average margin of victory of 14.5 in yesterday's games. You saw Alabama take down Robert Morris in a game that was close until like the last 2 minutes or so. Alabama, the 2 seed, took down Robert Morris, 15 seed, 90-81. In progress right now, 3 seed Iowa State up 73-46 on number 14 seed Lipscomb with 3:34 to play. Halftime in the West region, Memphis is up on Colorado State, 36-31. And just underway in the Eastern region, 1 seed Duke leads 16 seed Mount St. Mary's 10-2. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Keep those questions coming. Up next, we keep you posted on the tournament, and we tell you what's going on this weekend that you should be watching. A little weekend homework assignment. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Karbach Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call in and text in. We're watching March Madness here at the Karbach Brewery out in the beer garden. It's very nice, and it's a beautiful day outside. All sorts of TVs to get all your March Madness fix. The game on the big screen in front of us right now. Duke leads Mount St. Mary's 13-4 with 15:09 to play in the first. They're very good. Cooper Flagg is healthy. Cooper Flagg had an and one layup. They're looking good. Meanwhile, already done. Baylor took down Mississippi State 75-72. Alabama's up on Robert Morris 90-81. They won that game. Lipscomb, an actual school, getting smoked by Iowa State 74-50 with 3 to play in that one. Memphis is up on Colorado State 41-40, 17-15 to play in that game. We're hoping that we will finally get our third down to the buzzer finish. We've only had 2. Yesterday it was Michigan and UC San Diego. UC San Diego took a 3 for the tie at the end. They did not make it. And then earlier today, Mississippi State had a couple of chances to tie it up. The latter chance, a difficult one. The first chance, they had an open look. They airballed it. And they were not able to tie things up with Baylor. So Baylor advances, as has already Texas Tech, Texas A&M, and yesterday our beloved Cougs, who I got to say, I mean, underwhelming, only winning by 38 points after winning round 1 by 40 points last year. Are the Cougs taking a step back? Anyway. God, I hate that commercial, by the way. I'm sure you can hear the TV in the background. I want to kill that pig. I want to kill Maxwell the pig from those Geico commercials. I want to skewer, and I want to put that skewer on him, and then I want to put that skewer over an open flame, and I want to roast Maxwell. Because if I hear that commercial, they've all of a sudden started bringing back some of these old Geico commercials, and I hated that one when it first came out. And move aside, oak trees of Houston, because I may now be combating you very effectively. You know, I'm sitting out here in the wind and the breeze, and I'm sitting here, and I've only coughed a few times over the course of today's show. There's only been a few sniffles. Okay, I can handle the oak trees, but now Maxwell the pig from those Geico ads, I want to kill him, and then I want to eat him. I want to eat him. I don't care if it's bacon. I don't care if it's pork chops. I don't care if it's ribs. Hell, I'll even eat ham, and I don't like ham. I'll do ham, but I want him dead. Anyway, it's been the most disorienting commercial the last 2 days because we've been watching, and, you know, of course, the TVs are on while we're doing this radio show, and every single time I hear that, wee, 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 I want to take a hatchet to his neck. Anyway, Paul, that's really graphic and kind of terrifying. Can you please move on? Fine. What do you got to watch this week? And in the world of sports and beyond, it's time for your weekend homework. Of course, you're going to be watching March Madness the rest of today. And, of course, tomorrow. The big game tomorrow that I'm very excited about, that you should be very excited about, it features our beloved Cougs and a perennial tournament power. 7:40 TNT. You got Gonzaga taking on our Cougs. I'm excited for that game. But I think that the Cougs will be valiant. I think the Cougs will win. I think that the Cougs are significantly better than where the Zags are at this moment in time. Also of note, as we take a look at games coming up tomorrow, you've got the big rematch, 1:40 p.m. on CBS, of John Calipari, now at Arkansas, and Rick Pitino, now at St. John's. Obviously a little different with Rick Pitino no longer at Louisville and Calipari no longer at Kentucky. But that ought to be a fun one, and both those teams are good. You've also got a couple of Texas games to take an eye on, to watch tomorrow. You got Michigan and Texas A&M at 4:15 on CBS. Michigan really survived that scare. I'm feeling pretty good if I'm Texas A&M playing Michigan, just given how Michigan looked. And A&M did a great job against a team that a lot of people thought in Yale was going to be a potential tournament annoyance, one of those upsetters. And then Texas Tech will play one of those upsetting teams, Drake, an 11 seed, also tomorrow at 5:10. So you should be able to watch all of those games featuring Texas schools and the early afternoon game that Arkansas St. John's Calipari versus Rick Pitino matchup ought to be a whole lot of fun. We'll see what the Sunday matchups are at this moment in time. A little bit too early to figure out what's happening on Sunday as far as college basketball goes. Your weekend homework continues. Tonight, Rockets, Heat. Amen Thompson's finally back from that ankle injury. And he's going up against a team that the last time he played against them, he ended up getting suspended for 2 days for body slamming Tyler Hero. I hope that there's some shoving in this game. Will there be shoving? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure how checked in the Miami Heat still are, just given the way that things have gone this year. I mean, they're technically, if the season were to end today, they would be in the play-in tournament. They are the 10 seed in the Eastern Conference, but they have lost their last 9 games. So do they have any fight left in them, or do they roll over and die, and do they not even play some of their best players tonight? The Rockets, meanwhile, in the midst of an 8-game winning streak, and they are 100% the Western Conference's 2 seed. They have a full 1-game lead on the Denver Nuggets, who, by the way, they will play on Sunday. They host the Nuggets at 6 p.m. on Sunday. There should be plenty of time for you guys to get to the game, seeing as it's a Sunday. That ought to be a fun one. We'll see if the Nuggets actually play their top players in that game. That's why you always got to be a little bit hesitant with this weekend homework stuff, because the last time the Nuggets played a good team, they did not play Nikola Jokic, and they did not play Jamal Murray. What else do we have as far as your weekend homework? Disney's Snow White opens today. That movie, I bet, is going to be great, because all the reviews about that movie leading up to it have been so good. So I can't wait to see the live-action edition of Snow White. I just can't wait to see it. Let's see what the Fandango score is. And Rotten Tomatoes. Oh, it's a 46. It's a 46, and that's from critics. A 46 from critics. Woof. Here's some ratings. Gloss prevails over heart. It's too cheesy, over the top, and visually flat, while brimming with hyperactive theater kid energy that's better suited for a Disney princess's cruise ship show. Never good enough to admire, nor bad enough to joyfully skewer its mediocrity is among its biggest bummers. Snow White is firmly in the pantheon of films that chip away at our culture simply by existing. Damn. All right, so it sucks. Well, there's another movie out. As part of your weekend homework, you could watch this. There's a Robert De Niro mob movie. Yes, just when you thought Robert De Niro, who's probably 90 years old, is too old to be in a mob movie, there's another one. Now, at least in this one, it's not like in The Irishman, where they're photoshopping him into making you think that he's like in his, 40s or 50s. I think that at one point in that movie, they made it look like he was in his 20s. But this is the Alto Knights. It has a 38 on Rotten Tomatoes, so it's worse than Snow White. Vito Genovese and Frank Costello. Wait, Frank Costello from The Departed? He's dead. Spoiler alert. A pair of Italian Americans who run 2 separate crime families in the mid-20th century attempt to assassinate. This is, I guess, based off of a real crime. Genovese attempted to assassinate Costello in 1957. Hang on a second. Robert De Niro is playing 2 mob members in this movie. Get out of here. I'm looking at the cast and crew. Vito Genovese, played by Robert De Niro. Frank Costello, played by Robert De Niro. What? I kind of want to watch this now. This sounds terrible. Also, Deborah Messing from Will and Grace is in it. Shout out to her. Strong, powerful, independent woman. This is hilarious. This has got to be wrong, right? He's playing two different characters. And he's just going to make De Niro face at himself. Oh, my God, look at this image of the poster. The image poster, it's hilarious. There's a picture of a guy who looks like Robert De Niro, and then there's a picture of a guy who looks like a young Robert De Niro, and he's wearing a hat. One has hat and glasses, and the other one, oh my gosh, this is insane. They must be putting some face makeup on him or something like that. Yeah, this sounds like an absolute train wreck of a watch. I'm excited. Also, your weekend homework wraps up. There's a new Reacher episode out. I watched it already. It was okay. A new White Lotus episode out. I'm enjoying this season of White Lotus very much. I really do not know. I don't have a clue yet as to who's going to be the person who ends up getting got, because at least one person dies. That's what we learned in the show. One person dies. You find out who it is at the end of the season. And I guess Righteous Gemstone's out. So there you go. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next, how does our country keep finding ways to embarrass itself like this? And we read a puff piece about Cam Smith earlier. We might have to read this one. And we'll keep you posted on what's going on in March Madness. It's the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks. Yes, another prize. You know what you should do. You should take the more on amount of Prize Picks that was going to be talked about during the Paul Gallant Show. March Madness keeps rolling on. You got Memphis, Colorado State. You have Duke and Mount St. Mary's. Later, you have St. Mary's and Vandy. You got Oklahoma, UConn. Best way to watch all these games and to make a little bit of money is to do it on Prize Picks. Prize Picks even helping you out by offering some promotions during this March Madness. They have Walter Clayton Jr. They've slashed his points projection down to 14.5. Juju Watkins for the women's USC Trojans, her points have been slashed to 20.5 to help you out. And while you build your lineup on a Flex Friday, that's right. You don't even have to be perfect to make some money on a Friday. You can miss one and still walk away with some money. So download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Carbach Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, the NCAA tournament, day number 2 in progress right now. We're watching some of the games on the TV right in front of us. The closest game in progress right now, Colorado State is up 52-48 on Memphis with 12:44 to play. Meanwhile, Duke is out to a 28-12 lead on Mount St. Mary's. Earlier today, 3 games in the books. First game was the closest game. Number 9 seed Baylor took down number 8 seed Mississippi State 75-72. Alabama took down Robert Morris 90-81. That game was close for a while. It was like 4 to 5 point difference until about the last minute of the game. So shout out to Robert Morris hanging around as a 15 seed. Iowa State crushed 14 seed Lipscomb 82-55. Meanwhile, another game just underway. This game is St. Mary's, the Gales, 7 seed. You might remember the Gales. They always have some guys on the bench during like West Coast Conference games that look as hokey as you could possibly imagine, that are always waving their towels. Like they have like probably the most yell leader-esque bench in all of college basketball. They're playing Vanderbilt. That game literally just tipped off. So now you know what's going on in the NCAA tournament. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Some questions. This question's already been asked. Eric the driver asked again. I answered this last week. If you had to fight as an infantryman in one U.S. war, what war are you choosing? Desert Storm. Very one-sided. Relatively quick. No long game. You know, this thing seemed to be done pretty quickly. The one I would least want to fight in, Revolutionary War. That would have sucked. Fighting with muskets, you got to like march up to each other and take turns shooting at each other. If you get shot anywhere, you might have to get your leg or arm amputated. It's cold as balls. You know, like Valley Forge would have sucked. And you're wearing these ridiculous bright coats, but they don't look like they're warm at all. Oh, Revolution would have been brutal. And on top of that, like, hey, if you lose, like, is it a guarantee that you're going to get quarter? Or are you going to be kept prisoner? Or are you going to, you know, get executed? I don't know. A lot of stuff to factor in with that one. Speaking of the United States of America, I guess we lost again in soccer. What a effing surprise. The United States lost 1-0 to Panama in the semifinals of the CONCACAF Nations League. Panama? How the hell are we going to take the canal back if we're losing to Panama? What are we doing here? I guess we have a new coach. I honestly wasn't sure who it is, but the same as the other ones. But his name is Mauricio Pochettino. And he had this to say after the loss. Quote, "We are USA. You cannot win with your shirt, or you cannot win if you play here, there, or I don't know." All right, I don't know what that means. What does that mean? You need to show, and you need to come here and be better and suffer and win the duels and work hard. If not, it's not going to be enough. So basically, he's, I think, saying, yeah, just wearing the jersey isn't enough. We dominated the United States possession 66-34, but we didn't really get many goal chances. And it ended our chance to be the only team to have ever won the CONCACAF Nations League. So somebody else is going to win it. Oof. I mean, we stink. We just stink at soccer. It's a bummer. Are we ever going to not stink at soccer? I don't know. I have no idea what's going on right now. But apparently I have to move my computer or something in the middle of a segment. Do we have to do this now? No, we don't. Got it. Cool. Anyway, Ask Gallant Anything Friday continues. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. We lost to Panama. We read a puff piece a little bit earlier about Cam Smith. And in that puff piece, listen, everyone on the Astros, everyone loves what they're seeing out of Cam Smith. But it was rather puffy. And when you see that Cam Smith went 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts today, you kind of understand how there is probably a unfortunate decision that we're not going to be thrilled with that still ultimately makes sense coming for the Astros in the near future. It's that they are going to put Cam Smith probably in the AA roster or something like that. But that puff piece, and I'll call it a puff piece because it was very fluffy and said a lot of nice things about Cam Smith, who has been great this spring for what it's worth, but all of his Astros teammates love him. But this is nothing compared to the puff piece that was written on ESPN.com about Bronny James, who finally had an actually good game. Los Angeles. Raucous chats of Bronny have been a regular occurrence late in Lakers home games as the crowds at Crypto.com Arena pine to see rookie Bronny James play in garbage time. Do they pine to see Bronny James play? Lakers coach J.J. Redick, with nearly half his roster out because of injuries as L.A. completed its 6th game in 8 days, didn't need any cajoling from the fans to put Bronny James in during the Lakers game against the Bucks last night. The Lakers guard took center stage, going one-on-one against two-time MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo in the first half. Dribbling the ball beyond the arc with Antetokounmpo guarding him in front of the Lakers bench where his father, LeBron James, sat in street clothes. Bronny James crossed over left to right behind his back and then back right to left on the Bucks star as oohs and ahs filled the arena. The play finished with James losing the ball out of bounds. Did you hear that? The play finished with James losing the ball out of bounds. All of that bluster, all of that hype, all of that puff and fluff because Bronny James did a couple of behind-the-back dribbles. He only did it, though, writes Dave McMenamin of ESPN.com, only after he had driven into the paint past Antetokounmpo, with the Bucks star grabbing him and no whistle from the referee. So this is suggesting that Giannis Antetokounmpo should have been called for a foul. Bronny James asked about Giannis after the game. He's a much bigger guy than me, so I just got to find a way around him somehow. May have got fouled. That's up for argument, but it is what it is. I tried to get me a bucket. That sequence might have resulted in a turnover. Okay, well then write about the good moments that happened because he actually had a good night. He had 17 points and 7 for 10 shooting, 5 assists, 3 rebounds, and a block. It was a good game for Bronny James. But what a puff piece and what a ridiculous article where Dave McMenamin is just boboing for LeBron James' nepotism baby, who, no offense, is in the NBA because of that. Listen, we don't have to feel bad for him knowing that people are criticizing him. And there was an article, I guess, also this week about how Bronny James hears the criticism. Well, I would think he would. And again, a situation that he didn't necessarily put himself in. But I see everyone's saying, okay, well, you saw this article. Imagine having a lead of an article that basically pumps up how good you played with Bronny Chance and that you actually dribbled the ball against one of the best players in the league and then you dribbled it out of bounds. What are we doing? Like, I get it. I get that everyone covering the Lakers beat. You got to kiss LeBron's ass. But, like, you're going to focus on this specific play where Bronny had a ball go behind the back twice while dribbling and then dribbled it out of bounds? Like, aren't you just going to add that to the montage of highlights or lowlights, I guess? Look, a guy belongs to the G League. In the G League, he's actually done pretty well. He's averaging 20.6 a game, 43% shooting. He's shooting 36 from outside. Like, he's doing all right in the G League. Doesn't belong in the NBA. But he had a 17-point performance. Good for him. I saw Jock Lyondale score 17 points in the first quarter once of a game. So, okay, maybe he kind of belongs, but what a ridiculous article I read about him. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We're out here at Carbach Brewery for the NCAA tournament. Games in progress right now. On the screen in front of me, Duke out to a commanding lead already, 38-20 on Mount St. Mary's. Colorado State leads Memphis 56-52 with 9:49 to play. Vanderbilt and St. Mary's are tied at 9-9, 14:56 to play in the first half. Baylor's up 75-72 on Mississippi State. Alabama leads Baylor beat Mississippi State 75-72. Alabama's up 90-81 on Robert Morris. Check that. Alabama already won that game. A little bit of difficulty focusing. A lot of ambient noise. Very loud here. And Iowa State's up 82-55. We're having a rollicking time here at the Carbach Brewery. Come watch the NCAA tournament with us. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Carbach Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, live in the beer garden at Carbach Brewery. We're, of course, keeping eyes on what's going on in college basketball. The game in progress right now, that's on all the screens in front of us. Duke is killing Mount St. Mary's 44-22 with 3:53 to play in the first half. 8:29 to go in the second. Colorado State's up 64-54 on Memphis. So it's looking like there's going to be more games that aren't particularly close. We've only had 2 games that have gone down to the buzzer. Yesterday, it was Michigan taking down UC San Diego. Today, it was Baylor beating Mississippi State 75-72. Alabama was in a close one for a while with Robert Morris. They ultimately won 90-81. And Iowa State took down Lipscomb 82-55. It's an Ask Alon Anything Friday. You can ask me any question. I'll work it into the show. Some rapid fire ones before we get into garbage time. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Texter asks, do you moisturize in the morning, at night, or both? I do have a skincare routine. Morning, baby. King of Twitch asks, Paul, are you going in to the HLSR today? The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Duh! There's only 2 days left for me to go. I'm not going to go on Sunday, but I will be there tomorrow night, and I will be there tonight. Who has a better career, asks a texter, Shedeur Sanders or Bronny James? Well, this is a tricky one because, say, Shedeur Sanders doesn't do so well. Is it possible that he flames out? I guess, but I have a hard time imagining Sanders flaming out and not even being a backup quarterback somewhere. I don't know how long Bronny James is going to be in the NBA. Like, how long is his dad going to play? How much better is he realistically going to get? Are people going to want to have him around as a backup? Listen, he seems like a nice kid. Everyone says that. It really felt like he was drafted entirely to appease LeBron, and LeBron acting like that's not the case is annoying and disingenuous, I think, to all of us. But I do want to see Bronny have some success, you know? You don't want to root for somebody to fail. But I'm having a tough time seeing him be an actually good player, where with Shedeur Sanders, I mean, the path is certainly open for him being a Pro Bowl quarterback at some point in time. And that's really all he needs. I don't think Bronny James will ever be an all-star. A texter asks, Paul, do you remember the first time you smoked weed? Yes, I do. I was trying to impress a girl that I was infatuated with at the time named Andrea, my freshman year of college. And after saying no for the longest time, I joined my friends and we walked out into the woods and we smoked a little bit. And I thought I was having a heart attack afterwards. And I thought I would never do it again at that moment in time. Did I ever do it again? That's a story for another day. Ken in Sunnyside asks on an Ask Alon Anything Friday, Paul, what do you think of the Rockets' chances of winning at least one playoff series? I think they're more than 50%, but not much more than 50%. I think that they will win their first-round series. I do not know who they're going to end up playing. It's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough, just given how this team struggles to score from time to time, but you love the defense that they play. From the 832, ask Paul, Caitlin Clark or Angel Reese? Well, Angel Reese is a tad annoying. Sorry. So I think what we're picking here is basketball perspective. Are we talking from a looks perspective? Like I don't know how to answer that question if that's the latter. I would say that neither are necessarily my type. How about that? But Caitlin Clark seems like she would be easier to hang around just because Angel Reese is always talking trash. Yeah, just a thought. And there you go, guys. Houston or Gonzaga from the 281, our last question of the day. Obviously, our beloved Cougs. Come on. That's just a name. That ain't the same Zags. All right, guys, time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. In what should surprise no one, guess what? Georgia has seen another player arrested for speeding. This time, Georgia had a player who was speeding and caught for reckless driving. So we're talking about, I think he was going 85 miles per hour or so, but he only had to pay a $20 bond after getting arrested based off of the arrest report. But here's what's crazy. As he was arrested on these charges of reckless driving and speeding with maximum limits, both are misdemeanors. The guy's name is Nitro Tuggle. His first name is Nitro. and he got caught speeding. That is hilarious. And it does sound like the kind of character that would potentially make its way into the Fast and Furious series. The amount of speeding incidents that have taken place at Georgia, it's already beyond comedy. And now you're just waiting for who's the next Georgia athlete who is going to get arrested for speeding and reckless driving. Last year, there was an article that said that there had been 24 driving incidents since January of 2023. I would imagine that we're at 30 now. I think we have actually lost track of how many Georgia players have been playing Fast and Furious in Athens, Georgia. If I were one of these police officers who lived in this city, I would hate these kids so much. And I would have to probably think twice about, I don't know, abusing the system when I arrest these entitled little bastards every single time that they are putting people needlessly in danger, driving what I'm assuming are like 45 mile per hour speed limit roads, going way too far, way too fast. What else do we have here? In garbage time, big news in India. Big news. If you follow cricket, bowlers in cricket will now be allowed to use saliva to shine the cricket ball in the upcoming Indian Premier League, reversing the ban imposed during the COVID pandemic 5 years ago. Indian cricket's governing body's decision came after a majority of tournament franchise captains supported the move during a meeting Thursday. The saliva ban was introduced May of 2020 on medical advice during the pandemic. Sweat to shine the ball still permitted. Ew. But you can spit on balls again in India. Our hat is off to India. We hope that their shiny spat on balls are going to be a little bit easier for them to bowl going forward. And one last story to wrap things up. This just depresses the hell out of me. Paul Skeens, the Pirates pitcher. You remember that rookie card that everyone was losing their minds over? His 2024 Topps Chrome Update MLB debut patch autograph card. It sold for $1.11 million. Skeens makes $875,000 this year. This is the most expensive modern non-Mike Trout baseball card. A one-of-one Mike Trout rookie card sold for $3.9 million in August of 2020. It was the most expensive sports card of all time. I don't get why people pay this much money for cards. I really don't. Holy crap, man. Holy crap. That just is depressing. I guess it was at $900,000 last night for Dr. Dre on 290. Oof. And on that note, guys, it's been real. I appreciate all of you guys for tuning into today's edition of the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, the Paul Gallant Show, on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Big thanks to you, the listener. Big thanks to our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, and callers, and everyone else who listens, who I've already thanked several times. For Sean Mapes back at Mission Control and BMAC out here at Carbach Brewing, and our friends at Carbach Brewing, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. There's a lot of people today. B-Mac out at Carbach. Sean's out at Gal Media. Sean's doing double duty for the second day in a row. Is that right, Sean? Double duty?
That's correct, yeah.
Sean, it's true, Sean? You can confirm
yes,
this?
I can confirm Joel's report.
Second, that's hard work on the NCAA tournament day. Like, you should get 2 comp days for this. I think I'm not a suit upstairs, but you have to pull double duty on NCAA tournament days. Like, that's a good soldier there. That's a guy you want on your side, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Jeremy.
But you do double duty today too?
Yeah, 2 days in a row.
Yeah, I like Sean more than you, though.
Yeah, he's out there getting
yeah, I
food.
know. I knew where that conversation was headed. That's fine. I've come to expect it.
Yeah, and you're getting food and Carbach beer. That's basically a day off already. Like, you're getting a vacation day for working.
Well,
yeah.
Yes, we are here. Yes, we are here.
Yeah, so get out to Carbach Brewing, hang out with the boys, Brian, Blankers, everybody there. It's a beautiful day, it looks like, from the camera.
Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Sun shining, nice breeze. Beautiful afternoon.
Yeah, it looks really nice. I'm, of course, in Wichita. Thank you for carrying the show yesterday, boys. Appreciate that. But NCAA tournament underway. There's already one game done. Congratulations to the Baylor Bears carrying the water of the Big 12, beating the SEC in an 8-9 game a little bit earlier today, 75-72. So sick 'em. Go Bears. Go Big 12. Alabama beat Robert Morris earlier today. That game was a little bit dicey, though. Alabama got a little bit of a scare there, Blankers. Robert Morris, heck of a guy. He kept up with Alabama. They gave the Crimson Tide a little bit of a scare there in the early session.
Yeah, they really did. I was surprised. I thought, because I think Alabama is one of those teams that I think can go deep, and they've got a lot of talent. But, I mean, that's the beauty of this tournament. And it was fun to watch because last night and yesterday, for the most part, as much as this one of the greatest sports days of the year, I was kind of hoping for more. And aside from the end of the Michigan game and then the Missouri game that I was watching, not too much excitement last night. So already we got some at least some closer games and some games to keep an eye on. I loved watching the end of that Baylor game.
Yeah, the Kansas-Arkansas game I thought was good, although Kansas kind of coughed that one up a little. We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah,
But good win for the Cougars yesterday. I know you guys talked about it yesterday, I'm sure.
Well,
but advance, what's that?
We want your opinion. I mean, that's what I was waiting for, is the fact that, we've heard it from everybody else and we gave ours, but for you to be there and be, calling the game, was that pretty much how you wanted it all to go, that Juwan played, didn't have to play too much, they build up a big lead?
Yeah, I think it was a kind of exactly what I had. A nice pork taco. I went to practice and I picked up a pork taco at one of the food trucks on the way back to the hotel. So that was very good. I enjoyed that. But no, I mean, that's exactly what you want, right? Like, you don't want to get sweat from the 16 seed. Like, you don't want to be fearful that you could potentially lose the game. Like, Auburn pulled away, won by like 30 points over Alabama State. But like, that was a game at the half, you have to come out in the second half and do a little bit of work. So, yeah, I thought that was good. Like, everybody works up a sweat. Jawan gets to test the ankle, looks pretty good on it. No one plays more than like 20 minutes and you get geared up. But, they played well. Their defense really good. They're rebounding. SIUE just, they don't really have a chance with the rebounding. Houston shot the ball pretty well in the first half. Second half, not so much with the reserves, but they're the reserves. So I thought it was a good win. Gonzaga hammering Georgia, which is like, okay, like, I can understand why they're an 8 seed, because their resume, like, they lack quality wins. They beat Baylor. They hammered Baylor. They beat Baylor by like 40 in the first game of the year. They have a win over St. Mary's, but they were 1-2 against St. Mary's. And I think that's their only wins against the NCAA tournament field, those 2 games. But then you break it down. If you get away from the binary win-loss thing, well, they have a really close loss to Kentucky in overtime. Like, they have a close loss to West Virginia, who probably should have been in the field. Single-digit loss to UConn. Like, they haven't lost a single game by more than double digits. So if you go binary win-loss, I can understand the committee, not having them as a top 5 seed. But if you, they're a jump shot or 2 away, a win or 2 away from being a 3 or a 4 seed. Their KenPom's up to number 7 today. The Torvac or whatever, it's like top 10. So I did the prep for Gonzaga yesterday because I was excited and stuff. They're really good. They have Nemhard, one of the younger Nemhard, who's, I think he does lead the country in assists per game. They have a really good shooting guard, Khalif Battle, who is at Temple, then in Arkansas. He can score you 20 points, and then they have some big guys down low. Ike, that's probably they're better of all the big guys, but all three are pretty good. So yeah, I mean Houston's going to have their hands full. I think Gonzaga is a top 15 team in the country. This is probably more of a Sweet 16 game than a second round game, but your path is your path.
Yeah, that. I mean, that was my concern as well. It's like everybody was talking about Louisville being misseeded, and I think that the Zags were misseeded, and I think that what we were talking about yesterday that I had noticed was they kind of to the Rockets. What people familiarity with the Rockets did with the double bigs. They can go double big. They can get some size up front, but they've got talent across the board, and they're playing their best basketball at the right time of the year with a coach that definitely knows how to coach and coach in the tournament. So this is my biggest fear was that, this is going to be a bigger game earlier on for the Cougs than I had wanted, but it should be a hell of a matchup tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody when you get to the second round is really good anyways. So, like, I thought Reed said it best when we had him on earlier this week. Like, you play the regular season for your seeding in the first round and your difficulty for the first round, and then everybody in the second round, theoretically should be a top 32 team in the country. Now, I do think Gonzaga is better than 32. I was looking at the point spreads a little bit, like Auburn in their game, their 8-9 game, like their second round game, they're 9.5 point favorites. The Houston Gonzaga game, I've seen Houston anywhere from 4.5 to 5.5. So it's like, okay, like it'd be nicer to be at 9.5 point. Not that it matters, but I think I'd rather have the 9.5 point favorite than a 4.5, 5 point favorite. But path is the path. You're going to have to beat really good teams along the way if you want to have a deep run anyways. And it should be a lot of fun tomorrow. I can't wait. Selfishly, I'm not happy that it's a late game because it means I have to wait around all day for it.
Yeah.
Also don't like being the second game of a session because things kind of get like cramped and kind of like hectic a little bit. But that's just my selfish point of view. I don't think it really influences the game at all. But yeah, I think there's some fun matchups tomorrow. Like you got St. John's, Arkansas, like the storyline there with Patino and Calipari. But I think Houston Gonzaga is the best game on the slate. I don't even think it's close.
No, I agree with you. I thought that as much as I was looking forward to Kansas and Arkansas in the opener, I think that was obviously the sequel that people were keeping an eye on. But I think this is the best game tomorrow. I think it's perfectly fit from a broadcast perspective to be right there in primetime viewing on a Saturday night. I just hope that the Cougs persevere and hopefully the defense comes out from the jump and puts it on them and then they can get it. I would love to see, I'm sure you would too. I would just love to see another easy victory because this one's got me a little nervous.
Yeah, I don't really like stress. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Should be a really good game. Speaking of that Kansas-Arkansas game yesterday, if you're Bill Self, like, I think that you're kind of happy that Hunter Dickinson's leaving. It stung for KJ Adams. I think they haven't announced it, but I'm pretty sure he tore his Achilles. And then after that, they just coughed up that game. Like, I think they win if he stays in the game. But at the same time, Hunter Dickinson, for as prolific of a transfer that he was a couple of years ago, and like I know he's getting the whole internet treatment right now with his announcement to go to Kansas. I'm not sure that guy could have played a worse second half than we saw yesterday. He's just giving Arkansas the basketball. He had some costly turnovers down the stretch. Where it's like, here you go, Arkansas. Here's the basketball. You take it, and then you go score. I think they win the game without Hunter Dickinson if he doesn't play the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I agree with you. If they don't lose Adams, I think they were up 2 when he got the rebound, and then whatever happened, and he went to the floor. And after that, Arkansas went on like a 7-0 run. And I thought Kansas was in a position to win that ball game. But, yeah, from a Dickinson perspective, I mean, look, he's a guy I think he's very slow to get to his spots. I think that he has some ability. I think he capitalizes on his size and the ability to get smaller guys on him. But when you play, athleticism, and I think that he showed it last night, I don't think he's the kind of guy that's going to play on the next level. And I think that he's a guy that literally has exhausted every resource to collect and play college basketball, but his time is done, and he was bad.
You say he's gonna play at the next level?
I don't think he's going to play at the next level.
Yeah.
No, I think that he's exhausted. He'll play overseas somewhere probably if he wants to keep playing.
Yeah, he's not an NBA guy. He's too slow. Like he's slow. He's not quick enough. He's not. I mean, he's a great college player. Really good college player. What
was the kid from Gonzaga with the mustache and the headband a few years ago?
Timmy Time?
Timmy, yeah. Timmy Time, right. Timmy Time. I mean, there was a guy that people thought, well, he could possibly play on the next level, and he's not. And I think that he was way more skilled than Hunter Dickinson is. I just think Hunter Dickinson, tip of the cap, because I'm sure he got a ton of NIL money and he collected and wore it out as long as he could. But boy, he's not. I don't think he's playing in the NBA.
Yeah, Dickinson bigger than Timmy. Timmy was like an undersized post, but you're right. He was more agile. He had more quickness. He had better footwork. But not as big as Dickinson. But I agree with you. I don't think Dickinson's an NBA guy. I think he maybe he'll get like a sniff, maybe somebody's like summer league roster or something like that. But I think he'll play overseas. Looks like Memphis is going to lose. Colorado State's up by 8, so a 12 seed beating the 5, which is a popular upset in the NCAA tournament. No surprise here. This was one that our guy, Lee Sterling, was all over, by the way. Lee Sterling said he liked Colorado State, not Memphis. Colorado State was the only lesser seed that was favored over a better seed in the first round. Now, Memphis was playing without their point guard, Hunter. So that hurt them, obviously, as Colorado just went final. Colorado State beats Memphis 78-70. We're going to keep you up to date on everything that's happening in the NCAA tournament. I don't think anybody else carries the NCAA tournament, right? I don't think that happens. No one plays the tournament on Houston radio waves. So because of that, we're going to keep you abreast of what's going on. Duke's blowing out Mount St. Mary's at the half. Cooper Flagg is back. That's good for the Dukies. Vanderbilt has a 27-16 lead with 3 minutes left to go in the first. Ole Miss an 11-2 lead early over North Carolina. That was a popular pick, Blankers. After North Carolina throttled in the first 4 games, whenever they throttled San Diego State, I saw a lot of people flipping North Carolina over Ole Miss.
Right.
Hot start for Ole Miss, 9-point advantage, 16.5 to go in the first. But we're broadcasting live from Carbach. Come out, see the boys, see Blankers, see Brian, have some delicious Carbach beer, enjoy their tasty kitchen as well, some fantastic food, and then just enjoy the elements during the second day of the NCAA tournament. Busy show, got a lot planned for you. Also, later on in the show, we're going to give away not 1, but 2 VIP tickets to Carbach's Music and Arts Festival, which comes up April 12th, a few weeks away. $300 value with those VIP tickets. Performances from local artist Alex Lambert, Moon Taxi. It's headlined by Will Dorado. So make sure you're listening into the Killer Bees. We're going to give that away at some point. Not going to tell you when. We might have to do a little trivia, too. I'm not going to give that. That's too good a value to just give it away to like the 3rd or 5th caller. We'll have to think of a trivia question or something along those lines so the winner can celebrate with these 2 VIP tickets. But a busy show. Talk some college basketball along the way. That will be a prevailing conversation throughout the show. Cam Smith, are you trending upwards on your thoughts that Cam Smith can make the Houston Astros? Jose Altuve in left field. Some interesting conversation with that. Who said it? I don't know why we're playing that game with Brian not in studio, but we'll do it, I guess. That and much, much more with the Killer Bees today. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, if you want to get the weekend started a little bit early, you're looking to get away from the city, I don't blame you. I think it's a good idea. If you're looking to escape the rat race, get rid of the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, or whatever's causing you stress and anxiety, I have the best weekend idea for you. Maybe it's not this weekend. Maybe it's in 2 weeks. Maybe it's in 3 weeks. Whenever the case may be, Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston is the place for your weekend getaway. Or midweek. That's okay, too. Take some PTO. Get on out there like Sean. He deserves a couple of days after pulling double duty. Escape the city and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. If you like open green spaces, you like the wildlife, how about beautiful, majestic trees? That's always fun. Just the great nature, the great outdoors. Also, some of the best fishing in Texas. You got to get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. They're also just 90 minutes from Houston. Where else can you get a weekend escape in 90 minutes? Usually you're blowing half the weekend traveling to your destination. That's not the case with Two Creeks Crossing Resort. It's just 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far. 92 acres of property for you to explore, hike. They have kayaking if that's your thing. You like playing some pickleball? Well, get out there in the pickleball courts that they have there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Or just hang out by the pool with a drink. That's more my lane. Two Creeks Crossing Resort also loves to take care of their visitors. They'll have a barbecue cook-off one week. They'll have a crawfish bowl the next. You're always going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing. From glamping to cabins to tree houses, just pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for anyone. Book your weekend escape now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Carbach Brewing Company. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees broadcasting live from Carbach. They got some new beers over there as well. Crawford Pale Ale, step up to the plate with Crawford Pale Ale, a crisp, refreshing brew that is only available for a limited time at select grocery stores, Dyken Park, and of course at Carbach Restaurant and Patio. Stop by, try one while supplies last. But a beautiful, beautiful day in Houston. I'm a little jealous. Carbach's one of my favorite spots in the city. So jealous that Blankers and Brian are out there today, but it is what it is. 713-780-ESPN. Let's see some of the text here. Texter says Drew Timmy's in the G League currently. I didn't know that. Good for him. Probably can make more money overseas.
That's what I was thinking. I think I looked it up a few weeks back because I was wondering where he ended up, and I think he's with Memphis in the G League. But I would think you're right. I would think he could make some coin overseas.
Yeah, I think he probably would too. Other games from the tournament yesterday, Texas A&M gets by Yale. Yale's good this year. That was I know that that was a close game for a while, but that's okay. Like you survive and you advance. I thought it was a good win for Texas A&M. Good win for Buzz. Of course, you heard that right here on ESPN 97.5. It'll be interesting to see what they look like in their second round game because they're a team that gets after you defensively. They're a team that offensive rebounds. Maybe they don't shoot the ball that well, but they get a lot of offensive rebounds. They play excellent defense. And they're getting a Michigan team that almost lost yesterday to UC San Diego. I like the Aggies' chances in that game.
Well, I think from the perspective of like the way Buzz would like to play, I mean, at least they got a go-to guy in Taylor, but you never have to question the way he plays defense and how aggressive they're going to be. The question just becomes, can they make shots? And it's not just the three-point shot. It's can they find ways to make sure that they have offense? And I think it's going to be interesting because I don't think Michigan wants to play that physical brand of basketball the way A&M plays. So I think how the game is called is going to be key as well in terms of if they're going to let them play a little bit and A&M can really kind of be physical with Michigan. Otherwise, I think it's going to be interesting to see if how the A&M gets their offense.
Texas Tech gets by UNC Wilmington. You see how many threes the Red Raiders took yesterday? They took 46 threes in that game.
Ooh, that's a
46. I think it was an NCAA tournament record. Now,
it was
they didn't
definitely a
shoot
school
it
record.
good. Yeah, maybe it wasn't an NCAA tournament record, but school record. Although 46, it's hard to imagine somebody else has taken that many threes.
Some of them were so unnecessary. There was a point in that game late where I forget the point guard's name. You know who I'm talking
Elijah
about,
Hawkins.
Yeah, he. I mean, Joel. I mean, you guys know the scoring situation of that game. They're up. There's like a minute and a half left in the game, and he's running down court before anyone set up and just jacking up threes. Like, man, pull it up, run some clock. It was.
They did twice. He did it once, and Kerwin Walton did it once. I was like, what are y'all doing? You can see the assistants on the bench too. Like the assistants on the bench are like throwing their hands up, like, "What are we doing?"
Should we just call it the Reed Shepherd from now on?
Lead. What's
we
that?
Call it the Reed Shepherd. It was similar to the Reed Shepherd one this year.
It was. Yeah, it was similar to that. But they win, even though they only shot 28% from three. UNC Wilmington gave them a good game. Chance McMillan did not play, and I don't know like what the status is for Chance McMillan, but I think that's a game changer. Like McMillan, I think could give them an extra game in the tournament, if not extra 2 games in the tournament, because they have a thin bench. They played 7 guys yesterday, and one of those guys played 8 minutes. So it's like if he's not playing, Chance McMillan, you get into some foul trouble. Like that's going to be difficult for Texas Tech to have this deep run. But if they get him back, he's one of their best 3-point shooters because he can light it up. I think they could be a dangerous team. So really, it kind of depends on the health, I think, of Chance McMillan. They're actually in Wichita too. There's 2 games tomorrow in Wichita, so I'll head over there and watch that one before our game. But I think McMillan is critical for them, and I think they could beat Drake without Chance McMillan, but I don't think they could beat St. John's without Chance McMillan.
I would agree with you, and I believe that if healthy, Texas Tech can play with just about anybody in the country. But that health is so important. And I watched that Drake game last night, and credit to those guys that coach brought with him from Division II. That kid, is it Stints? But he's solid. I mean, when they needed a bucket and they started to tighten up, he was able to get the ball and go to work and do what they needed to do. And they played a really good game. So I'm interested to see that matchup. I have Tech going a little ways, so I would hope that they would get healthy. But Yeah, I mean, as you know from your experiences, I mean, if the worst thing that can happen to any talented team in this country or any team period in this tournament is if you got an injury or two, it can be the difference maker.
You have them beating St. John's if they get to the
I
Sweet
do.
16?
I actually do. I do.
Yeah.
St. John's
I
didn't
think I
impress
do
me
too.
last night. You talk about that with some of the other games. First half was a slugfest, and they really struggled, and then they finally flipped a switch in the second half. But St. John's, to me, is a team that I think is beatable. I think that they are another team that, wants to play, that tough-nosed defense, and they're versatile, but I don't think that their offense is anything that I'm worried about.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was kind of a tale of two halves. I don't know how much you can take from the Omaha game, but you're right. They struggled in the first. They were much better in the second, pulled away there. McNeese with the upset over Clemson. They have the best thing going right now, I think, in college basketball, by the way. Amir Ora Khan. I love everything about this guy. He's got 3 NIL deals. He's probably pulling 6 figures as the manager. He said that if what did he say about, like, he would be Will Chamberlain if they something about like wiping up sweat off the floor. Like they had socks made of Amir Khan. The cheerleaders are wearing his socks there at the game. I love everything about Amir Ora Khan. One day I hope to grow up to be Amir Ora Khan. Love this guy. Love
Can
him.
you handle the boombox? I mean,
What do
are
you
your
mean? I'm
skills
sure it's not that heavy?
I mean, your
like
skills
handle
are.
the ox?
I think he's saying, do you have
No,
enough
I can't.
swagger to pull it off?
Yeah, and you
No,
got to
I
have the
don't.
dance moves to come with it when you roll out. It's like
I mean, his moves aren't great. He's kind of just doing like this little thing, like
Don't
like,
you
he's not,
don't you
he's
kind of
not,
think that that's part of the allure? Is that they're not great, but he's willing to do them, and he kind of has that presence.
Oh, I'm
about
willing
him.
to do them.
There are prop bets out on his next NIL deal. I don't know if you guys saw this.
Is that right?
Yeah, the one that's leading the leading contender is Popeyes.
Oh,
Popeyes. I'll give you the top 4. I don't want to.
that's not a bad one because it's Louisiana. That's a pretty good call.
but top one's Popeyes. Top 4 followed by Dunkin's, Crystal Burger, and Taco Bell.
Dunkin',
Good on
I don't
him
think
for
so,
rolling
in
on.
Louisiana. Crystal Burger, no chance. Is there a Crystal Burger in Louisiana?
I didn't know if there was or not. No,
I don't think
know.
there is. And what was the last one?
Taco Bell was of the 4.
Taco Bell. That's kind of racist, I think.
The one I think is maybe it's actually a little bit lower, but maybe a nice bet would be Waffle House. That's big in the
It's not
South.
a bad call.
That's a good call. Is right. Yeah, because
Not
it
a
is
bad
big
call.
in the South.
I love Amir Khan. He's my favorite thing. How about their head coach, Will Wade, just like spilling the tea, too? He's like, yeah, I'm pretty much leaving. Yeah, my players might follow me. Yeah, like we recruited players telling them that the goal is Power 5. Like Will Wade, John Rothstein calls Will Wade the American gangster. Like he's kind of living up to that reputation a little bit.
Like, I have a question. Did he sign a deal? Is it inked yet? Because
I don't know.
It would be
Can it be?
interesting, huh?
I don't know if can it be.
I think
if he's
it
still
can
coaching
be.
in the tournament.
Well,
No, I
that's
think
why
it
I'm
can
asking
be.
too, because I think that because of what he did, there's a lot more people that would maybe like to throw money at Will Wade
True.
and say that, we might be interested too, and he might be get in the middle of a bidding war. And look, I appreciate his candor and the fact that he said that, what a lot of coaches wouldn't say, and they would play it off and ignore it, or say, let's focus on the game at hand when you know damn well that he's all but gone. But his honesty is appreciated, but it's going to be interesting because if he hasn't inked a deal, I got to believe that there might be a better team, a better university out there with a bigger program or more money to play with than NC State that might be willing to take a shot at him too.
Why are you sending strays to the Wolfpack? Why is NC State catching some
okay.
strays right now? They were a Final Four team a year ago.
And then they weren't, but they made, and they fell apart, and their coach lost his job, and here we go. And the reason why I'm bringing that up too is because of the fact that if you see what's going on with Will Wade, and in his press conference, he also mentions that Villanova's out there right now trying to actively recruit a coach that's still in the tournament. And that happens to be Kevin Willard at Maryland.
Is it Willard?
That's what I've seen on Twitter, and that's what I've even and I've done a deeper dive to see some of the people covering Maryland that have mentioned it. But like, if you listen to Kevin Willard's press conference, he basically comes out and says, "Look, I signed here to be here for a long time. However, the AD that keeps wanting to talk to me about a contract, he gave me all these bullet points. I want to worry about my team. Then when we do talk, I know his foot's out the door and he's going to SMU. And I know my program has to have money for me to do the things I want to do to win a national championship. We couldn't even stay an extra day in New York over Christmas when I wanted to because I was told we couldn't afford it." So he's spraying it all out there. He's got to be gone.
Well, I don't know if he's gone. Like, they're going to get a new AD. Like, I think he didn't get along with his AD. I think that's what that was.
Well, but I think by the time they get a new AD, unless they're already actively have someone in mind too, and that they can talk quickly, I think someone will swoop in and get him.
Yeah, maybe. That is interesting to watch. Yeah, I didn't know who Wade was talking about when he said that. Now, Willard does make some sense. I heard that more as Willard didn't get along with his AD, but maybe you're right. Like, that does make some sense. I didn't really put those two things together. But, yeah, that's a lot of fun. NCAA tournament's a lot of fun. Texter, Louisiana is the only place Crystal Burger is surviving. There's a Crystal Burger in Louisiana. There's one on Bourbon Street. You know what I did? Whenever I heard Crystal Burger, and I even said Crystal Burger, but in my mind I was thinking White Castle. I don't know why I did that.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah,
I totally agree
Castle,
that
now
in the back of my mind I'm thinking sliders.
Yeah, I was too. But like, yeah, now that I've been put in my place by the texters, and thank you all for doing that. I show my ignorance yet again. Now I remember a bunch of Crystal Burgers. And now that I think there's even one on 45. Now that's not Louisiana, but I think there's one heading up 45 that I see every day. But yeah, I was thinking White Castle for some reason. That's my bad. My bad, textures. It's a Friday. Boys are at Carbach. I'm jealous I'm not there. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Where are you with Cam Smith? Are you trending upward on your thoughts that he could make the Astros opening day roster? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees from Carbach Brewing on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Being a homeowner with a lot of responsibility is no fun. It comes with a lot of responsibility, comes with a lot of cost, and it is stressful. OWell is here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little bit off your plate, but save you money. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and it shouldn't be you. So I'm here to help you out. Ownwell's here to help you out. Head to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes to get their experts fighting for you. Their cutting-edge technology can start saving you money with no upfront costs. Put your property tax savings back in your pocket, reinvest it, take the family on vacation, maybe buy your producer who's pulling double duty a drink, whatever. Do whatever you want with your savings. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish and delivers top results, no upfront cost, only pay if you save. It's a great idea. Ownwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and me. The deadline to protest is May 15th. May 15th. Do not run out of time. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Carbach Brewing Company.
Carbach has some awesome events coming up. 5th Annual Hot Sauce Festival, April 6th. Free event, family-friendly. It is a dang good time. April 12th, the Love Street Music and Arts Festival featuring Will Dorado. Tickets on sale now, carbachbrewing.com. We're going to give away 2 VIP tickets a little bit later in the show. I'm not telling you when. This is what radio guys do to keep you the dial here, keep you listening to the show. So we're just going to do the old trick that a bunch of, those radio guys do. But we'll have a trivia question a little bit later. And then an Astros watch party, April 25th against Kansas City, featuring the Shooting Stars, Orbit giveaways, first pitch 6:40. For all events and new releases, follow them at Carbach Brewing on all social media platforms. And for private events, use carbachbrewing.com to book that now. Our hotel here, Blankers, the boys are at Carbach Brewing. They're enjoying nice cold beer. I'm enjoying a lungo. You ever heard of the phrase lungo? A lungo.
Lungo?
It's a lung. I learned this phrase within the last couple of days. The hotel room here has like these fancy espresso machines.
Okay.
And I've become a snob when it comes to my coffee.
Ever since
you went to Sedona, everything changed.
Snobby Branham has become a thing.
This is what happens whenever, I like the intricacies of Sedona and the mountains. And I also like the intricacies of lungo. Yeah, the lungo apparently is it's Italian for long. This isn't really rocket science here, but it's a longer shot of espresso. It's made with more water than a standard espresso, resulting in a larger, less concentrated, and potentially milder coffee drink. So if you're a sissy like me and you don't really want to do the espresso, you want to sip on it for a little bit longer, you make it a lungo. And then you get these little cute little coffee cups, these little mugs. I love it. Isn't it cute?
Okay.
Cheers.
Or you could have headed down to the lobby and see if they got a coffee machine. Just fill it up with a big cup.
What was it last
doesn't
week?
taste as
Jeremy
good.
was all impressed by a caprese salad. Was that the thing he got really impressed?
Oh yeah,
by
the salad.
last week?
Yeah, the salad with the tomatoes and the
ever
cheese.
since Sedona, Jeremy's changed.
I've always liked caprese salads. I just didn't know how to pronounce them. I thought it was caprese.
Okay.
No, my wife put me on caprese salads. They're so good. Mozzarella, tomato, a little bit of basil. What is it? The balsamic vinaigrette.
Yeah.
That does not miss. That hits every time.
I think really gone kind of top shelf foo-foo on us in the last couple months.
I think it's one of the best things my wife has ever done for me. Branham baby and the caprese salad.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
the salad is up to number 2.
It's in the conversation. I love me. I'm not trying to oversell the caprese
I hope she
salad
doesn't
here.
listen.
But the caprese salad is upper echelon. It's so refreshing, great in the summer for a little lunch, not too heavy, great
Does
for the
Wichita
palate.
have a great caprese salad?
I haven't
Or
looked.
is it not hit the same way as Sedona?
I haven't looked for a caprese here in Wichita. I've kind of stuck to the team dining here. Although I did get the did I tell you I got a pork belly taco on the way back? I think
You
I
said
did.
on the way
Yeah, I
back.
did.
Yeah, on the way back.
Yeah, I got it was actually pretty good. They have a really cool setup here in Wichita. Like outside of the arena, they have a bunch of food trucks. They have like bar areas. They have a bunch of like watch parties with TVs. And they had it going on today, and there's not even games over there today. It's a really cool spot. Wichita does it good. All right,
How far is your hotel in proximity to the arena?
5-minute walk.
Okay.
5-minute walk.
That's not bad.
Good.
In fact, I went to practice earlier today, and I was told that the bus was leaving at 11:45. So I went down there at 11:25, and right when I got down there, the team bus was leaving. I was like, "Oh, well, that's not good." So I walked and I beat the bus there. Yeah,
I was going to ask you. That's always a possibility. That's a good move too, because I'm sure. Is it mandatory for you to be at practice?
No.
Oh, so I was going to say, then they don't worry if they leave you.
No, they're not looking for me. No.
Okay.
No, as they should not. I hope they wouldn't. That would be terrible. Not good. Speaking of Ole Miss leads North Carolina 30-19. So that's kind of an interesting score here in the early goings. At the half, Vanderbilt 29-22 against St. Mary's, and Duke's hammering Mount St. Mary's in the 116 game in the East. All right, so Cam Smith, he didn't have a great day today. I think he's like 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts today.
Correct.
But where are you with Cam Smith making this team? Is your arrow trending up? What are the percentage chances you think he makes the team in Blank's perspective?
Yeah, it's trending up for me. I mean, hearing Dana and the comments that he made with either Astroline or with the flagship, talking about like he's not scared to put him up there and that he's got that much talent, and the fact that now that he's when we look at who he's hitting home runs off of, but the fact that he has, I think was it 5 extra base hits of his 13 hits, 4 home runs, something like that, but. I just worry more and more. I know Chaz went deep today off a changeup from Sonny Gray, but for me, Chaz is a big concern. Jake is obviously concerned, and I know that we've had this conversation, but I would feel a lot more comfortable offensively if Cam Smith makes this roster as well as DeCenzo, and I would lean that I would be okay if both of those guys were in the outfield and Altuve was at second base.
Yeah. I really have a hard time seeing both of them make it. Like, I really have a hard time seeing both of them make it. But my chances of Cam Smith are going up. I have it at 50-50 right now. I've been at 40% for a while. The move to right field to me is a pretty big clue. Like, if you didn't have him, like, at least in the thought process of making the opening day roster, I don't think you start giving him right field reps until the minor league season starts. So whenever they started giving him minor league reps or spring training reps in right, and actually spring training starts in right and actual like game reps in right field, it's like, okay, I think they are actually considering this. It went from like, a long shot to a possibility. And then you see him like batting fifth, and look, spring training lineups or whatever, there's getting these guys work. But he's batting in the middle of the order, and guys that we have penciled in as everyday starters are batting in the bottom of the order. It's like, okay, like they're trying to get more of a look at him. So more of a look, more under the microscope, maybe more probability that he can make the team. And then Chandler Rome today in The Athletic, he had a bunch of quotes from players about Cam Smith, talking about him. Omar Lopez, obviously he's older than Carlos Correa, but I had Carlos when he was 19 years old. It was the same way with Smith, goes about his business. Mauricio Dubon, he's the best player in this spring training camp that we got right now, numbers-wise. He's the best performer. Still 6 a.m., 6:30 a.m. He was in the cages working. He's grounded and working every day. It's only been 5 weeks, but what I've seen in 5 weeks, everyone likes him. Dubon also called him the next 60 home run player, which is like, come on, Mauricio. Let's not like oversell the guy. And look, it'd be awesome if he turns it like he does that. But Dubon's like laying it on pretty thick for this Cam Smith guy. He really likes this guy. He must hate Chas McCormick because he wants him in right field. It's crazy. And then Jeremy Pena, he does look like a big leaguer to me. He's a guy that if he stays healthy and keeps doing what he's doing, he'll play in the big leagues for a really, really long time. Dubon, here's the quote. You can quote me on this. When he figures it out, when he has an idea of what they're going to do to him in the big leagues, I think he's going to be the next 60-homer guy. He'll put in the work, and he's got that much pop. Like, that's high praise.
This is some of the stuff that when we were talking about not just going up if you make the opening day roster and playing baseball, this is some of the heavyweight that's going to be carried and have to be carried, knowing that the expectations are going to be through the roof, regardless of what reality says about guys on their first time playing big league baseball. It's a massive pump up the Cam piece. But at the same
real
time,
quotes, like it's crazy. Like the quotes are this lofty.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And when you listen to Dana and you heard some of the things that Dana said about, I don't worry about, how much time he spent in the minor leagues or whatever, that this is a guy that he's not afraid to push up the pole and get him, up to the big league level. That makes me wonder. And I think the biggest point of all is the one you made to start the segment about him, is the fact that if they're pushing him out there before spring training is over to get experience in right field, there's no doubt that this is not only being discussed of him making the roster, that's probably a primary position that he's going to play if he plays for the Astros.
Yeah, these quotes are insane. There's more of these quotes too. Some of the text line wants to weigh in on this. What are the chances that Cam Smith will be on the opening day roster for the Houston Astros? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Carbach Brewing on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It's that time of year for you to save some money on your car vehicle. We all like doing that, don't we? It's March. Spring is on the way, and it means that it's time for spring savings at Monument Chevrolet. Get over to the dealership, 225 Beltway 8. Check out their massive inventory. Their car lot's so big, I think it's a small town. It's like a suburb of the city of Houston. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. Transparent, no-hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast. And right now, you can take advantage of employee pricing. Doesn't get better than that. You pay what they pay on Silverado 1500s. You've been looking to those Silverado 1500s. You've been looking to upgrade your truck game. Now's the time to do it with the employee pricing going on right now at Monument Chevrolet. They've been serving the Houston area for 50 years, have helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. It's a family feel, great ownership that's been over the dealership for 50 years. Family atmosphere, good people. The culture's fantastic. And the salesperson of the week this week is Luis, a Spanish speaker, many years of experience, very knowledgeable about the entire car buying process, can guide you through the process of getting the right deal on the right vehicle. Get a fair deal, a fast, easy transaction without wasting your time in those aggravating, stressful negotiations that no one wants to do. Car buying is a chore, and it's not a chore at Monument Chevrolet. You're going to feel at home. No tricks, no time wasting, no sticky hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now's the time to do it. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or better yet, visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Karbach Brewing Company.
We'll give away a pair of VIP tickets to the Love Street Music and Arts Festival later in the show. It comes up on April 20th featuring Will Dorado. You can get your tickets now at carbachbrewing.com, but maybe you'll wait to get those tickets until after we give away a pair of VIP tickets. later in the show. Also, private events, head to carbachbrewing.com. So follow them on all social media, Carbach Brewing, for all events and new releases. They have a rhubarb fruited filled beer going on right now. Latest edition of Carbach's FUN series. You can figure that out. Fun. World Beer Cup bronze medal winner will be available in the coming weeks at a grocery store near you, as well at the Carbach restaurant and patio. It's a bright red beauty bursting with rhubarb, hibiscus, and the right amount of pucker. Bold enough to make your taste buds dance, but balanced enough to keep you sipping. Brian, why don't you try this rhubarb fruited filled beer for me and let me know how? I'm very intrigued.
Yeah, I'm going to let him know, Jeremy. He stepped away for a moment, but I will definitely let him know
He's
that
supposed to be on-site engineering.
Well, he's engineering the fact that we are looking to see if someone is out here to be concerned about our whereabouts and well-being.
You guys are big boys. Like, do we need a wellness check for y'all?
I think you, of all people, understand what the details would be in this case, but Brian decided to go scout out some things, so I said, we've got it here at the table. You'll be fine.
So Brian got a little thirsty and stepped away from his duties.
Now we're getting on some things. Yeah,
Priorities
that's the opener
there
to the discussion that he's about to have.
Will you buy him a drink for me for free?
Yeah.
And pay up that bet like he did to me. A couple more quotes on Cam Smith from the Astros players. Christian Walker, I like that. I don't see him over-swinging a lot. Looks like he trusts that, and he knows that he just has to put the bat on the ball, and good things can potentially happen for him. Troy Snitker, Astros hitting coach. You see that. You see confidence after the takes, talking about his plate discipline. Yes, I made the right decision. I think that's an important thing, that it looks like he's always ready to hit, and then he makes the decision to not swing, not the decision to swing. And then Pena called him a transformer. Said he's built like a transformer. You can see that. He looks the part, but he acts the part too. So his teammates seem to have fallen in love with Cam Smith, especially Mauricio Dubon. I think Mauricio Dubon has a thing for like big hulking sluggers because he's obsessed with Yordan Alvarez.
That's
and now
right.
he's calling Cam Smith a 60 home run guy. I think Mauricio Dubon has a type here, Blankers.
I think, you know what? Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and maybe sometimes you're attracted to those things that you aren't, and maybe he's not a power hitter, and he doesn't have that big transformer-like frame, and you're right. He loves him some Yordan, and evidently he loves him some Cam. I just think that it's funny that, this has been the main story through all of camp, aside from Altuve playing left field, and everybody's so onto it that they don't realize that, oh, by the way, one of the most criticized guys coming into this spring training was Jeremy Pena, and Jeremy Pena is having a phenomenal spring training, and he looks like he is hitting the baseball really, really well. And Dubon's been playing well. There's a lot of guys with some other stories that could be mentioned, but because these are the two big headliners, no one seems to take notice of some of the other things that might be helping this team this year.
I mean, spring training. It's kind of boring. I really don't have any other interest than Cam Smith and Altuve playing left field too.
Okay, but here's the thing. Like you say that, but look, I'm a little concerned that Chaz still isn't hitting aside from the home run today. That was his first of the spring. I'm concerned that if he's not hitting in spring in the way he played last season, I'm not going to believe that he's going to be the guy that I have confidence in right field. Not that I had it already. And so from that perspective, I'm concerned, just like I'm glad that Pena, a guy that has been scrutinized for his offense, at least is hitting the ball and looks like he may be, riding a good wave coming into the start of the regular season.
Yeah, I didn't say it was insignificant. I just said it was kind of boring. Like spring training stuff it usually does not excite me a whole lot. Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Like you want guys being in good form. You want to have good at bats. Like the numbers don't matter. Like if a guy had 20 at bats and he's squaring up the baseball 20 times, but he's lining out every single time, that matters to me more than his batting average. But yeah, it matters. It's just kind of boring. I wouldn't call it insignificant, though. You're right. Todd, the show says the better question is, or what are the chances Chas McCormick is not on the opening day roster? I think that's pretty slim. I think Chas McCormick will be on the opening day roster, pretty much a guarantee because he's still cheap. I don't think that they start him off in the minors, although like maybe a 10% chance he starts in the minors. That way they could carry Ben Gamble as another left-handed bat. But I don't think it's possible Chas McCormick is not on the Astros opening day roster. One thing that I would like for them to explore, though, they got the news about Luis Garcia. They have 3 relief pitchers that probably were going to be on this opening day roster that are going to be hurt. Caleb Ort, Forrest Whitley, Sean Dubin. will all probably start the year on the IL. I wouldn't mind shopping Chas McCormick for the best arm I could possibly get. I don't think he has a lot of value, but maybe somebody has a surplus of big league pitching. They have a need for a bench outfielder. I'd be kicking those tires if I'm Dana Brown.
I think it's a good idea because I think to the points you were making. Look, when I look at this and I say, is Chas McCormick going to be on the opening day roster? I think the answer is yes, because I think that they're going to give him and Jake every chance to either succeed or fail before they feel like they have to make a decision to reconstruct their outfield. But the fact that you have the perfect storm of Cam Smith tearing the cover off the baseball in the spring and Chas still looking like the Chas of last year has left the door of opportunity open to so many possibilities that maybe they are already thinking about the fact that, if and when or how could I move on from Chas. The contract would be very attractive to a lot of teams as well because it isn't like exorbitant or breaking the bank.
No.
And we know that with the news coming out after Blanco got hit in a game and after Wisniewski got hit on the foot in a comebacker yesterday, I think it was, and the fact that Blanco hasn't looked great. Now we get the news about Garcia. You just don't know if and or when Lance is going to be ready. There probably is the need for another arm to be used in this rotation, no matter what you like about the Sugarland Space Cowboys pitching staff.
Would you trade Chas McCormick for your fourth best relief pitcher?
For
1 year deal, a rental.
No, not right now.
Your third best relief pitcher, 1 year deal.
I might, yeah, because
yeah.
Ort's out, and I'm very interested to see how and who handles the seventh inning duties. If I know that I could get a seventh inning guy for Chas McCormick, yeah, I probably am exploring that deal because I know DeCenzo has been ripping the cover off of it too. That's another story that gets buried because of the two big headliners. DeCenzo's a guy that, according to McTaggart yesterday, we talked about it. McTaggart seems to think he's going to make this roster. If he's going to make this roster, then he's probably going to play. If you believe what Espada says, if he's going to play, where's he going to play? And that brings up interesting things. But if I've got guys that can fill the void and hit better than Chas McCormick, yeah, there's a concern about can they play defense close to Chas McCormick. But at the same time, Dana seems to be focused on the offense with some of the quotes he made too. So, yeah, I would entertain that if I could get someone's third best relief pitcher.
No, he'd be your third best relief pitcher. Maybe it's the same thing. But, I was trying to see what your bar is. If you think he's your third best reliever, would you trade Chas for that guy? Fourth best reliever, would you trade Chas for that guy? Yeah, that's probably somewhere where my line is at too. Texter, has anyone taken the stats where Cam is actually facing major league pitching versus his stats against minor league pitching? Not these minor league pitchers. He's had good success against real life major league pitchers. The home run he hit yesterday was off a major league pitcher. He's had I'm not going to say it's all his production, but a good chunk of his production has been against big league arms, not just camp invites.
Yeah,
Texter, I think the Astros. Go ahead.
His last two bombs were against major league pitchers, decent major league pitchers. Overall, someone was running the numbers and said that on a 1 to 10 scale, his hits have come against pitching in the 7 range, which is right at AAA to major league level. And that was before he hit the second bomb or his second bomb off a major league pitcher. So I think he's proven he can hit major league pitching.
Are you willing to Jackson? Yeah. Are you willing to Jackson Holiday Cam Smith? Send him down, let him hit some AA pitching. Goes 4 for 40 to start the year on the big club. He'll be a mental midget. What's your response to that text?
Well, that's kind of what I was talking about, and it kind of lends itself to what we've heard before this pump up the Cam article from Chandler, is the fact that everybody has talked about the non-baseball things as well as the baseball things, but the most important thing is how he handles the locker room and the media and interactions and all these other things, because it's going to be a ton on his shoulders. And so that's been the most encouraging thing for me, because that's where his psyche can get damaged as a young kid with not a lot of experience that I would worry about. I think you can see that there's enough ability there. My concern would be, if he does start slow and then he gets down on himself, how does he handle himself? Hopefully they're right, and if they do try and do this, that he can handle it.
He listens to Bob Marley and meditates. I'm fine with his headspace. Texture, I think Cam could be a world beater, but if it benefits the team money-wise, they'll keep him down. Maybe. It wouldn't surprise me, though, if he's on this big league roster. Do you think the Cubs regret trading for Tucker or at least giving up Smith? Not yet. No, I don't think that they're even close to that thought process yet.
Yeah, I think a lot has to play into that, and I think they knew what Cam Smith could possibly be. But I think it would be more so on if Kyle Tucker doesn't perform well and or doesn't want to sign with them an extension and wants to hit free agency, that then they realize that maybe there would be some regret.
All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. There's been some wild takes about Jose Altuve playing left field. A lot of people hate this, including one of our very own, Lance Zerline, with his thoughts on Jose Altuve playing left field and our reaction to those thoughts. It is the Killer Bees live from Carbach on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville is the best in the business at getting your hair back. He does so many things so well for people in the Houston area, and people come from all over to see him, not just in the Houston DMA. It's because he's phenomenal. He does spot treatments. He does Botox. He does plastic surgery of all kinds. But the one that I'm personally familiar with is the PRP treatments and the NeoGraft procedure that he does here in Houston for people that want to get their hair back. And he'll do it for you too. And basically, I had a free consultation so that he could explain everything to me and see if I might be interested. You can do the same. People off the street, it costs $150 to have that consultation. You get it for free because you're listening to me. You talk to him. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com. Set up a free consultation. You go in, they explain to you what PRP treatment is, and essentially, if we're looking at it in lawn terms, PRP is like fertilizer for your lawn that gets your grass to look and have the same look as it did when it was in its best condition with the thicker, stronger, longer follicles. And then if you are totally bald or you're losing your hair and you need to kind of get some hair back, that's when the actual NeoGraft procedure comes into play. The NeoGraft is like resodding your lawn. It basically takes hair from areas you're never going to lose it. In this case, the sides and the back of your head, genetically, you never lose your hair no matter how bald you go in other places. And he puts it where you need it most. Sometimes it's your hairline in front. Sometimes it's that bald spot up on top and back. But it works. And it works, and you'll see the final results in about 6 to 9 months. But you'll see the follicles there already instantanously when you're done with the procedure, and they're going to continue to grow. It's encouraging. It's actually life-changing. It gives you more self-confidence, and you're going to love the way you look. I did it. Couldn't be happier with it. You should do it too. Check it out today. What's it going to cost you? Nothing out of pocket. No signing on the dotted line or commitment to make. Just you getting information on a game-changing experience if you want your hair back. Go to 975hair.com.
Get on out to Carbach. Beautiful day. Great spot to watch your college basketball. Say hello to the boys. You can also try out the Hopadillo Imperial IPA. Light orange in color with a fluffy white head. This heavy-handed dry hop classic clocks in at a 9.9 ABV to give you a double take on what an Imperial IPA can taste like. That's right. It's double the Dillo. Available now. That sounds great. Doesn't sound like you need a whole lot, too. A little light orange with a fluffy white head. It's right up my alley. Killer Bees broadcasting live, Carbach Brewing, 713-780-3776. Going to give away a little bit later on in the program. Going to give away some VIP tickets to the Carbach Music and Arts Festival April 12th. Headlined by Will Dorado, $300 value. The VIP ticket experience, admittance to the Love Street Music and Arts Festival, unlimited access to VIP areas and dedicated VIP bars, dedicated front of stage viewing access, complimentary food and 3 beverage tickets, complimentary water, that's important, access to air-conditioned private bathrooms, and dedicated entrance into the event through the restaurant. So VIP tickets coming up a little bit later. We're giving them away. Not right now, though. Not right now. Put the phone down. Not right now. Giving it away a little bit later to the Carbach Music and Arts Festival. So Altuve and left, this is going to be a topic of conversation all year long. I thought it was smart by Espada the day that Jose Altuve dropped the fly ball to be like, yeah, he's getting most of his starts out there. Deal with it. I thought that was smart. Let everybody know the baseline of what it's going to be like this year for the Astros. And look, a lot of people have their thoughts on this. It's kind of predictable. Altuve's not going to be a good left fielder. Like, that's obvious. He's not a good defensive player anymore. The hope is he is less bad in left than he was at second base. Left field, less valuable defensive position than second base, and you have a couple of ground ball pitchers. But a lot of people are getting, taking offense to Altuve and left. And because Altuve has meant so much to the Houston Astros, they feel like they're disrespecting Jose Altuve. Here was our very own Lance Zierlein talking about Jose Altuve in left field.
This was the easiest prediction in history that it would be a disaster. I thought maybe he could track the ball a little better than apparently he is, but he's not tall enough and long enough to get to certain balls.
So
he doesn't have the catch radius.
He's tracking it. He's just dropping it.
Where it's like putting one of Dell's little tiny little receivers like Xavier Restrepo or Braxton Berrios, one of those little T-Rex arm wide receivers, putting them outside and trying to make plays down the field against coverage. Like they don't have the catch radius for that. He doesn't have the catch radius to play in the outfield. Don't put a tiny second baseman in the outfield. Well, you've got Mauricio Dubon should be out there full time. Try anyone else, but not your Hall of Famer. I'm glad he's a team guy, but don't do this to him. This is embarrassing. You're embarrassing Jose Altuve. This guy took all the bullets for the cheating. All of them. He's F Altuve.
I love the strong stance here. Now, don't disagree with a whole lot of it. I do love the fact that he brought up catch radius when it comes to a left fielder in baseball. I thought he was going to talk about high pointing the football next. Like, you don't need your left fielder to be a great red zone target here. I don't love the comp, Lance.
Tell me you're still knee deep in evaluating college talent without telling me. Like the fact that he's getting into all that and talking about what, he's not tall enough and long enough to play left field when we've seen that he's athletic enough and quick enough to get to baseballs. It's just finding a way to squeeze them in his glove where the issues arise. That was pretty classic Lance Zierlein, knee deep in a pre-draft moment.
Yeah, he wants Mauricio Dubon in left field. He wants a possession left fielder out there catching the baseball for this Astros pitching staff. Look, Jose Altuve is not going to be a good defensive left fielder, and people are going to lose their collective minds every single time that Jose Altuve makes a mistake. This isn't about like giving Altuve, a spot where he's going to be the best version of himself defensively. This is a team-oriented move and where he's going to impact you the least defensively. He's going to screw up in left field. Now, the easy pop flies where he's dropping, like, you got to catch those balls, man. Like, that's something that has to change. If that's something that continues for, like, into the season, then they're going to have to do something. That's not going to stick. But I also think that's very fixable. Like, I don't think Jose Altuve is going to have a ton of drop fly balls in the outfield. I know he had them on back-to-back days, but I still think he's learning the position a little bit. I think there was a runner at third base both of those times trying to come in and score.
Yep.
He got a little quick, got to head over his skis a bit. I don't think that Jose Altuve dropping pop-ups is going to be an ongoing issue. And if it does, then we can reevaluate this. I think the mistakes and the errors that he's made are pretty easy and pretty correctable. And I'm still okay with Jose Altuve in left field.
See, I've got concerns simply because of the fact that my first concerns were just, how his angles, taking angles towards the ball, getting two baseballs. I know he's athletic enough to do those things. And he showed a lot in that regard. And yes, there were times that he's still learning how to find out and feel out the wall and the warning track and things like that. But I think that overall, he's shown me enough that he can pick that stuff up. What I wasn't expecting was, as you mentioned, back-to-back days, really routine fly balls. I do realize he had to come in a little bit, but at the same time, the fact that he dropped both of those balls gave me reason for concern, and the fact that runs scored. And I think that this is, on the good side, this is why we have spring training games. Get these things out of your system. It doesn't, no blood, no foul. It didn't hurt anything at the time. You're all good. The problem on the flip side is when it happens in a regular game, it is going to be magnified times 1,000. It is going to be unacceptable to a lot of people. It is going to be, if it's a difference in winning or losing a game or two, it's going to be something that probably quicker than taking any more time with it is probably going to have to be addressed. And that's something that they're going to have to live with because they all were on the same page with this to start. And I've seen people say, well, then he should have been doing this in November. How do you know that he wasn't? I mean, we know that he was at Minute Maid prior to camp and that he was working out there every day and he was taking fly balls and fielding balls in the outfield well before camp started. It's just not as simple as everybody makes it out to be because they can catch balls in their softball league or wherever they played baseball in their career. It's just it's a risky proposition. You know what his bat does and what his bat's done, so that's not the issue. It's just, when they were trying to get creative, thought they could do this. We'll see if it works out.
Yeah, I'm still on the side that he's going to be bad in left field, but he'll be less bad in left field than he would be at second. And I think what you're adding defensively at second base on the back end of this decision is going to help you out defensively overall. I think you're going to be a better defensive team with Dubon at second, Altuve in left, than Altuve at second and Dubon in left field because you're getting your best defender between those two guys at the more important defensive position. King of Twitch, you can't give up runs because you're stupid and put a short guy in left. Poor Marine, there's very limited locations where he can play, and it's not left field. Where is it then? Like, where can he play the best version of himself?
Like we're talking about, as you and I have harped on over and over again, it's not just any starting rotation. It's a rotation where the top of the rotation is very heavily relying on the defense of the infield. That's part of the reason why they went and got a 3-time Gold Glove, really good first baseman. That's why when you look at what they were trying to do, they're trying to upgrade the second base position. You've seen the Red Sox do this with Manny Ramirez. We've seen lesser than outfielders like Jose Canseco and other outfielders that really aren't outfielders that get thrown into the outfield because their bat is so important. I think the Astros were doing something similar. You don't get the pop and the home run balls that you're getting out of those guys that I mentioned, but you're getting offensive production, a leadoff 300 type hitter that does a ton for you and is a Hall of Fame member of your organization. You're trying to do the right thing in all regards. It's a risky proposition. And there is really no place to just hide him, and I don't think he wants to be hidden either. So I think that they tried to find the position that might be best suited for him to be able to have some success defensively at this stage in his career.
And I don't even think it's success. I think it's the less worse. Like, he's going to be bad everywhere he plays. So where is he going to hurt you the least? They think it's left field. We'll see if it actually works. I like the idea of getting him off of second base, though. I think the Astros are going to prevent runs because of Dubon at second. I think it'll be Dubon at second. Some people still think it might be Brendan Rodgers. We'll see. But either guy, pretty good defensively. I think Dubon's a better defender now than Rodgers is. A lot of people want to weigh in on this. 713-780-3776. We've had most of spring training to reflect on Jose Altuve in left field. There's been some good, like that catch in the gap. There's been bad, him going back to the wall. him coming in, dropping a couple of baseballs. I don't think any of them had to do with his catch radius, but there's been more bad than good. You better with the idea of Altuve playing left field now than you were at the start of the spring. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and on ESPN 92.5. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility and cost. Sometimes not very fun, huh? But Own Well is here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little bit of that stress and anxiety off of your plate, but also save you some money. What's there not to like about that? Everybody likes a little extra money in their pockets. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and I do not want it to be you. And Ownwell doesn't want it to be you either. But head to ownwell.com and sign up in less than 3 minutes, and you're going to have their experts fighting for you. You don't have to do a whole lot. You can get all your work done in 3 minutes and then let the fine folks over at Ownwell fight this battle for you. They have a cutting-edge technology that's going to start saving you money, potentially, with no upfront cost. You don't pay a thing unless you save money. So what do you have to lose here? Put your property tax savings back into your pocket, fatten that wallet a little bit. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish and delivers top results. No upfront cost. You're not paying anything at sign up. And again, you're only paying if you save. Can't beat that. Again, you have nothing to lose. This is all reward and no risk. Here's some numbers for you. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction, with the average customer saving over $1,100. Look at that reward. And again, no risk. Deadline to protest May 15th. Don't run out of time. Do it now. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up again in less than 3 minutes. Get the Ownwell staff on your side and start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Carbach Brewing Company. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees broadcasting from Carbach Brewing. And we told you, we promised you, Going to give away a couple of tickets to Carbox Music and Arts Festival April 12th. Performances by local artist Alex Lambert, Moon Taxi, headlined by Will Dorado. It's $300 value. Gets you into Love Street's Music and Arts Festival. Unlimited access to VIP areas with dedicated VIP bars, dedicated front of stage, viewing access, complimentary food, 3 beverage tickets, access to air-conditioned private bathrooms, and a dedicated entrance into the event through the restaurant. Giving these away now, but you have to answer this question. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776, because it's March, because I'm a Houston Cougar homer. It's a Houston Cougar question. Who is the all-time – no, don't answer it, Blinkers. Who is the all-time winningest Houston Cougar basketball player of all time? 713-780-3776. Who has the most wins in Houston Cougar basketball player history? It has to be a player. First one to call in, answer that. You're getting 2 VIP tickets to Carbox Music and Arts Festival April 12th, a $300 value, and it's headlined again by Will Dorado. If you don't win tickets, you can get your tickets on sale now at carbachbrewing.com. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What's that?
Hey, Jeremy, since the last time I think even you and I were out here, I just wanted to mention the fact that if you haven't been to Carbach in a while, this is like its own festival area now. It's like it's expanded so much. They not just have the brewery and the restaurant that we used to always be in, but now they bought like the strip center behind it, kind of re-landscape the whole back area to where there's this massive middle walkway like you're at a festival grounds with plenty of room for people with picnic tables inside, in a covered area and out in the sunshine, a big stage at the end with a massive TV, and then they have their pizza place, they have their t-shirt and hats and stuff shop, they've got the outdoor beer garden, and you can walk all the way from the original building in the brewery all the way down basically like a block, and it's all enclosed. It's super nice, and it's a great place to hang out with the family and enjoy music and food and beer.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite spots. I'm jealous that you guys are there today. And these basketball games coming down to the wire here. St. Mary's, Vanderbilt tied at 50, 4:45 left to play in that one. Maryland has jumped ahead of Grand Canyon in the first half, up by 17. And Ole Miss just getting started in the second half, laying it on the Tar Heels, 48-26. North Carolina was a popular pick to win that game after they were quick work of San Diego State and Dayton. But some fun games coming down the stretch here. Carbach, the place to do it. Todd, the show, do we know if defensive run saves is a real stat? It's a real stat. You might not give it any credibility, but yes, it is real. King of Twitch, not too fond of Altuve in left field. He says he's tiny. He's tiny everywhere. He has a bad arm. Yeah, he doesn't have a good arm. I agree with that. And he doesn't know
Can I just say this, though?
His angles have gotten better. No, you can't say that.
The bottom line is people just always refer to him as this little small guy. But if you ever get anywhere near that dude lifts some serious weights. He is a strong, strong man, no matter how tall he is. And he keeps himself in pretty damn good physical condition.
Sure, but he's still short.
No doubt about that. There's nothing you can change about that unless you wear lifts in your cleats.
He's still a short man. But Altuve last year was -13 in defensive runs saved, which, some people don't believe in defensive metrics, and I get it. He was -13 in 2023. He was -15 in 2022. So he's been a really bad defensive second baseman, according to the metrics, for a very long time. Like, do you think he's going to be that much of a negative in left field? Again, I don't think he's going to be good in left field. Like this, I've never claimed he's going to be good in left field. The only thing I've claimed is I think he'll be less bad in left field, and I think that their overall team defense will be better because you're gaining a much better defensive second baseman than Altuve, and second base is a far more premium defensive position. So -13 defensive run saves. Do you think he's going to be that poor in left?
I kind of do right now. I think that's going to be close. I think because this is his first year playing it, it would be his first year playing it on the big league level. He's going to make mistakes. We talk about this all the time. He's going to have some time to need some time to figure everything out and get comfortable out there. And I think that's going to probably lead to errors and lead to giving up runs. And so I think that as much as he's played the second base his whole life and kind of as he's gotten, lesser in his skill sets, it's still hovering around the same thing. I think because of the fact that he's going to make mistakes in left field, it's probably going to be close.
I don't think it'll be anywhere close. To me, it's the nature of the position, too. Like, you can be bad in left field, and it's still not going to be that big of a defensive runs loss. But I mean, we'll see. Like, no one can be right about this. It's all opinion based until it actually happens.
And you say that, and I would at the start of this entire experiment discussion, I would have probably leaned your way. But having watched him drop those 2 fly balls and the type of fly balls that they were is what's given me reason to pause and start reconsidering my take on that, just simply because of the fact that I would think that those are the ones that he would excel at getting. I would think the balls on the warning track near the wall and in the gap would be the ones that would take some getting used to. So that's why my opinion has changed a little bit.
Yeah, I think that those are easy fixes, though. Like, the 2 drops to me aren't these fundamental core problems that are going to last forever. I think that those are very easy fixes. Hey, Altuve, before you start to wind up to throw the baseball, make sure you catch the ball. I think it's an easy fix. We'll see. Texture, we have 2 Gold Glovers at second base. Altuve has to move, and he's only made 2 mistakes that I've seen. Granted, they were pretty bad misses. They were awful. There's no defense to that. They were awful misses. But I think that there were 2 easy misses. The only other one I can think of is the play on the wall, which would have been a good play if he made it, though. Like, that would have been a good play if he makes that catch. He didn't look good doing it, but it would have been a good play.
We're probably talking about the same play as one of them, but there were 2 plays in the left center field gap. One where he didn't know where the wall was and didn't get to it, and the other one where I think he tried to jump the wall or whatever and mistimed to jump. But look, this was to be expected. So it's not like it's anything that I'm shocked about. The bigger thing to me is the fly balls, the last 2 fly balls that were muffed were the ones that I thought were very easy to make plays.
Sure, but don't you think those are easy fixes?
I mean, but yeah, they should be. But I mean, I think from a standpoint of just catching fly balls, those might be some of the easiest fly balls to catch because you're coming in and it's in front of you and you just got to kind of, make sure you get under it and put your glove underneath it, as opposed to like turning your hips, going one way or the other, trying to get the right angle, take the right angle to get to the ball and or be aware of the wall and the warning track. That's why I'm concerned, because you're right. I mean, they are easy fixes because they're easy fly balls, but it's the reason why I'm concerned because they're easy fly balls.
Yeah, I just think he was trying to throw it to the plate too quick. Like, I think he got too quick. I don't think it's going to be, again, a problem that happens all the time. I think it's an easy fix. I think he's trying to throw to the plate too quickly and got ahead of his skis. Tyler and Conroe, the Crawford boxes will help Altuve with his defensive run save, just like it helped Abreu be a pull hitter at home. Okay, so saying it's not going to help. I mean, second base is where you hide somebody, not left field. If you can't play second base, I hate to say it, but he's done. That's not true. Second base is a far more premium defensive position than left field. Second base matters a whole lot. And King of Twitch says, well, there's more balls hit to left. That is true. But most of those balls are routine plays. And the Astros, again, top of the rotation, have 2 ground ball pitchers. So it's more important to have a good defensive second baseman than it is to have a good defensive left fielder. Texter, Jordan in left field, can't worry about injury in the future. Altuve DH, no. You absolutely must have Yordan Alvarez in this lineup.
Yep,
if Yordan Alvarez is not in the Houston Astros lineup, their chances are done. They are toast. So you have to make sure Yordan Alvarez plays the maximum amount of games he possibly can. You have to make sure he's healthy for the playoffs, because if they lose Yordan Alvarez, the Astros season is over. So that's why you protect Yordan Alvarez from Yordan Alvarez by DHing him most of the time.
Yeah, that's why we have the Yordan rules, and it's for what we've seen, what we know, and everything that you just said. This team does nothing without Yordan Alvarez, no matter how good other guys step up, perform, and do. This is the guy that has to be handled with kid gloves every step of the way, and that's your designated hitter. I don't think Altuve would really like being a designated hitter either.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah. I mean, that's always case by case basis. But yeah, I would agree with that. Eric, I'm more concerned with Dubon playing every day than Altuve and left. Dubon is as bad of a hitter as Chaz and Jake. I agree. Dubon is not a very good offensive player.
That's the ugly trade-off, right? We're talking about, and I've been kind of a proponent of getting DeCenzo and or Cam Smith, if they're going to make the roster, into the outfield sooner rather than later, because I'm worried about the offense. It is a catch-22, because Altuve's in there and you know what he's going to do offensively, but if you go with Chaz and you go with Jake, the liability is on the offensive side of the ball. I don't worry about them defensively, except for the fact that Chaz has a noodle and Jake doesn't have much better. But overall, my biggest concern there is the offense or lack thereof.
What if they meet in the middle, though? What if you go Cam and right, and now you're like halfway there? So it's like one of the decisions you're going offense, the other decision you're going defense.
See, the other interesting thing here is, Jeremy, is I think because of the fact that you are the guy that always makes sure to point out, and rightfully so, that that Jake is an above average center fielder, that's where it can help Altuve, where at least he can get to a lot of baseballs, call him off because that's his call to make, and maybe make up for the fact, and with half the games at Minute Maid Park, that he can cover enough ground that he can kind of take away the amount of liability that Altuve presents as the center fielder.
Yeah, I don't know how you're getting both of them in the lineup, though. Like, if you're trying to go DeCenzo and Cam. No, I know you're talking about different things.
Yeah.
But I have a hard time seeing that. A texture, I can see Altuve missing a pop-up like that at second base anyways. I can, too. You're just not going to get him as often like as you would in left field. Let's not forget that he can learn all he wants about our wall. Good luck on the road playing walls he's never played before. I think we're overrating how many times a left fielder scales the left field wall. Like, it doesn't happen a lot. You might see it maximum like once a week, once every other week.
I'm here for the discussion if you want to talk about like the little idiosyncrasies, the nooks and crannies, the corners, the manual scoreboards that can cause problems if an outfielder's never played there before. But they take plenty of fly ball practice and outfield practice in those stadiums. That's one thing. But yeah, we're not looking for the next coming of the best defensive player to ever play, or Ken Griffey Jr. or someone to climb walls and bring back balls like Springer did. That's not what we're doing here.
I think it's important to remember the goal to this. The goal is not to have a Gold Glove left fielder. The goal is to get better defensively overall as a team and to try your best to hide a poor defender in Jose Altuve. Altuve in left field is disrespectful to guys who have played it all the times as a texture. I would argue that Jose Altuve at second base is disrespectful to the guys who play second base. Texture, let's be honest, Chaz is getting DFA'd. Someone will snag him, and it'll be okay for them. Chaz is not being DFA'd. He's got minor league options. Worst case scenario for Chaz, he gets sent down to the minors. He's in Sugarland. That's worst case. He's not getting DFA'd.
No, and he's cheap.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's cheap. He's still on his club controllable years. If they've gotten a clue about reconstructing this outfield already, Joel, then they obviously have no clue, and Brown has no clue. This outfield is dog water. I mean, if Altuve is okay-ish in left, Jake Myers plays a Gold Glove level defensive center field and improves a little bit offensively, and Cam Smith can hold down right field and be pretty solid as a rookie. I don't think the outfield is as bad as that texture's making it out to be. But that's lofty of me. Maybe that's too optimistic.
I think the main reason why that a texter says something like that too is it's just more questions than answers. There's so many question marks. Can Cam Smith make this roster and contribute right away? Can Jake hit better? Is Altuve capable of correcting the mistakes? We don't know till we know, and unfortunately, we're really going to find out the majority of the answers when the regular season starts by trial and error, and it's going to be, from the jump. How's Altuve fielding? Who's hitting in the outfield? And then changes will be made. And if the team's winning, then that'll factor in as well, too. Because if they start out horrendously bad or they dig in themselves a hole, they're going to be desperate for offense. If they're winning games, but they're kind of wading their way through some of these other things, they're probably going to be more patient.
All right, a lot of the Hivers have some thoughts on this. This Altuve in left field. We could just Altuve in left field, set, go. And then it's going to break the dam when it comes to the Hive. And we love the Hive. 713-780-3776. More Altuve and left field talk. Can't have enough. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Karbach Brewing Company.
Karbach's got some really neat events coming up. 5th annual Hot Sauce Festival, April 6th. Free event, family friendly. Really good time. Gave away some tickets. Somebody get it right there, Sean? I'm assuming they did. Was it the first caller that called in that got it right?
No, it was the second call.
Multiple guesses?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What was the first one?
I don't know. I had the intern, Ryan.
Look at Jeremy pulling his Ken Jennings and going all Jeopardy on a tough question.
Yeah. Jawan Roberts, the winningest Houston Cougar of all time. 145 wins. Now, he's played for a decade.
Yeah,
Joel
Joel and I looked at each other and immediately said, well, it's Jawan Roberts, right?
Yep.
So,
Jawan Roberts?
Did I overfund myself? Did I? I don't know.
Wodja Wabbit?
That Wascowee Wabbit?
I could have.
He willy played in a lot of games.
He willy has, yes.
Astros watch party at Karbach on April 25th. The Shooting Stars will be out there. Orbit will be out there. Giveaways. And then for all events, new releases, follow Karbach at Karbach Brewing. Private parties, visit them online, karbachbrewing.com. St. Mary's up by 3, 59-56 on Vanderbilt. 28 seconds left. UNC's kind of pulling back into this game against Ole Miss. 56-43 Ole Miss, 12:40 left to play there. Maryland leads Grand Canyon at the half, 42-28. The Crab 5. I got them in our draft, right?
They're good.
The Crab 5?
Yeah, I think you
in our
did
draft
because I wanted them.
Yeah,
they're a very good team.
Yeah,
and I watched them play in the Big Ten, and I think all this coach stuff has just added fuel to the fire. I think they're going to be a fun team to watch. I think they could go pretty good ways.
Yeah, they'll have a good second round matchup. See, Vanderbilt 3 for the tie short. I'm not supposed to do live play-by-play. It's wrong of me. 713-780-3776. Texture Tuve will be on the DL before the All-Star break. If he plays right field full-time, he's going to play left
but
field. Maybe that point stands. Jason at Champions, any concern Altuve's poor defense will get in his head and start negatively affecting him offensively? What do you think about that?
I don't. I know we talked about it when it relates to Yiner because of the fact that Yiner's got such a grueling position at catcher. I just don't think from a left field position that he's going to – look, he's proven at this point in his career that he can hit and he can wake up and get out of bed and grab a bat and get in the box and put the bat on the ball and do some things. I don't think it's going to affect anything he does offensively, but there's no doubt that it can affect him negatively in the defensive side where if he's made a few mistakes, he'll start to get apprehensive. He might start, thinking about it too much and making more mistakes because of it and compound it, but I don't think it'll affect him offensively.
Yeah, I tend to think it won't either. I wouldn't rule it out completely, but I think it's more of a long shot. Home games, you can put Jose in the outfield once he learns it. Away games, go with 6-foot Dubon. I don't understand why you're putting the better defender at the less important defensive position, but whatever. I'm still willing to bet Altuve doesn't last more than half the season in the outfield. I am curious, too, because I agree with you, Blankers, that their best offense probably has Jose Altuve at second base because now that's a way for you to get DeCinzo and Cam Smith both in the outfield. Now, that's also not a great outfield defensively, but you could play the matchups and blah, blah. Like if you have a fly ball pitcher, maybe that's a day that you give Chaz a start, whatever. But yeah, they're committed to it. They are committed to playing him in left. You don't have to scale it, but you have to know how far back it is, talking about the wall. Sometimes a warning track is longer, shorter. See, I trust Jose Altuve to learn that stuff. Can Jose Altuve learn that there's a 10-foot warning track or a 12-foot warning track and be able to creep up to the wall to make a catch on the track? I think it's going to take some reps, but I trust Jose Altuve to be able to do that.
Well, and that's why you have an outfielders coach, and it used to be Gary Pettis, and he would take the fungo, and every time you got into a ballpark, whether you played there before or not, he's going to rifle balls off of the padding and the wall, and give you opportunities to field just about everything, so that there's nothing that at least you can minimize the amount of first time situations a guy's going to encounter when they're in a new ballpark.
What about Singleton? I have a tough time seeing Singleton make this team. You brought up DeCinzo making this roster. If DeCinzo's making the roster, it's not as a starter. Where's Singleton's fit? Ben Gamble's still in the mix here, too, as a left-handed bat. I think Singleton's not going to be on this team.
I was going to say, Jeremy, and think about until he got hurt there, where was DeCinzo playing? He was playing first base. So if they want him to play first base, then aside from the fact that the left-handed bat of Singleton was something that was being factored in before we started camp, Singleton hasn't been good offensively. You got DeCenzo, who has been good offensively, getting reps at first base as well. And Caratini can play first base. I think John Singleton is somewhere else at the end of this camp, and he's definitely not on the Major League roster.
See, the only thing that, like, if it comes down to Singleton and DeCenzo, the only reason that they would go Singleton is if they want DeCenzo to get everyday at bats. It's not because Singleton's a better player or because he's left-handed, although DeCenzo has reverse splits.
Too.
Right. But DeCenzo gives you position flexibility that Singleton does not have. Like, Singleton can only play first. DeCenzo can give you the corners, both in the infield and the outfield. So if it's a tie, the only thing that Singleton has going for him is that he's left-handed and that they want DeCenzo playing every day. Like, that's the only thing. To me, just keep DeCenzo.
I'm with you. I just think that at this point, because DeCenzo's already been up and he understands, like, he hasn't played every day, but he understands that. And I don't think at this point in his career, he's going to be hurt by, not playing every single inning or starting. I think he's a better option for you. And because of his versatility, like a better hitting Dubon that's not as good defensively in some of those positions, I just think that DeCenzo makes this team and that John Singleton is looking for a job.
I think the Astros should activate Cam Smith, get Altuve outfield. How many errors or slow throws does Altuve have to make before they bench him? Probably a lot. Now, he doesn't make many errors at second base, but the slow throw still exists at second for Jose Altuve. Now, he doesn't commit as many errors at second base that he has in spring training and left, but he also doesn't get to balls. Like, he has very low, very limited range. There's a reason that they're moving him to left field is because they think he's a lousy defensive second baseman. Texture, take Altuve out of the outfield already. He's not going to play there. Yeah, he is. Espada says he's going to play majority of his games there. Between dropping balls and balls being hit over his head and him not having an arm left, give me a break. Balls still get hit over his head at second. He still has no arm at second. Like, it exists at both positions.
And here's the other thing that people don't understand. He's not going to be out of the lineup. He's too valuable offensively for you. They're going to find a spot for him. It just might not be in left field eventually, but they're going to find out.
I think most people realize that. Maybe that texture specifically. Have you seen DeCenzo play first base? Singleton is much better defensively. But why are you keeping a backup first baseman for his defense? Like, you're not – Christian Walker plays a lot of games unless he's hurt. You're not keeping a first baseman for his glove. You're not keeping a backup first baseman for his glove. And Singleton's not a very good defensive first baseman either. Is he better than DeCenzo? Maybe slightly, but that's no reason to keep him on the team over DeCenzo as a bench option because he only plays one position. It's a backup position. DeCenzo can play all over the field.
And here's the other thing that the Astros fans are taking into consideration is the fact that they were so just faced to deal with such bad options at first base last year that we're sitting here talking about John Singleton being a better defender than somebody. You forget he made a hell of a lot of bad plays there too and was lazy a lot of times at first base.
75, slow throw from second or left. Teams hide weak-armed outfielders in left field all the time. Like, if you had to line up the most important outfield positions based on arm strength, left field is dead last.
Yeah,
You're
it's right
like
field and center
if you
field.
had the luxury to pick it like your best, and it's right field by far. Right field's easily number one, and then you have a huge drop off, and then it's center, and then you have a little drop off, and it's in the left. But if you had three outfielders that were the exact same attributes except for their arm, you put the strongest arm in right, you put the next strongest arm in center, and then you put the weakest arm in left field. I would be more concerned about Chaz's arm in right than I would about Altuve's arm in left. Are they both bad? Yes, they're both bad. But I'm more concerned about runners going first to third on my right fielder than I am runners going first to third on my left fielder.
Oh, I completely agree. I mean, everything you said is spot on. It's just, I just think that obviously we're overthinking it and everybody is hyper concerned about it, but let's not go too far too quickly. And he's not going to be great, but he's going to be in left field. And that's just the way it is. And you know, this is what we're here for. You can use it as a sounding board, but it's not going to change Joe Espada, Dana Brown, and everybody's thinking over there. He's going to be your basically regular left fielder until further notice.
You think it was Espada or you think it was Dana?
I think it was both. I think it's one of those meetings that happened in the offseason, and I think it was an open discussion about the fact that they knew what we saw, what we talked about, which was he was getting worse as a second baseman, and that defensively it was tough. They spent enough time with analytics to know that they live for the ground ball with a lot of their pitchers, and they couldn't afford to be without him offensively in the lineup. So like you said, where is the best possible position to hide him the best and get the most out of him offensively?
My hunch is it came from the front office, and they told Espada this is what we're doing. I don't think Espada had any say. I think it was all front office driven. I think it was all the nerds. Yeah, I really do. I don't think Espada had much decision in this at all.
The only reason why I would push back on that is because Espada worked with the infielders for the majority of his time here, and he knows what we see, that it's not if he's a good guy or not, or if he's a good offensive player or not. We can see that his skills have diminished greatly, and he's not good at second base.
Yeah, I agree, but I think that came from the suits. I think it came from the suits
Maybe
upstairs,
so.
but we're guessing. We have no idea. 713-780-ESPN, Killer Bees broadcasting live from Carbach. Coming up next, who said it, I guess? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Playing Who Said It makes me want to escape the weekly grind of Monday through Friday. Who Said It easily and very quickly makes me want to get out to beautiful nature, and that beautiful nature they like to visit, Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Get out of the city for the weekend, or maybe even during the week. Take some days off and get out there. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston is your escape from the city, your escape from the anxiety and stress of your work week. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. If you love the nature, if you love the open green spaces, you like seeing the wildlife that beautiful nature presents, the majestic mature trees, some of the best fishing in Texas, then you need to get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Dre said he was up in that area the other day, said it's beautiful up there, and Dre's right. Might be the only good take he's ever had, but he's right. It is beautiful up there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Just 90 minutes from Houston, so you're not wasting your weekend or all your time off by traveling, whether it's commuting there or flying there. No, it's just 90 minutes from Houston. You're there at a snap of a finger. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. 92 acres of property for you to hike, to explore, to enjoy the peace and comfort of a beautiful, beautiful plot of land. Kayaking too, because there's some water up there, pickleball courts, or if you just want to hang out by the pool with a drink and really enjoy the rest and relaxation, well, you can do that too. Two Creek Crossing Resort has something for everybody. You're going to love your stay, whether it's pulling up the RV, whether it's renting a treehouse, a cabin, or even glamping. They have the perfect stay for anyone. Book your weekend escape now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. Said it with the Bees. St. Mary's hung on to beat Vandy 59-56. Ole Miss up 13 against North Carolina, 7.5 to play. Maryland up 14 at the half against Grand Canyon. It's my favorite time of year. It's March Madness, and we're playing Who Said It. You know, most days this show does not feel like work. Most days, I love coming to work. Every segment I usually love. But this segment is when I feel like I actually work. So let's get it over with. Fortunately, there's only 2
I
minutes
love
left
the
in this segment.
enthusiasm.
So let's be fast here, Brian.
Let's
Quote
be
one.
fast here. Okay.
Yeah,
All right. No
fast.
stalling
Got
for
to. It's
time.
4:53.
Well, I mean, clock management's not on me, pal. All right. Quote number 1.
Oh,
He's wasting a lot of time talking, though.
Yeah, we are. All right. Quote 1. Have we learned a lesson? Any lessons from sports of jumping out ahead of something before you get a larger sample size? Because people were like, ooh, ho, ho, Altuve can't play left, huh? And then within an hour, he misplays a ball. A very simple play to be made. He doesn't make it. And this is not an attack on Altuve. I'm not surprised by what's going on out there. I would just tell people, just wait on things.
You got
radio.
I heard Dell, to be honest with you.
Do you think this might have been like kind of live too? Like it happened in real time? Because I think they would have been playing during Dell's show, right?
No.
Or was that too early?
Well, yeah, because one of the 2 games was a night game that he dropped a fly ball in. I don't know if they both. I don't know when the.
No, I think the one that he made the good catch and then dropped one later. I think that was the first of his 2 drops. That was a day game.
Yeah, the day game was against Washington and it kicked into the corner or towards the rail, and then I think the like later in the day, afternoon into early evening game was the Mets game where he dropped the second one in a row.
All right, so who do you think it is?
I thought it was Dell just by listening because I could hear some of the things the way Brian read it. That was just my first. That was my initial.
Let's do it, Dell.
Have we learned a lesson?
Attaboy.
Any lessons
Good
from
job.
sports
Stay hot, kid.
of jumping out ahead?
All right,
of
that's
something?
enough of Dell. All right, quote 2, Brian.
All right, quote 2. I'm not sure that they love Buzz Williams at Texas A&M. Matter of fact, I know they don't. Because, I don't know, because Buzz he's not an Aggie kind of, you know?
Sounds like Lance to me.
You think it's Lance or Granado?
One or the other. I you know.
He's not what? What is he alluding to?
One more time, Brian.
Yeah, read it quick.
All right. I'm not sure that they love Buzz Williams at Texas A&M. Matter of fact, I know they don't. Because, I don't know, because Buzz he's not an Aggie kind of, you know?
I think you're right.
What does that mean, though?
Doesn't matter. I think he knows some people that know some things. He knows what it just sound. You're right. The second time around, I think it's John
Granado.
I'm not sure that they love
Bingo.
Buzz Williams.
I wonder what that means, though.
I had no idea what he meant by it. He didn't expand either.
We don't.
I really
I was gonna say we don't have time to hear him hem and haw.
Well, they moved on right afterwards, so it wouldn't matter anyway. All right,
Man,
quote
I want
3.
to know what he's alluding to. That's interesting. That's
Maybe he's just throwing that crap out there to get clicks. Quote 3. This is one of the reasons I don't like golf. This is one of the reasons I just do not relate to the average golfer unless you're John Daly. Like golfers who go out, smoke a couple cigars, get drunk. I relate to you. But if you're one of these golfers who's getting mad about someone that's chirping in your backswing, that's complete pee pants behavior.
Complete what behavior?
Pee pants.
I don't even know what that means.
What is it?
Pee pants.
Pee pants.
Oh, pee pants.
Pee pants.
I thought he was saying
Okay.
pee pants. It's like, is that a cartoon character? Who do you think it is?
It's either Paul or Lance, and I think that
would
where
Lance
I'm
be
caught-
that harsh to golf around John?
that's what I was thinking. That's exactly where I was going with this. Like, you're not going to preach it that hard to a guy that lives for serious golf. I think it's Paul.
Yeah, I do too. Let's do it.
This is one of the reasons I don't like golf.
Attaboy.
This is one of the reasons I don't like. I just do not relate.
We're good whenever we speed this. Whenever we have time, I think we suck.
Yeah, you guys.
Maybe
you
less
guys
thinking, boys.
Maybe
Quote
there's a
4.
strategy here for the future. All right, quote 4. I love when a podcast or a show brings up the topic, how do we fix the NBA? You don't. You can't. You have no power. You could ask people right now, what could fix the NBA for you? Nothing. It sucks. Like if you tried to have an open dialogue about fixing the sport that I guess some people at once loved, now they don't, They would be asking for things that would never happen again.
Sounds like Dell to me, because I think that
No, he
that's
likes the NBA though, doesn't he?
right, but that's a generic NBA discussion where they're talking about like when the ratings came out or people saying this or that about what, the Lakers story saved the season, the TNT guy, reacting to that. Could have been a lot of things, but
it's kind of like the first quote too, where he's kind of like poo-pooing on a
yeah, I just
sports talk, really.
my initial again was Dell.
All right, whatever. Dell.
I love when a podcast or a show brings up a topic.
We have we're on the brink of history.
You got a chance.
That's why we're doing this. That's why I want to see it through.
All right.
I think
Speed
we
Who
just
Said It,
jinxed
quote
though.
number
Jeremy,
5.
stop it.
Game. You're not supposed to mention it.
That's right. Shut
Yeah,
up.
Yeah, Speed Who Said It, quote 5. And by the way, we should bitch about the way it doesn't matter. I don't care how deep they go. The process is flawed. When it's a bubble team, your guy who helps make a decision got 104,000 if they go. That's the biggest conflict of interest. He can't go. Talking about North Carolina.
Yeah,
Thanks,
it's
Brian.
either Paul, Dell. One more time, Brian, real quick.
Lance John.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Well, you got 25% odds here. And by the way, we should bitch about the way it doesn't matter. I don't care how deep they go. The process is flawed. When it's a bubble team, your guy who helps make a decision got 104,000 if they go. That's the biggest conflict of interest. He can't go.
It sounds like Lance to me.
I hear John.
Really? It's too. There's no like us and things. It's too clean of a sentence.
As if Lance does everything clean?
Lance is cleaner than John with his words.
Lance eats during his sentences.
That doesn't mean he's not cleaner with his words. This isn't this. We're not finding like crunches and bites here.
Oh,
He's
okay.
transcribing the words that were said.
We're only spending time on this because it's the potential to create history.
You're better at this game, so you go for it. I think it's Lance, but you pick. Plus,
I
you care
screwed
more
this
about
up
the
last
history
week.
than I do.
Yeah, I screwed this up last week. God dog it, Brian. One more time.
Oh, come on. We're up against it. This is supposed to be speed.
Oh,
Who
so
Said
you're
It.
rushing me. So now I have a chance, an asterisk.
All right, fine. You want the quote one more time?
Yeah.
All right. And by the way, we should bitch about the way it doesn't matter. I don't care how deep they go. The process is flawed. When it's a bubble team, your guy who helps make a decision got 104,000 if they go. That's the biggest conflict of interest. He can't go.
John Granado.
Do it.
And by the way, we should bitch about the way it doesn't matter. I don't care how.
Oh,
You
sorry.
made the same mistake.
I did the
2
same
weeks in
thing
a
last
row.
week.
2 weeks in a row.
Sorry,
Told you Lance
Jeremy.
was cleaner
That's
with
on
his
me.
sentences.
That's
It's
on
okay.
me.
We can keep
Still
the
won.
chase.
Still won.
Someday.
Hopefully not. Hopefully this
No.
is done. When we
Well,
get a perfect game, can we end the show? Because then I'll have
Well,
incentive to care.
I've said that before. If you guys ever go 5-0, the segment's over.
Man,
wow. Now I'm mad.
Oh, well, at least we won. 4 out of 5. That's my bad.
You didn't trust your teammate.
Twice.
Yeah, now I'm mad because I didn't realize that the retirement
That
of
was
his
on
name
the
was
line?
on the line.
Yeah, I didn't realize it either, honestly.
Yeah, there's stakes.
Man. All right. Trent Brown is a Houston Texan. What does this mean for the Texans' offensive line? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, live from Carbach in Houston. Carbach Brewing, where the party's at today. A new brand, the Crawford Pale Ale. Step up to the plate with Crawford Pale Ale, a crisp, refreshing brew that is only available for a limited time at select grocery stores, Dyken Park, and, of course, at Carbach Brewing Restaurant and Patio. Stop by, try one while supplies last. Text line, I love to listen to the show, have been for 10-plus years. That's a lot longer than we've been together. But I turn the station every Friday when you play this stupid game. I agree. Who cares who said it? I agree. Get the listeners involved in Haynes and giveaways like Carl Dukes did. He was the best.
Put him
What
up.
did he say? Put him up. Put him up.
Put him
Is he
up.
still doing radio in Atlanta, Carl Dukes?
He was. I don't know if he still is.
Carl Dukes used to do color commentary for Houston Cougar basketball. He
I
was
think
the color guy for Tom
vaguely
Franklin.
remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew Tom Franklin did some games.
Yeah,
Tom
did it for a
Franklin did
while.
everything. He did
Yeah.
Oilers. He did
Oh, yeah.
Rice. He did U of
Yep.
H.
Yep. And he has a pet kitty. You ever try to stump them with something they themselves have said?
I just can't believe
That's
you
against
said
the
that.
rules. It's against the rules. You don't.
I've
with Brian,
contemplated it, but yeah, I don't want to deal with the whining about that, so
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it.
that was a bit inside baseball there, Blinkers. Which is worse, Altuve
Yes,
in
it
left
was.
field or you two at this game? Well, we just won.
And we
what
won
do
the
you
last
mean?
time you and I were together. We
What do you
won. So we
mean?
got two
We
in a
just-
row. So
yeah, we-
slow your roll, Texter.
We took a perfect game into the ninth. Like, what do you mean, which is worse?
Yeah.
Us or Altuve. Now, I hate the game. Don't enjoy playing it. We just took a perfect game into the ninth. Altuve committed 2 errors earlier this week. Altuve's worse in left field than we are at this game. Now, hopefully Altuve gets better at that. Now, Altuve at second base worse than Altuve in left field. The Houston Texans signed a new offensive lineman. Trent Brown is a Houston Texan. They got him cheap, $3 million. Now, he only played in 3 games last year. He tore his right patellar tendon. 2 years ago was really good. I remember him being really good in the past as well. He has some familiarity with Caserio, spent some time in New England, has some familiarity with Nick Caley as well. For $3 million, I think this is a really good pickup, Linkers.
I love it, Jeremy, and I love it for a lot of reasons. Some of what you mentioned, you know that Nick Caserio probably knows him fairly well. You know that before he got hurt, he actually still showed that he had ability, and it's not like some of these other guys we're bringing in with horrible ratings and looking at them going, are they going to even be serviceable? You're basically just concerned about his health, and if he's coming in good shape and you get him for this cheap, and regardless, it adds even more depth to your offensive line while you're trying to figure things out, I'm all for it.
It's low risk, high reward. Like, it's a $3 million 1-year deal. Like, what do you have to lose here? Now, I do wonder, like, my biggest question with this move isn't like, is this a good move or not? Like, I think it's a good move. $3 million. It's very low risk. He does have a high upside. Yes, he's coming off injury, but again, it's $3 million for 1 year. Who really cares? It's not very significant. I do wonder what the plan is, though. Like, how they line up in training camp is going to be fascinating to me because I have no idea what they want to do. Brown can play both tackle spots, so maybe he's just your swing tackle. Like, maybe you're going into the season with him as your swing tackle, and maybe Blake Fisher is your right tackle. Maybe Titus Howard is your left guard. Maybe Cam Robinson is your left tackle. They could go a variety of different ways here. Maybe you're looking at Blake Fisher as your swing tackle, and you're looking at Trent Brown as your right tackle. Like, they have Titus Howard might play tackle. So I have no idea what the starting 5 offensive line is going to be. And I'm really not safe with any of them. Like, Cam Robinson, your starting left tackle, is the one I feel the safest about because it was a pretty significant contract. But of the other positions, I have no clue.
See, we had DJ on yesterday when you were out, and this was discussed before we even got to adding Brown into the mix. But the bottom line is that I want to believe that they have a plan and they have an idea of what they want to do, but at least they're getting as many options as they possibly can so that there's a backup plan or two. But I kind of lean with the fact that you're going to have Robinson at your left tackle. I think that Titus is, it's interesting. I think they're going to put Fisher at right tackle, put Titus at left guard, Tomlinson at right guard, and then Patterson at center. But like you said, it's not like there's these definitive, like, big-time players that can't be left out of the starting lineup where you start, saying to yourself, they have a lot of different guys that could possibly win this job in camp.
And you can't rule out them drafting
That's right.
first-round offensive line, even a second-round offensive lineman that could potentially start. And, like, would you have Patterson over Scruggs at center? Like,
I would.
I don't know. But it's such a different scheme. Like, if they make it easier for the
That's
center
true.
than it was in the past, Scruggs is your more talented player. And you're right. I'm sure they 100% have a plan. I don't think we have any clue what the plan is. And I think, look, they're adding bodies, and I think that's good, depth and all this. And I think these guys do have an upside, which is promising, and it's good. I just have no idea what the starting five is going to look like.
See, that's the thing, and I don't think that whatever their best laid plans of today are, that doesn't say that it's not going to change on draft night. Whether it's a trade because it's involving a move up or a move down, or it's just the fact that the best available becomes a lineman that they couldn't pass up. Whether the kid from Texas or the kid from Ohio State slide, or at some point in the draft, they figure out, hey, we've got someone that could make us better, and we'll change our plans because of it and then work accordingly around it. So I think that we're far from getting the finished product on the offensive line for the starters, but at least they've added another capable body of healthy that could possibly help them be better than they were a year ago.
And look, it's a 1-year deal, right? Like, you see a 1-year deal for Cam Robinson. It's a 1-year deal for Trent Brown. That's why, and like, it was Titus Howard long for the Texans. How much faith do they have in Blake Fisher, Drew Scruggs, Jared Patterson? That's why I don't think that you can rule out an offensive lineman at pick number 25. Now, is it guaranteed that they're going offensive lineman? Of course not. Texture with all the offensive line. Does that mean they plan to focus more on receiver and defensive tackle? I think they're in a spot where they go best available. Like, to me, you don't have to draft the receiver in the first round. You can find a guy in the second round that's capable of being a top 3 receiver. To me, it's best available. I'm always a best available guy, but even more so now with what Caserio's done so far this offseason.
DJ totally agreed with us yesterday and said exactly
Smart
what we
guy.
had been saying. Yeah, he just said that, you know what, it makes sense. They didn't pigeonhole themselves into just letting everybody know via flares and news flashes that they were going to be drafting just a wide receiver or just an offensive lineman. Now they have options. Now they have the ability to go multiple different ways. And it really is going to come down to best available, because I think that if one of the receivers that they've had their eye on becomes available and slides to 25, they're going to jump on it. And if not, if the right lineman falls, slides, and or there's a guy that they have their eye on, it doesn't even have to be at 25. And maybe they use that to move down or position as well. I think that they'll snap him up and then reshuffle the deck on how they were thinking offensively with the line.
Yeah, I like what Caserio has done. So North Carolina pulled it within 2. Ole Miss just drained to 3.
That kid's been huge for them.
Has he? I haven't watched that closely. I've been paying attention to the show, doing the
I'm talking about
work.
You remember, I know you were watching. It was the Big 12 was like the quarters when it was 75-75, and he hit the big 3 to win the game. I forget who they were playing.
Oh, did he? I missed that.
Yeah, he's been really big for them in the tournaments.
They're up 5. Ole Miss up. Yeah, the SEC's been really good in this tournament.
Yeah, trying to save them. Trying to save SEC.
SEC.
Up 5 with under a minute left to play. North Carolina pulling that game, making it close, making it tight. Maryland up 16 against Grand Canyon, 13 minutes left there. Then everything else tipping off a little bit later tonight. 713-780-ESPN. Who's going to lead the Astros in batting average this year? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I know who should lead your weekend getaway statistic for the 2025 calendar year. It should be Two Creeks Crossing Resort. If you're looking to escape the stress and anxiety of city living, well, Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston is the thing to do. Get away from the hustle and the bustle of the job, that 610 traffic, whatever is causing you stress and anxiety. And I have the best weekend idea for you. It's Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Majestic mature trees. Love me some majestic mature trees. Wildlife that you can't find in the city. Open green spaces. When was the last time you've seen that? And then how about dropping a line in the water? Some of the best fishing in Texas is at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. It's just 90 minutes from Houston, so you're not blowing your weekend. You're not blowing your time off by traveling to your destination. You're going to be there in 90 minutes, hour and a half, and you're there. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Sit back by the pool with a drink in hand. Doesn't get better than that. If you like to be a little bit more active with your weekends or your time off, how about jumping on the pickleball courts and looking for a game? Maybe kayaking is your style. Hop in one of those and get on the water. Or maybe you can hike and explore the 92-acre property out at Two Creeks Crossing on Lake Livingston. Two Creeks Crossing Resort loves to take care of all of their visitors. How about a crawfish boil on the weekend? Maybe it's a barbecue cook-off the next weekend. You're always going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing. From glamping to cabins to tree houses, or if you have an RV, just pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Book your weekend escape now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Carbach Brewing Company. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
5th Annual Hot Sauce Festival coming up April 6th at Carbach. Free, family-friendly event. Love Street Music and Arts Festival, April 12th, featuring Wildorado. Tickets on sale now, carbachbrewing.com. Astros Watch Party on the 25th, featuring Shooting Stars, Orbit, and giveaways. For all events, visit them online, carbachbrewing.com. Social media, Carbach Brewing. Private events, carbachbrewing.com. So you hear this song here, Blankers?
Yes.
A little rejoin here.
Yes.
Soy Boy, which I don't know if he's saying like I'm boy, like soy, I'm in Spanish, soy boy, or if it's like, like soy sauce or something. I can't figure it out. But Soy Boy on Twitter sent us this song and said, this is a better song than the one we've been playing. What do you think? How do you like this one? This was a song they used in the 80s, apparently, for the Stros.
I will say this.
Because I'm orange fire.
I'm all about being original with our show. And if John and Lance truly are the somewhat owners of the first one, they used it, then we could defer to this one. I'd be fine.
A little jingle there. Kind of funny. Burning with desire. I love it. All right. Who's going to lead the Astros in batting average? So I guess we're going to use this song. Brian,
I think it's better than copying what John.
I don't think it's better.
It's better than taking John and Lance's. This is the one that we like. I love the fact that like Dell is using the music from This Week in Baseball, the old school, whenever he talks baseball. And I think that was a good touch.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. Game 7, playoff game. Altuve in left, Chaz in right. Do you trust Altuve to make the catch or Chaz to make a throw to the plate or to make a throw out more?
Altuve to make the catch.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that one. All right, who's going to lead the Astros in batting average? 713-780-3776, our Astro stat game. I have the first pick here, huh?
You do.
Okay, so I guess we're doing like qualifiers and all of that. Like you have to have enough at-bats to qualify.
Yeah, I don't know whatever the Major League Baseball rule is.
I think it's 3.1 plate appearances times 162. I'm going to go. I'm not going to overcomplicate this. Just give me Yordan Alvarez. Give me the slugger. Give me the best offensive player in all of baseball. Give me Yordan Alvarez, your permanent DH. He's going to lead the Astros in batting average. Knock on wood that he hits the qualifying aspect of this to qualify for the statistical lead. But give me the big man. Give me 44. Give me Yordan Alvarez, Mauricio Dubon's boo.
Yeah, I feel like this was a three-person. Like, there's only three people to pick here.
Yep.
I was hoping Yordan was going to make it to two, but good pick there, Jeremy. That was
Thank
definitely
you.
The 101. So am I taking Altuve or Yainer Diaz? I'm trying to read Joel to see which way he wants
Shut up,
me
Jeremy.
to go. I think he wants Altuve. You know what? I'm going to have Altuve. I'll go Yainer Diaz.
Oh, it was interesting because that wasn't one of the three that I had factored in.
Okay.
Who was the third guy?
Christian Walker.
Yeah, he had 250 last year.
Yeah.
Or 250 in his career, my bad. He had, 251 last year. So right at it.
Yeah, I don't think he has any seasons over like 270.
Career highs 270. Well, he didn't qualify that year.
Oh, okay.
No, you're right. No, you're right. He hit 271 one year, but he only had 243 plate appearances. Didn't qualify. His best year was 259.
My second choice was going to be Altuve, but I didn't think it would get to me, so I'll take Altuve.
Okay. So I got Yordan. Brian's got Yainer. And then Blankers has the old man, the new left fielder that's going to have that bat deteriorate.
Quick defensive left fielder.
No love for Jeremy Pena here, huh? You don't think he can lead the team in average?
No, I sure don't.
It's hot spring.
It is still spring, as you
about
said.
5 season-ending injuries. He's got a shot.
No, I don't think it's that bad. I think you're
4 season-ending injuries. He's got a shot.
No, he had a better average than Alex Bregman last year.
Yeah, I wouldn't have picked Alex Bregman in this category either, though.
Yeah,
I think
like
that's just
batting
gonna be-
average is overrated. Like no one cares
Yeah,
about
no,
batting average
I
anymore, but-
agree. I'm just saying, I don't think he's going to do well in it.
I think that's going to be kind of fun to chart, like at the end of the year, especially just see if Paredes hits better than Bregman hit as an Astro in his final year.
Yeah, I'll be looking at like their OPSs, no doubt about
Yep,
that.
yep,
Like, I'll be locked in on the Isak Paredes.
I mean, you obviously watch it this year too, but I think Bregman's got an advantage. I think he's going to be all right at Fenway.
Oh yeah, Fenway's the second best offensive ballpark in baseball. He went to a
Yep.
good spot for his numbers to look good, but still wouldn't have paid him the money.
No.
Which, by the way, is Junior Broncos on the Twitch today? Junior Broncos owes me a bottle. I bet you he does. I bet you he's selectively forgetting that. I bet you that he is. I thought there was no love for Cam Smith.
No. I think
Why you say that like he's not Mauricio Dubonte is the next 60 home run guy.
Right, maybe somewhere down the road, but I don't think it's going to be right off the button.
Right off the button?
Yeah.
Right off the bat, maybe?
Right off the jump.
There we go.
I don't know. He barrels up some
basketball.
baseballs. Barrels up some balls. Texture says Jose Altuve. See, I don't love Altuve in this. Now, picking third, like you don't really have much of a choice. I would have picked him third as well. But Yainer hit 299 last year. Altuve hit 295. Tucker's gone. Caratini's not going to have enough at bats to qualify. Like I don't even think anybody else is in the conversation.
No.
Yainer for sure.
Thing.
Walker's 250 hitter. Altuve, yes. Dubon,
Paredes
no.
is not a big
He's
average
not an
guy.
average guy. No, he's not.
No.
He's an on-base guy. Jake
He
Myers.
is yeah, I think Paredes hit like 230.
Would you take Cam Smith fourth?
Maybe. I mean, I feel pretty confident that Chaz and Jake and Pena are not going to get up to the 285 plus area. So
Yeah.
I take the unknown of Cam Smith over what has been proven to not be a high batting average guy.
I think Walker's going to have a better average year per
Might
average
be a big jump,
this year. I know it's not. I'm not saying he's
what?
going to hit 300, but I think he's going to hit more in around 270.
That's
I'll
possible.
take that bet.
I'm not betting it, Jeremy. I just feel like he's going to have a good offensive year.
I'll give you 265. Will you bet it now?
No.
I'll give you 260. Will you bet it now?
Jesus. You're just hungry for a bet. No.
Of course. I'm a degenerate. You know this. I don't know why you're
Yes.
surprised. So no
Well, if you have a
260?
gambling
You thought he's
problem.
going up to
No.
270. You
I
said
think he's-
275.
I said like 270. I did not say 275.
Jeremy
Oh,
did give you a
270,
chance
my
at
bad.
260 though.
Yeah, Dave,
If you-
260.
If you feel confident, that's a pretty good
I'm
bet.
calling the
Bet us-
bluff.
Do you think I feel confident? I said I just
Clearly
have a
not.
feeling.
bet
I
a
said I
soda.
have a feeling he's going to have a better offensive year this
Just-
year at
just
Minute
bet
Maid.
a
He might have
soda at the
270.
vending
I'm
machine.
not going to sit there and wager on it.
I was seeing how strong of a feeling.
And you're seeing it, and then you got your partner over here trying to prod me.
Well,
Just
that's
a
the
soda at the
fun of it.
vending machine. That's it.
Coke Zero versus a Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, come on.
260.
Ah,
It is probably not worth the record keeping.
yeah,
Making that
yeah.
bet.
Well, we just had to type it into the Google log. That's all the record keeping.
Yeah, we have trouble figuring out what's owed and all that. Texture says Jordan 318. I don't think Jordan gets to a 318 year. He hit 308 last year though. Like,
Yeah.
is that his ceiling?
318 's
308?
lofty.
I think that is. I think. I mean, look, especially if he's with his trying to go for power all the time. I just think that I think he's going to hover around 295, 300.
Yeah, I mean Jordan's not a guy that's trying to hit a home run every single at bat though. Like he's just a good hitter that has really good power. Like he's pretty unique in that. I think that Jordan he hit 308 last year. That's the best he's ever hit as a big leaguer. He hit 298 over the course of his career. I think that Jordan has a 315 year in him. I think that Jordan will have a 315 year. That will be his career year.
That'll be his MVP year.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yep.
And if
I
he
think
wants
that
it to be
happens. I
this
can
year,
see
I'm
that
fine with it.
happening.
Yeah, I think, and maybe it's not this year, but I think he'll have a 315 season. Like I think
can
that'll
see
be
it.
his career year. I don't think that 308 will be his career year.
I'm not betting on it, but I could see it.
I think the Astros run is over, says a texter. Nah, you got Jordan and Cam Smith in the middle of this lineup, 260 home run guys, according to Mauricio Dubon. The run's not over. Who has a better season, Tucker or Bregman? I'll go Tucker. Tucker's a better player.
Yeah, I would say the same thing.
Yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
I think Tucker over Bregman. Yep.
Eric says, is it a bit that Brian says Pena wrong? No, Eric, it's not. He's just
No,
a
that's just
big-time
him.
gringo. He's a major gringo. Gringo's not offensive.
I guess not if there's a restaurant called that.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with it.
Just means he's
can call me that.
white.
I don't care.
I understand it.
A lot of people think it's a privilege.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, I didn't say anything wrong.
Gringo
No, it's not a
privilege?
bit. He just says Pena wrong.
No, I say words wrong, including that player's last name. That's not a
I do
bit.
too. I say words wrong more than anybody. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. So I have Jordan. Brian has Yiner. And then Blankers has the old man, Jose Altuve. All right, 7-1. We're going to get out of here in 15 minutes or so. So we're going to bump up car wreck a segment coming up a little bit later on the dial. Texas Aggie baseball. They take on the Vandy boys. They take on Vanderbilt a little bit later. So we got to get off the air at 5:45. So we're going to bump up car wreck of the day up a segment. 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live from Carbach on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know who's happy that we have Aggie baseball coming up on the station here in a little bit? Chris Fisher. Chris Fisher's a diehard Aggie. Great people over at HRP. Chris Fisher, Mike Holly, they're over at HRP, and they want to take care of your business. They want to help your business. They've been protecting the interests of businesses for almost 3 decades now. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HRP is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You're not reading off the menu. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. The customer service, second to nobody. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always talk to someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can attest to that. The customer service over there is fantastic. I'm an email guy, so anytime I have a question, fire off an email. Always get a quick response. Very helpful, very easy to understand. Thankful that we have HRP here at Gal. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources, eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Spend your time in the areas of your business that you want to. Give the stuff you don't want to do to HRP. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. Thank you to Carbach for the hospitality, having us out. You're looking for something to do the rest of the day, Carbach, something to do this weekend, Carbach. Come on out to the 5th Annual Hot Sauce Festival, April 6th. Family-friendly, free event. The Love Street Music and Arts Festival, April 12th, featuring Will Dorado. Tickets on sale now, carbachbrewing.com. That's going to be a lot of fun. They're going to have an Astros watch party on April 25th, Shooting Stars, Orbit, giveaways. And then for all events and new releases, follow them at Carbach Brewing on all social media platforms. And for private events, visit them online at carbachbrewing.com. And again, thank you for the fantastic hospitality. The boys certainly appreciate it. I know they do. All right, 713-780-ESPN, car wrecks of the day. Texture says too late, Brandon. The bench had that song a while ago. Play Baseball Paul's song. I thought this was a different one than what the bench used. Do they have every Astro song? I thought this one was different.
The one from the 80s sounds more modernized. If it was,
They played both, though.
Okay.
They play both, man. They have a monopoly on all Astro songs. That's not cool.
That's what happens when you get the guy that used to sit in the studios late night on Channel 51 to do pre and post.
I don't get it.
John was doing all that for years and was tight with the team, and he had every Astros. Everybody was giving him all the songs and all the love.
So they aired on Channel 51, and he did the pre and post.
I think they did, at least from my recollection. When I want to say that at certain points he said that they had such a small studio he'd sit on the floor, but it would then make it look like a desk. But I remember him doing games on 51.
The Astro games?
Yeah, John used to do Channel 51 pre and post.
I didn't know the Astros aired on 51.
Oh yeah,
Well, there was a time because even the Rockets.
When I first got to Houston to do Rockets, yep.
Well, the Rockets for like half a season aired on Channel 55.
55. We
Yeah,
did it for a
55.
full season, Brian, and
a
it was
full
a
season?
nightmare.
I know. I
That was
worked
the
at Channel
Cube?
55. Yeah, the Cube.
Yep.
Well, back then it was the Tube, but yeah, so it became the Cube.
I don't really remember that.
Oh, I do. We got a new president that came from the NBA office that was David Stern's lawyer, and he wanted to make a splash. Boy, did he. He made a deal.
That was his idea?
He made a TV deal for money alone that just did not work.
Huh, wow. All right, car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. Blankers, what's your car wreck of the day?
The first one is Brian making me have bad memories of Channel 55, the Tube.
I was an intern there. I share those same bad memories.
The second one would be Stephen A. Smith this morning. Bronny James goes off for a career-high 17 points against nobody. The Lakers weren't playing anybody. It was a blowout. The Bucks weren't playing anybody. And he has 17 points. And he goes on TV this morning and goes on this long, almost apologetic, hey, LeBron, hey, all your guys, hey, take notice. I don't hate your son. And he's really got talent. And I've always thought he could be an NBA player. You're full of you-know-what. I mean, if you're going to stand on it, stand on it. But he's sitting there now, and he's trying to kiss ass and appease LeBron and his cronies because LeBron ripped him a new one courtside. Come on, man. Do better than that.
Yeah, that's bad. Stephen A. He's been in the need of the king. I think is what he's doing. It's ugly.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah.
And then he makes sure to call him out. Hey, LeBron, are you listening? Hey, Rich Paul. Hey, all LeBron's guys. Oh, shut up, man. Come
I
on.
wonder if he was doing it sarcastically.
No.
I don't think so.
No.
Huh. That'd be
No,
funny
because
if was doing
he
it
went off on like 4 or 5 minutes of rant on this.
If he was doing it sarcastically, I'd appreciate it. Bending the knee, I don't appreciate a whole lot. Did you guys hit the Nitro Tuggle Marquise Easley yesterday?
No,
the Georgia
but
Bulldogs arrested on reckless driving charges. Tuggle had a
that's right,
$26 bond. Got it?
Nitro. Yeah.
Nitro. What? Like I could have told you that guy would be driving recklessly. I think it was Nitro. We kidding here? I'm a couple days late on this, but John Weeks farewell post. I'm nominating this for car wreck of the day. He's a long snapper and he's long-winded. 754 words.
Is that how long it was?
754
pages.
words.
4
I
pages?
copy and pasted it.
On Twitter. It was 4
long.
different screens. Yeah.
You're a long snapper. Yeah, 1 page will do.
I copy and pasted. I don't think he did. I mean, I think he has the blue check mark, so he can write as much as he wants. But I went in there and I copy and pasted his tweet into a Word document to see how many words it was. This bad boy was 754 words. Like, I love John Weeks. I want to put him in the Ring of Honor. Let's not lose our minds that the Texans are going to have a new long snapper. Like, it's just a long snapper. The Texans are going to be all right. But 754 words, man? That's way too much for a long snapper. If you were a quarterback, maybe, kind of. That's still too much. but it'd be more acceptable for a quarterback to have 754 words. If you're a long snapper, 5 words, thank you, goodbye, get on out of here. 754 words is too much word vomit.
Yeah, I noticed that he went off on like a small novel.
Yeah.
I mean, Laramie
understand.
had far less.
I understand like one page of the organization, your teammates, coaches, the city, community, boom, done.
Family God,
But,
whatever.
You know, a college essay,
Yeah.
come on, that's a bit much.
Yeah, Laramie Tunsil was
754 words.
It's a sports map article.
754.
The ones
I'm
we
not
used to have
reading
to write.
TLDR, John Weeks. Go to San Francisco already. And I love you, John. I want you in the Ring of Honor. You can't be writing 754 word farewells. That disgusts me.
Question
And
is,
then
did he write it?
I'm sure he did.
He might have had
Long
help.
snappers don't have PR people.
No, you have help.
He's only making $1 million a year. He's
Who's he
not hiring
getting help
PR
from?
people.
The wife, Grammarly. I don't know.
What, are you calling him dumb because he's a long snapper?
No, I'm
Just shut up
questioning
and
if he.
snap.
I'm questioning
That's what
whether he wrote it all
Jeremy's
himself.
really saying.
Yeah.
Jeremy's just saying, "Shut up and snap."
Shut up and snap. Yeah, I do want my long snapper to shut up and snap. I don't want 750. If I knew that John Weeks was going to have a 754 word farewell, I would have never advocated for him to be in the Ring of Honor. Could you imagine his tweet if you put him in the Ring of Honor?
Well,
It's
can you
going to be
imagine the
1,500
halftime
words.
His speech is
Can
going
you
to go
imagine
into the
halftime
fourth
speech?
quarter.
Yeah, it's
He's
going to be
gonna
like a
take up the
Super Bowl
entire
halftime.
half.
It's going to be a mobile
Man.
stage. If you want to hear the rest of John's speech, he'll be out in the red lot. Otherwise, we're going to have to get the game going again.
They're going to have to do an hour and a half tailgate to put him into the Ring of Honor. Yeah, this is too like I am totally taking back John Weeks my advocation for him into the Ring of Honor. Like this is too much. We don't have enough time, John Weeks. We don't have enough time in the day for your Ring of Honor speech. So yeah, I'm taking it back, John Weeks. And then also Yella Beasy, capital murder charge of Mo 3. He gets a car wreck of the day nominee as well. Brian, what you got?
That's a bad one. Another bad one. The guy who hasn't pitched in baseball since 2023, but got suspended by baseball anyway. Former Dodgers pitcher Julio Urias, more domestic violence charges. Apparently, he got more domestic violence charges. He's suspended till after the All-Star game, even though he's still a free agent and hasn't pitched in baseball since 2023.
I thought it was the suspension for what he did.
No, it's a second one. I double-checked. The article mentions it's a second one.
I'm with you, Jeremy. I thought they waited until everything settled, and then because he wasn't playing, that they decided to set it at the start of the year. I didn't know that there was more.
Yeah, probably.
The article I read said it was the second one.
Probably won't pitch it. He had some good years too, man. He was third in Cy Young in 22, seventh in Cy Young in 21, led the league in wins with 20.
He had the funky Oakley glasses. He's only got one eye. He's only got sight in one eye, I think.
You think he'll pitch in the bigs?
I think it depends on what happens if he's got more charges.
I think he's got a chance to pitch before Bauer does.
That's a good question. That's a good.
Hopefully it's neither.
I think people hate Bauer more than Urias. I think you're right on that part.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I think that is the case. As weird as it might be, I think it is the case.
And Urias' charges, I think, came out of the country, so there wasn't as much publicity as like everything was.
I thought it was just outside of Dodger Stadium.
Oh, I
saw video of it.
Of Urias?
Roughhoused and his girlfriend, yeah.
Oh, I thought that was his girlfriend back home. Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe this was the second one.
Yeah.
Texter's nominating Matt Reese, this ex-Ravens and Michigan assistant. That was, you hear this story? He was accessing thousands of, he hacked stuff and was doing it for nasty, perverted things.
Yeah.
Good on him for being good with a computer. Don't do it on a work computer.
Whoa. No.
We're out.
I'm not saying what he did was good. I'm saying that he has the talent to be able to.
I know what you tried to say. The phrasing was poor.
All right.
Good on him for being good with a computer to be able to pull that off, huh?
Car wreck, Joel Blake.
Yeah. Go pull off a win tomorrow, will you?
Texter says, I thought Stephen A was being sarcastic.
No chance.
I just got nominated for my diss on Weeks. He said that was way more than 754 words. I talk for a living. He snaps for a living. That's a vital difference. John. Vital difference. I have to shut up and talk. He's got to shut up and snap, Texter. All right, who's winning?
Shut up and snap. It's John Weeks.
I think it's John Weeks.
John
words,
Weeks.
Man.
Joel just breathed a sigh of relief.
No, I was going to go Stephen A, but I'll go John Weeks. That's
this
fine.
is 750 words too many. John Weeks, congratulations. You win car wreck of the day on your way to San Francisco. Does it for us. Thanks to Sean Mapes for pulling double duty. What a guy. What a guy, Sean Mapes. Brian did okay. He's blank. I'm Branham. We'll talk to you next Monday. Have a great weekend, Houston. Aggie baseball coming up next.
Guys, before we get out of here, I do want to drop a word for Allstate Siding and Windows. Look, your tax refunds might be coming right around the corner, and you've got time this weekend to think about what you'd like to do with them. I'm here to suggest that you might want to upgrade your windows, your siding, both, one or the other, maybe your front door, all at Allstate Siding and Windows. They're the best in the business. They've been in business for almost 50 years, and they're going to take care of you as Houstonians that listen to ESPN 97.5. Right now, 30% off all windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. And the best part about it is they have free estimates available. All you got to do is call them, 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936, and they will come to your door for free and give you an estimate. They'll tell you based on the architecture of your house, when it was built and what you got going on, the best products that they offer that could be the best upgrade to your home. And it's going to be all the things that you need in Houston. It's going to keep the cool area in the summer. It's going to keep the warm area in the winter. And they're going to be hurricane tested to give you the best protection for you, your family, and your contents. And if you listen, because you listen to ESPN 97.5, on top of those other discounts, you mention us, and you'll get a discount on top of that. Check them out today. Go to allstatesidingandwindows.com for all the different products and services they offer. But set it up today for them to come out and see what they can do. 832-204-1936, allstatesidingandwindows.com.